We have to stop pretending that every movement in the gym is productive. Let's dive into this masterclass of inefficiency and talk about what they should actually be doing instead.
A plus-size girl who works out regularly. Come with me to the gym. I wish I could be a matching set girly, but big t-shirt with leggings is the way I go. I start every workout with 5 minutes on the Stairmaster just to get my blood pumping. And today is arms, so we do 3 sets of bicep curls. We're doing high reps, 12 reps on each side, and oh my god, I hate these, but I also love them.
Arm day. Arm day. Okay, let's stop right here. You have, presumably, a finite amount of time, energy, and motivation every week. You've been going to the gym for 5 years, you said, and you have chosen arm day. What is this split? Is this a bro split? Are you preparing for something? Mr. Olympia? Is there maybe a Mr. Olympia plus size division we haven't heard about? Because I genuinely cannot figure out why a person who is visibly out of shape would prioritize the bicep, the smallest muscle.
Then it's hammer time. We do hammer curls, same thing, 3 sets of 12 on each side. Gotta make sure that we are looking right for strapless dress season. And then because my trainer hates me, we do incline bicep curls. I don't know why today's workout was so many curls. Yes, I do ask a trainer to give me my workouts. This way I don't get bored in the gym, because I've consistently gone to the gym for 5 years and I was starting to get bored. So I thought, let's get a trainer. But yeah, also I'm clearly so comfortable filming in a gym. So you get this gorgeous angle.
Oh. You have a trainer. You pay someone. A certified human being, presumably with credentials, looked at you and said, yeah, let's do 3 exercises for the bicep. Either your trainer is absolutely trolling you, and this is the most elaborate prank. I really think he wants to see how many curls he can make you do before you realize you're not getting results. Or, and I say this gently, your trainer has no idea what he is doing. Those are the only 2 options. There is no third option. We're doing standing curls, hammer curls, and incline bicep curls. 3 variations of the exact same tiny movement? Or probably so you can sit down. Because it's easy. Why care about the biceps when the foundation is missing?
Then this mother effer wanted me to do wrist curls, which honestly I thought he was insane for asking. Don't know why this is a thing. But then I think about how many times I'm at Pilates and my wrists get sore, so maybe he's on to something.
Forearms? This may be a joke from you. And no, he is not onto something. He has no idea what he is doing. Or both of you are joking with us. You are training forearms. While being a visibly out of shape, I have no words. Why this? Are you preparing for an arm wrestling competition of some sort? What's next? Neck curls? Traps? At this point, I'm really waiting it to be shrugs, just to complete this nonsense. Dedicating time to wrist curls in a beginner program, or any program at all, makes 0 sense. Forearms grow naturally from pulling movements. Just pick something heavy. It will do more for your forearms than this.
Not shown is the 3 sets of shoulder presses that I did just to make myself really hate my arms. And then I end every single workout with an incline walk on the treadmill for about 10 minutes, just to cool my body down and reflect on my life choices. And this is my workout summary, just to prove that I've actually done everything that I said. And just, can we have a moment just for the biceps? Like, look how good my arms look. Oh, and the traps. I'm so proud of myself. Oh, you better flex on them, girl. Okay, let me know if you guys like these videos.
Your watch says 450 calories burned. That is impossible with this workout. You did bicep curls and wrist curls. Your heart rate stayed the same. An hour of bicep curls burns approximately the calories found in a single celery stick. And you're flexing. You're proud of the biceps. But the problem is, this wasn't even arm day. It was biceps only day. Maybe there is a separate triceps day? I don't know. The body positivity movement has convinced people that effort equals results, and that if you just film yourself doing anything in the gym, it validates the process. It doesn't. This is inefficiency. She has been consistently going to the gym for 5 years, and it's obvious why there are no results. If you have a trainer who gives you 3 types of bicep curls and wrist curls while ignoring the 600+ muscles in your legs and back, you need to fire that trainer immediately. You need full body training. You need compound movements, squats, deadlifts, rows, presses. You need to train for function and metabolic stress, not for a pump in a muscle that nobody can see. Wasting time on isolation movements when you lack a foundation is ridiculous. It's just selling the idea of work. This is the roadmap to staying exactly the same for 5 more years.
We'll get there, girl. Just keep showing up. Keep up the hard work. You're doing great.
Next, we have the Gym Bestie.
It's your plus size gym bestie here, coming at you with an upper body day that you can do at home or at the gym. All you need is some dumbbells and a yoga mat. I'm telling you, your arms, back, and shoulders will be feeling it after the workout. First is a chest circuit. We are doing 3 exercises, all chest focused. So starting off with flies, slow and control, bring your weights up, squeeze your chest together. You'll be doing 8 to 10 reps. We'll be repeating this times 4. Once you finish the flies, I want you to take the weights, squeeze them together, and try and hold it while holding your core. This definitely works the forearm, and you'll notice those like sexy veins in your hand after you finish it. Going right into chest press. Again, we are doing 8 to 10 reps, repeating all 3 of these exercises 4 times. Definitely try and engage your core when you're doing these exercises.
Okay, credit where it's due. She mentioned this doubles as a home workout, so doing it on the floor is at least understandable. But when you lie flat on the floor doing flies, the range of motion stops the second your elbows touch the ground. Your elbows hit the ground before your chest actually gets a full stretch. You're getting just part of the range of motion. No stretch, no real stimulus. This is exactly why benches exist. Your shoulder blades also can't move freely because they're pinned underneath you against a hard floor. You've essentially engineered the worst possible version of a chest exercise. And then, she's using the same weight for all 3 exercises. A chest fly and a press are not the same movement. Your muscles fatigue differently. Go as heavy as you can on each exercise individually. The weight can change. The weight is allowed to change. Go as heavy as you can on the press. Go lighter on the flies. This is not a loyalty test for your dumbbells. So instead of this at home, just do push-ups.
Next up, we are doing some rows. You could do these alternating or you could do single like I did, but I'm having my knees on the ground, holding my core in, bringing that weight back. We are not pulling the weight up. We are bringing it back on an angle. You'll do that 10 times. Go on to the next arm. We're doing the same thing. We're trying to keep our arms slow and control. You can see I was struggling just a little bit, but we'll be repeating this times 4.
Dumbbell rows with knees on the ground. Why? Are we asking for forgiveness for the lack of intensity? Why? Just stand up. Bend over. That's the whole exercise. When you're on your knee like that, you eliminate the stretch at the bottom of the movement, which is literally the most important part of a row for actually engaging your back. You want that full range of motion. When you hinge properly, you get a much better stretch through the lats and upper back. You want to feel the lat stretch. Instead, we're getting a glorified arm bend with a dumbbell. Also, when you're standing, you're forced to stabilize your entire body: core, glutes, lower back. It becomes a much more effective compound movement. And yeah, you're struggling because you've put your body in a mechanical disadvantage for no reason. The bench is not mandatory. The hip hinge is.
Once we finish our back exercise, we're moving on to some bicep curls. I like doing alternating bicep curls. You can do 10 on each side and alternate, but here I am using a 15-pound weight. Again, engage your core when you're doing this exercise. That way you're working your core and your arms. Next up, our shoulder circuit. It's just 2 exercises. You're going to be doing alternating front raises. You'll do 8 to 10 of those. Try to avoid swinging your arm up too high.
Front raises. Front raises. I want to emphasize something. Your front deltoids, the front of your shoulders, are involved in virtually every single pushing movement you do. Every chest press, every shoulder press, every push-up. They are already being worked extensively. It's redundant, it takes up time, and nobody needed it. This is one of the most unnecessary exercises in the catalog of unnecessary exercises. Drop it. And again, we see the same issue from earlier, using the exact same weight. Different movements have different strength curves. Progressive overload is not a suggestion. It is the only way the human body adapts.
I do feel like I should have lowered my arm just a little bit. As soon as you finish that exercise, you'll do lateral raises. Again, we don't want our shoulders too high. We want to be slow and control. If you find yourself going up too high, it just means to lower your weight. Afterwards, we are doing, I believe these are called hammer curls. Please correct me, but you're bringing the weight to your shoulder, and you'll feel this in your shoulder and your bicep. Repeat that for 4 sets.
Lateral raises are actually a good exercise, but the form here is questionable. The weights are coming up a little too high, which starts shifting the work away from the side delts and more into the traps, and the elbow is not leading. And then the movement she calls hammer curls. Those look more like a hybrid between a curl and some kind of upper chest or front delt movement. But okay. This is the workout. 8 exercises. 2 of them hit the chest. One is partly chest, partly triceps. 1 hits the back, poorly. 2 hit the biceps. 1 hits the front delt unnecessarily. 1 hits the side delt with questionable form. So, you have a upper body day where you train the smallest muscles, biceps and front delts, and completely ignore the triceps, which make up most of your arm mass, although the squeeze does some of it. So, here we are, 2 videos in, and we have collectively done approximately 47 bicep exercises and 0 direct triceps. I'm sensing a theme. This is, I don't know what I'm doing, but I want to film it day. Now, jokes aside, I recently got a comment and promised to design an upper body workout, so I will use this occasion to do so. Since this is an upper body day, I'm assuming the split is upper-lower across 4 training days per week. My philosophy for beginners is simple. Focus on compound movements as much as possible and use fewer exercises. I have a rule of prioritizing posterior chain exercises. That means slightly more pulling work than pushing. Most people already spend a lot of time in forward-rounded postures from sitting and computers, so emphasizing the back helps balance posture. And training the back more is not just good for posture, it's smart programming, because it's larger muscle group that returns more for your effort. In terms of volume, research suggests that 6 sets per muscle group per week is the minimum effective dose, while 12 to 20 is the typical range where diminishing returns start to kick in. For beginners, staying on the lower end of that spectrum is plenty. Beginners don't need variety. They need mechanical tension and progressive overload. Pull more than push. Big backs make for big physiques and healthy shoulders. Don't ignore the arms, but acknowledge that a heavy row is partly a bicep exercise and a heavy press is partly a tricep exercise. With that in mind, a well-structured upper day would aim for roughly 2 chest movements, 2 back movements with slightly more sets given their size and postural importance, 1 biceps, 1 or 2 tricep movements, 2 shoulder exercises, and 1 or 2 core movements. That will look something like this. Day 1. Heavy compounds, the heavy day. Dumbbell bench press, 3 sets. Dumbbells over barbell for better range of motion and stretch. Heavy barbell row, 4 sets. Vary your grip or stick with your favorite. Both overhand and underhand have merit. Next, military press. Master the movement. And last, hanging leg raises. Do these for the dead hang benefit, decompressing the spine after those heavy rows and presses. Also builds grip and is good for shoulder health. Day 2 will be volume day, but lighter session. Chest flies. Flat is perfectly fine since research on incline for upper chest activation shows some benefit, but the difference is modest enough that beginners shouldn't overthink the bench angle. Lat pull-downs. With this, we will have both horizontal and vertical pull. Next, lateral raises, 3 sets. Bicep curls, 3 sets. In practice, this is closer to 6 to 7 effective sets of bicep once you account for the recruitment during all the rowing and pulling. Skull crushers or any overhead tricep extension, 4 sets. The overhead position is key. It places the long head under a full stretch, which is where the most growth stimulus comes from. Face pulls, crucial for rear delt health, external rotation, and keeping the shoulders honest after all that pressing. Ab roller or leg raises, 2 or 3 sets. This is a simple, well-rounded design for beginners. Prioritizes metabolic response, posture, and aesthetics, regardless of gender. The volume is intentionally kept in the moderate range because beginners don't need high volume, they need consistency and good form. As you become more advanced, you may need to increase volume or add variation, but this setup will take most people very far. We can make this even more effective talking barbell versus dumbbells or specific machines, but for the sake of time, this is almost perfect. And, for what it's worth, my preferred approach is full body, but that's a topic for another discussion. It's easy to laugh at those viral, overcomplicated workouts. But the reason they're so frustrating isn't just that they're ineffective, it's that they distract people from the deep, life-altering work that actually matters. When you stop chasing the fancy and start chasing the fundamental, lives change. To show you exactly what I mean, I want you to look at this next story. This isn't about a number on a scale. It's about a woman who decided she was worth the effort and completely rewrote her future. This is what actually working looks like in practice.
Working out in the gym as a plus-size woman was a mental battle I don't think people talk about enough. I didn't just hate how I looked, I hate how I felt inside my own skin. When my children were younger, I couldn't run and play with them. I couldn't walk upstairs without being out of breath. My knees hurt, my back hurt, my feet hurt, my shin hurt, everything hurt.
This is what fat acceptance and body positivity movements don't tell you. She hated how she felt inside her own skin. That is the most honest thing you will hear. Most people think fat loss is about aesthetics. It's not. It's about not being winded walking upstairs. It's about your knees not screaming when you try to keep up with your kids. That visceral fat, the stuff around your organs, is what made everything bad.
And when I looked in the mirror, all I wanted to do was cry. At one point during my journey, I was on daily medication for blood pressure. When I went to the gym, I was jumping from machine to machine, thinking I was actually doing something, but I really wasn't changing anything. Because what I had to accept was this: I didn't want to live in my body anymore, and I had to come up with a plan that wasn't one of those fad diets that as soon as I stopped doing it, the weight came back, or that wasn't sustainable, or that I couldn't afford to maintain.
She just described 90% of gym goers. The machine hopper. We have all either done this or watched someone do it. 15 minutes on the elliptical, 12 on a leg press, some crunches, done. You leave sweaty, so you think you worked, but you stimulated nothing. You built no muscle. You raised your cortisol and went home. And the reason it doesn't work isn't effort. She was clearly putting in effort. The reason it doesn't work is that there's no progressive overload, no structure, no stimulus telling your body to actually change. Cardio machines burn some calories in the moment. That's it. The body adapts to that chaos by doing nothing.
So I started following a high-protein, calorie-deficit, intermittent fasting style of living. I committed myself to working out in the gym 5, sometimes 7 days a week, and I stayed consistent with that routine. In the beginning of my journey, I did track and log literally everything that went in my mouth, and I fell in love with the ARC trainer.
This is perfect. She realized that diet drives fat loss. High protein is essential for muscle retention, and intermittent fasting is one of the most effective tools for hormonal health and managing insulin sensitivity. But intermittent fasting isn't magic. It works because it restricts your eating window, which naturally lowers insulin and forces your body to burn the food in your gut, then your liver glycogen, then your body fat. Low carb accelerates this. So, if you are eating 6 small meals a day and wondering why you aren't losing fat, you are constantly spiking insulin. You are telling your body to store, not burn. The key phrase she used was style of living. That's the difference between someone who loses weight temporarily and someone who keeps it off. Weight loss is not something that happens and then you go back to your old habits. Your habits are the entire outcome. Your sleep patterns, your eating patterns, your training routine. They either support your body composition or slowly reverse it. Don't ask, what diet should I try? Ask, what eating pattern can I live with for the next 20 years?
Because for the first 6 months, that was the only machine I used. I didn't touch weights. I didn't do fancy workouts. I just showed up every day and I kept going. It wasn't until I lost my first 100 pounds that I even started adding in strength training, mixed conditioning, aerobic style workouts. all the things. And let me be clear, this didn't happen in just a few months. I started my weight loss journey in July of 2022. And along that road, I have fallen off. I've wanted to quit. I felt bored, frustrated, tired, lost, picked some of the weight back up. But guess what? I still kept going.
Respect. She lost 100 pounds doing this. That is incredible willpower. But she made the mistake that almost everybody makes. She waited until after losing the weight to start strength training. 6 months of cardio only before touching a single weight was a mistake, I think. Not in terms of her results on the scale. Clearly the scale moved. But here's what was happening underneath the surface during those 6 months. She was losing fat and muscle. Because when you're in a calorie deficit without resistance training, your body does not know to protect your muscle. You lose both. And the muscle you lose during that window directly affects your metabolism, your bone density, your insulin sensitivity, and it's significantly harder to rebuild than it is to preserve. If she had started deadlifts and rows on day 1, even the absurd Smith machine ones, her body composition at the end would have been even stronger. Cardio burns calories now. Heavy compound lifts build muscle forever. Muscle is the organ of longevity.
My heaviest documented weight was 367. My lowest has been 182. And yes, I was left with a lot of excess skin. It wasn't until I lost as much weight as I could before I decided to have the excess skin removed. So in 2024, I had a mommy makeover. And in 2025, I had an arm and back lift. No BBL, no breast implants. Because no matter what people tell you, you cannot outwork loose skin. I don't care how much weight you lift, how much protein you consume. Your skin only has enough elasticity and collagen in it to snap back as much as it's going to. And unfortunately, a lot of us is not blessed with that snapback, and I was one of them. And I don't regret it. I did share both of my surgeries on this page, so if you're coming across this video for the first time, you can definitely go back and scroll to see when I had my surgeries. I shared the process heading into the surgery, during the surgery, after the surgery, recovery, all the things.
I love this. She lost all the weight first, built the foundation, then used surgery as a finishing tool. Skin elasticity depends on collagen, age, genetics, and how long the skin was stretched.
And a lot of people think that when you have surgery that you no longer have to put in any work, but honey, that is so far from the truth. In order to maintain the results of the surgery, you still have to work. And unlike some people, I chose to make sure I had a solid foundation before I proceeded with cosmetic surgery, because once I went down that road, I had no intentions on going back down it again. And because this was the route that I chose, my results speak for themselves. And I know this video is extremely long, and I thank you if you've made it this far. But let me just drop this piece of advice to you. If you stay consistent, if you change what needs to be changed, and if you stop getting in your own way, you too can build a life that you've been praying for.
She didn't succeed because she was perfect. She succeeded because she kept returning to the system. Everyone falls off. Everyone gets bored. Everyone loses motivation. Everyone has weeks where they don't feel like doing it. The people who change their lives may not be the most disciplined per se, but they're the ones who simply restart faster than everyone else. Progress comes from returning to the plan, again and again, until it becomes your normal life. She said, change what needs to be changed, not for 30 days, not until summer, permanently. The eating habits you build have to be habits you can practice for the rest of your life. The workout schedule you build has to be one you can maintain for the rest of your life. Not, can I do this for 12 weeks? So, diet is the engine of fat loss, high protein, fasting, calorie awareness. But lifting is what shapes the body underneath. The two things work together.
My back hurts so much because of my weight. What helped you with the back pain?
Losing weight, love.
Fasting was my key as well.
Good work. The mistake most people make is they start losing weight just doing cardio, instead of toning as they lose weight. The scale goes down a little slower because of building muscle, but it helps with not having as much loose skin. True story.
Stories like that give us chills because we see the power of human will. But let's get real for a second. You can't get to that finish line if your mindset is being coddled. Lately, we've seen the rise of a version of body positivity that, while well-intentioned, often acts as a cage. It tells you that you should be happy exactly where you are, even if where you are is physically or mentally stagnant. If we're going to be honest about transformation, we have to talk about why that mindset might actually be the very thing holding you back from the greatness we just saw in the previous story. Let's dive into the hard truth about the fitness mindset.
I don't feel like going to the gym right now. It's not because I don't want to go to the gym. It's because I don't feel like leaving the house because it's snowing. And if I don't feel like going to the gym, I always ask myself why, because there might be a good reason. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I need to take care of myself in other ways. That's totally fine.
Yes, sometimes the answer is rest. Sleep is foundational. Recovery matters. But she frames discipline as something gym bros invented to feel superior. Discipline is just the bridge between I feel like staying on the couch and I want results 6 months from now. And on the other hand, if you're perpetually tired, we need to look at your sleep hygiene and your gut health. Self-care isn't skipping the gym.
I don't give a about discipline. And I'm sure any gym bros is like, that's why you look the way you do. Yeah, I don't care. I have consistently gone to the gym at least 3 days a week for the last year. And I think that's great. I'm also a yoga teacher. I get plenty of movement. And I often get asked, like, how do you stay consistent at the gym? And I think the biggest thing with how I stay consistent with literally everything, my extrinsic motivations are minimal. Anything that I'm doing that's worth doing, I cultivate a strong sense of intrinsic motivation. I'm not really a goal setter when it comes to things like this. I'm an intention setter. I don't go to the gym because I want to look a certain way, because what happens when I look that way? I just keep going to keep looking that way? No, I go to the gym to feel a certain way. Truly,
I want to believe that she has no aesthetic goals. But she's a yoga teacher. She moves her body for a living. Of course, her baseline activity is already higher than most people. But if body recomposition is the goal, losing visceral fat, building bone density, changing shape, then no goals is just a slower path to frustration. Progressive overload, lifting heavier or doing more over time, is what tells your body, we need to change. Intention setting is just goal setting without the accountability. Health and aesthetics are two sides of the same coin. When you train for fat loss and muscle retention, you will look different because you're reducing visceral fat.
Movement, my gym, my workouts, my exercise has no aesthetic goals. None at all. I do not move so that my body can look a certain way. I move. I go to the gym so that my body and my mind can feel good. And so many people fall off going to the gym or exercising or moving their body because they're so focused on results and they get discouraged when they don't get them. Well, I get my results every single time I go. I don't put rules around my time there. I move for as long as I want in whatever ways I want, and then I leave. I don't need to burn a certain amount of calories or lift a certain amount. It's free time to empower myself and to have fun and to feel strong. And I get to wear my cute little outfit. So we're getting our pre-workout. Smells like sweet gasoline. I mix my athletic greens in there. A little bit apple with peanut butter. And I know it's not much, but it's truly all I can stomach right now. And we're ready to roll. Yeah.
This is also why most people who train like this quit within 18 months, not because they're lazy. Results, real, visible, measurable results, require a little bit of, I don't want to do this, but I will anyway. That's just how adaptation works. If you want to change your body, you need a plan. You need to care. I think this is where the fitness internet did a weird overcorrection. For years it was, only aesthetics matter. Now it's, aesthetics should never matter. Your body composition is health information. Excess abdominal fat isn't cosmetic. Muscle isn't just for photos. So yes, feeling good matters. But the funny thing about structured training, lifting heavy, and improving body composition, you usually feel better doing those things.
Discipline is literally a trigger word for me. I've had to learn to listen to my body the last 6 months, and it's amazing.
I know I'm probably gonna get hate for this, but I don't care. We don't care, right, Bear? We don't care. I hate today's generation that you can't even go to the gym anymore without being called fat phobic, this phobic, that phobic. I go to the gym because I want my body to look a certain way. Doesn't have to be for health. I don't have to want to be healthy in order to go to the gym. I can want to look a certain physique and not be fat phobic because I want my body to look a certain way. That doesn't mean I don't find that 300-pound girl attractive as and I would lick her. I still will. But on me, it's not what I like. Stop putting phobias on everything. People can't go to the gym no more. People can't make a joke anymore without fat phobia, chat phobia, toxic masculinity. What the I was called fat phobic because I said that I want to make my physique better. Argue with me. Let's argue.
She's not wrong. I think the internet has convinced people that I want this for myself means I condemn everyone who does something different. But let's not pretend that carrying significant excess body fat is neutral. Visceral fat is metabolically active. It drives inflammation. Having a goal is not fat phobia. And goals, real, specific, measurable goals, are the thing the first woman was missing. Let's play the fat acceptance rhetoric. I think that you can be body neutral for other people and body ambitious for yourself. You don't owe anyone an explanation for wanting to look different. You don't have to pretend you're doing it for health if you're not. But the things that make you look better, lower visceral fat, more muscle, better metabolic flexibility, are the same things that make you live better. You don't have to care about health, but health is coming along for the ride. You don't need to choose between looking good and being healthy. You get both when exercising.
You can do what's best for you and still be conscious of other people's feelings. What does that even mean, lol? The fact that you find it laughable means that the fundamental problem eludes you. Waste of time, LMAO. And how would anyone tend to feel bad about themselves unless they had a victim-like mentality from this video is my question really. And I'm not offended, I find it laughable, thus the purpose of the video. It's a debatable topic, another reason why I made it and ended with, argue. You were offended by being called fat phobic, so you made a video complaining about there being a larger issue when there isn't. Just be aware. It means that when you talk about not wanting to look a certain way, other people who look that way will feel bad about themselves. Which leads to hurt feelings, and the only way people deal with their feelings is projection, and that projection leads to you being called fat phobic.
I've lost a lot of weight lately, but I'm still anti-diet and still fat positive. Here's why. Because it hasn't made any difference. Specifically, I mean, it hasn't made any difference to how I feel about myself. Yes, there are some privileges that come with weight loss. Like, I'm a size 18 now, which is stocked a lot more broadly than when I was a size 24. But here's the thing. My motivation for losing weight had nothing to do with losing weight, actually. I'm taking meds for my migraines. My migraines are gone, so that has been life-changing. But in terms of weight loss, I haven't gone into this imagining that if I lose weight, I will somehow be a better person, that I will be more worthy, more lovable, that I'll have more friends, that I'll be more successful, like blah, 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 blah. No.
This is very interesting because it quietly reveals something about the entire conversation around weight. Notice what's missing. Not one mention of health. The entire framework here is identity and feelings, how weight affects self-worth, how society treats different body sizes, how people should feel about themselves. Framing weight loss as only about self-worth and social equity erases the single most important reason to pursue it, your actual physical health.
I don't believe that me having lost weight or me being in a different size body is at all interesting. It's not interesting to me. I don't spend a ton of time thinking about it. I don't want you to think about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to make my social media about it. It's not interesting. Here's the thing. When you actually do the work to change the way that you view your body, to change how significant your body is to you, how much your body size and the look of your body is related to your self-worth, then losing or gaining weight doesn't mean anything to you. Doesn't make you superior to other people. It doesn't make you think that you're suddenly an expert and you should tell everyone else how to lose weight. It doesn't mean that you walk into a room with more confidence, because you were already walking into a room with a ton of confidence. And it also doesn't mean that I care less about the struggles of being fat, because that has been the majority of my life experience. I am well aware significant weight loss generally does not last. I am well aware that I may be back up to a size 24 or bigger in the next couple of years, right? I'm not going to make that mean anything, just like I'm not making having lost weight mean anything, right? It means that I still care deeply about equity for fat people, about fat liberation, about spaces being more inclusive, about clothing being made for fat people, about experiences being the same for fat people as they are for thin people, about seeing fat people getting married, selling wedding dresses that are actually going to fit fat people, allowing fat people to have those milestone moments and not feel like they're compromising because they're fat. That is still really important.
This is not enlightenment. Weight does mean something, not morally, but biologically, medically. It means a tremendous amount. You can be fat positive and still acknowledge that. In fact, you have to acknowledge it if you actually care about fat people. Also, framing weight as something that happens to you, like weather, like a coin flip. Who knows? I might be thin. I might be fat again. Even if she's right that most weight loss doesn't last, that's not because bodies are mysterious and uncontrollable, because most people use unsustainable methods, because they go to old habits, because they treat weight loss as a temporary intervention instead of a permanent shift in how they eat and train. Lower carbohydrate intake to control appetite, intermittent fasting to simplify calories, heavy strength training to preserve muscle. When those things are in place, the body doesn't rebound the same way. It's easy to say size isn't important when you're looking at it through the lens of fashion or wedding dresses.
And this is how you know that I've actually done the work, and you should follow me because I genuinely believe what I'm talking about. I am not out here being like, yes, body positivity until I lose weight. And then I'm like, well, I don't care about it anymore because it doesn't affect me as much. I might be thin in a year's time. I might be back to the weight I was before. Like, who knows? Either way, I care the same amount, because inequity is inequity. And I also think that regardless of what size you are, we are all stuck in this system that makes us feel terrible about ourselves, that makes us waste so much of our mental energy on the pursuit of a body that may or may not be available to us. The most valuable thing you can do for yourself, your self-worth, your self-confidence, is to stop caring about the way that your body looks and the size of your body, because it's actually not that important.
You must feel great. I literally feel exactly the same. People don't want to hear that because it challenges thin equals happy.
I feel the same. I had WLS and everyone assumes that I feel so different. It's nice buying new clothes, but otherwise I'm still me. I'm absolutely obsessed with maintaining, and it's taking a lot out of me. I weigh myself daily. I will never go back even though I know the odds are against me.
I was thin for 10 years, but one of my meds triggered a rapid regain. So I'm back to my normal.
The level of hypocrisy in the FA community is crazy. So you are losing weight for the right reasons, but others were losing weight for the wrong reasons?
It's not just social media influencers pushing fat acceptance. It's actually coming from within the professional fitness industry. There is a growing movement of personal trainers and wellness coaches who are becoming strictly anti-diet and anti-structure. While they claim to be protecting your mental health, they might be stripping away the tools you need to actually see results. In this next segment, we're breaking down the wrong approach and why your trainer's fear of the word diet might be the reason you're stuck in a loop of plateauing.
This is how fast you'd see me running on social media, but this is how fast you'd probably see me running in real life.
Before we go further, I believe in disclosing my biases up front. My view on running is genuinely undefined, but I have some issues with long running, probably subconsciously looking for negative reasons.
From social media, you probably think I love running, but it's honestly one of the hardest things for me to do. But I really want to challenge myself and improve. This is the part of the run you'd see online, but you probably wouldn't see any of the many walking breaks I'm taking. This is the angle you'd see me running at on social media.
Let's talk about what's happening inside that body at this angle. Every time a foot hits the pavement, her joints are absorbing a force equivalent to several times her body weight. It's not brave to film the reality of your struggle when the struggle itself is a physiological disaster.
And this is the angle that I would never post because I don't like how my body looks. So here's your reminder that not everything you see on social media is reality. So please stop comparing yourself to everything you see online because most of it isn't even real anyway. I love you.
I agree with that sentence. Comparison is theft. But you know what else is theft? Telling someone with obesity that running is a good first step. It's not. Lift weights, heavy things, or the walking breaks are the smartest thing in this video. Walk. Walking is genuinely underrated and the joint stress is dramatically lower. So do I think running is the devil? For her, yes. Generally, no. Now, I have to make an important distinction. Sprinting, completely different conversation. Sprinting is explosive, it's anaerobic, it builds fast-twitch muscle fibers, it spikes growth hormone rather than cortisol, and it's been shown to have genuinely impressive body composition benefits. Here's my core issue with chronic long-distance running. And yes, I acknowledge I might be cherry-picking a little, but the cherry is still on the tree, so it counts. Prolonged running elevates cortisol. Not 10 minutes running, the studies are clear on that. It's positive, but prolonged. So cortisol is your primary stress hormone, and chronically elevated cortisol, the kind you get from repeated, extended bouts of steady-state cardio, promotes muscle breakdown and fat retention, particularly around the midsection. Now, the research on extreme long-term running is honestly still pretty thin. Most studies that exist do point toward cardiovascular benefits. I'll give running that. And there are real fascia adaptations, I believe. Running is not useless. I just think it gets far more credit than it deserves. Oh, and runner's stomach. Let's talk about runner's stomach, which may be a little indication against it. Gastrointestinal distress, cramping, nausea, caused by prolonged running because your body diverts blood flow away from your digestive system and the mechanical jostling rattles your organs around, which seems like the body is not built for that. Your own body is essentially telling you.
In fact, there is research which shows 62% of long-distance runners have to stop mid-marathon for a bowel movement.
But is this proof that running is categorically bad? No. Is it at least a sign that your body isn't exactly thrilled about the whole arrangement? I think so. So yes, I am biased. I am looking for the negatives. I'm aware of it. I do it with all exercise. But in this case, even accounting for that bias, when we zoom in on this specific video, with this specific person, the critique isn't really about running in general anymore. It's about the fact that she is carrying a level of excess body weight that puts her joints under stress. And in that context, my bias and the science actually agree. This is not the right tool for the job. The right tool is a barbell. Lift something heavy, build the muscle, and then maybe jog a little.
Trust me, nobody thinks you're running a lot.
Your race, your pace, and yes, don't compare yourself. Try a calorie deficit, will make running a lot easier too.
Making my way to the gym, don't wanna go in, but I wanna be slim and I'm here now. Na 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 na.
That's a great pre-workout I should be singing.
10 sets of the yoinky sploinky. Are you new to having a body? I mean, you're moving a bit too fast, but other than that, the form is terrible. Now drop and give me 10 Lords Elite. 2 and 3 sets of hot diggity dogs. I don't know how to explain it, but you're working out in third person. How do I cancel your gym membership? Doing diddly squats. I don't know how to explain it, but you move like you're hooting and hollering. What's your grandfather a grasshopper by chance? This is gonna sound strange, but you're lifting with your bones instead of your muscles. 15 reps of Jimmy Crickets. This is how I imagine the Pixar lamp practice. This is how they danced in the Hotel Transylvania movies. So often people neglect their skeleton exercise. This must be knee day. What body part are you trying to work out? Looney Tunes says you're hired. 2 and 4 sets of nonsense. when olive oil is the fitness instructor. Was the gravity changing while you were working out? It's like every part of your body is trying to do a squat at different times. Is this a medical emergency? Best advice I can give you is like, do a little more, but like a lot less at the same time. With a little practice, you'll be absolutely terrible at whatever the hell this is. Gumby pretending to be you.
What toddlers do when they say, watch this.
Training in cursive and italic.
My name is Carrie. I'm a personal trainer and a powerlifter who lives 4 days a week, and this is what my body looks like. Which means that when I post my workouts on social media, most people assume I'm just starting my fitness journey. I've been working as a fitness professional for 5 years now, and that part still rubs me the wrong way. Because there are so many people in larger bodies moving their bodies regularly and accomplishing their goals in the gym, and they'll always be seen as a beginner because the size of their body hasn't dramatically changed.
Hey, look, man, all y'all can't be personal trainers. This is getting out of hand. We need to talk to ACE, ISSA, NASM. What the hell is going on? Y'all can say I'm body shaming. I don't care. You can't be morbidly obese and call yourself a personal trainer. What do most personal trainers help with? Losing weight or building muscle? What the hell is she teaching? Like, I'm sorry, this personal training stuff ain't about hiring somebody to make you feel good. Just get a workout partner for that. Personal trainers, fitness coaches, whatever you want to call it, are supposed to lead by example. We are life changers. You can't possibly do that if you got the same issue as somebody who's looking to hire someone to help you. And then she said something about just moving her body. That's great. I'm glad you are moving your body. Check that box off. Amazing. Congrats. A lot of people do that. But don't get mad when people don't agree with you being a trainer or nobody wants to hire you because you out of shape.
Red flag!
I totally agree with this. Perfectly said. You cannot have the same issue as the people you're trying to coach. Fat personal trainer may only make sense if that gets you to the gym for some reasons. Then change the trainer immediately.
His mindset is a great reason as to why I am so uncomfortable in a gym. She said she's been a body trainer for 5 years, which means someone actually is hiring her.
And she said she's a powerlifter. Powerlifters tend to be built like that.
Wow, Chris, you sound like a terrible person. This isn't even the first time you've made a video like this. You made another one responding to another fat personal trainer back in March saying the same thing.
Hi, I'm Roy. I am a fat personal trainer. And I've been working in the fitness space for like 7 or 8 years now, and it never ceases to amaze me the amount of toxicity there is amongst other trainers. Personally, I advocate for body inclusivity in the fitness space always.
I understand there's plus size models and plus size everything else. What we not about to have is plus size personal trainers. No, sir.
What happened to you, Chris? Did a fat personal trainer come and take your clients? Now I think I'm more than a little qualified to talk about this. I've been a personal trainer for about 10 years. I've been fat. I've been thin. One thing I've never been is short on clients.
Classic moral high ground play. When you can't argue with biology, just call the other guy a meanie. This trainer is shocked that someone would suggest a fitness professional should actually embody fitness. I believe he's never been short on clients. Because getting clients is often about comfort and relatability. People want someone who listens, someone who doesn't judge them, someone who understands their struggles. Fair enough. But there's a giant word missing from this entire speech, the most important thing: results. Listen.
I'll tell you why the majority of people come to me and want to work with me. It's because they feel comfortable with me. It's not because I'm Mr. Olympia, okay? People believe me when I talk. They trust me. And most importantly, they feel heard and they feel understood. Now, I haven't spoken with Carrie myself, but I've watched her content, and of the thousands of people that I've talked with, I can confidently say that most of them would feel way more comfortable working out with Carrie than with you. Why? They can relate to her. She knows what it feels like to exercise in a larger body, how it feels to be judged because of her weight, to feel out of place in a place you want to belong. She's going to be much better inclined to understand what a fat body can handle and when it needs a break. I looked at your page, Chris. You're an ex-D1 basketball player. You've been fit your whole life. We're all very impressed. You say that personal trainers are supposed to help with weight loss, but you don't know what it feels like to be overweight, do you? You've never been fat shamed or judged because of your size or struggled with nutrition. You really have no idea. There's only one thing that a personal trainer needs, and that is to have been certified as a personal trainer. There is not a weight limit, a waist measurement, a body fat percentage that you have to be. You don't have to hire her, Chris, but as someone who was once fat, I damn sure wouldn't hire you.
He used the word comfortable 3 times in 20 seconds. Since when did the gym become a spa for your feelings? You don't go to a mechanic because he understands what it feels like to have a broken engine. Relating to a problem isn't the same as solving it. Knowing how something feels doesn't mean you know how to fix it. The logic is fascinating, You don't need to have lived the struggle to understand the science. In fact, maybe the guy who's been fit his whole life has some habits you should actually, copy? This is everything wrong with the modern, inclusive fitness industry. The word he avoided like the plague: results. He spent 3 minutes talking about empathy, comfort, relatability, and feeling heard, but not once did he mention helping a client actually achieve a lower body fat percentage or better metabolic markers. If you're hiring a trainer because they make you feel comfortable in your current state, you're hiring an enabler. The hard truth is that you should feel a little uncomfortable at the gym. That's where growth happens. At the end of the day, you pay a personal trainer for a physiological result that you couldn't get on your own.
Alright, you guys have heard of hip abductions. These are called alien abductions. It's going to be a great elbow flexor and back movement, but make sure that as you add more weight, you do have a spotter because it's difficult to get yourself down.
What injury does this target? A bunch of kung fools.
I paid nothing and still feel scammed. This could have been an email.
The body positivity movement kept me fat. Okay, this is the part that got me up. First, I agree with some of this. Appreciating your body in spite of flaws, sure. Feeling confident about your body, yeah. Loving yourself, absolutely. But accepting your body's shape and size, that's where you got me up. Body positivity also means enjoying the body you have and not beating yourself up over changes that happen naturally due to aging and pregnancy, absolutely. But lifestyle choices, absolutely not, dude. Are you kidding me? If your lifestyle choices are actively harming your body, there's nothing positive about that. When I was almost 200 pounds and I was pre-hypertensive and pre-diabetic at 19 years old, and when people were telling me, just love yourself, embrace body positivity, like, there was nothing positive about anything that I was doing. Self-love should be about loving yourself and taking the best care of yourself. So when I was 19 and I was obese and I was already having health issues, the best thing I ever did was look at myself in the mirror and tell myself, if you do not make changes, you are going to go down a road that you are not going to be able to turn back from. That's what self-love is.
If I use fat acceptance language. Say it louder for the anti-diet trainer in the back. Lifestyle choices matter. Nobody chooses to have a genetic disorder. Nobody chooses to have a thyroid condition. But most people choose what they eat and whether they move. And when those choices lead to pre-hypertension and pre-diabetes at 19 years old, the problem isn't society. The problem isn't fat phobia. The problem is the choices. There are 19-year-olds right now scrolling through body positivity content, being told that the discomfort they feel about their health is just internalized fat phobia. That the doctor telling them their blood pressure is too high is just diet culture talking. Aging changes your body. Pregnancy changes your body. Genetics influence your body. All of that is normal. But the lifestyle choices are the variables you actually control. And pretending those don't matter doesn't help anyone.
Yo, fire facts. Body positivity movement made me lazy and making excuses.
Health is subjective.
I agree. People think it's fat phobic to go to the gym, like, I'm sorry, what?
Yippity doo dah until failure. 4 sets of absolute tomfoolery. 3 sets of newborn deer. 10 sets of hot dog, hot diggity dogs. 3 sets of yakety yaks. 5 reps of jumping jumps. Working out and skedaddling at the same time. Great form on those labia bruisers. Everything you're doing right now, do the complete opposite of that. I can't explain why, but this reminds me of when the chain gets off track on a bike. You're dipping it low, but not picking it up slow. It's giving Ariel when she first got laid. Mood, because working out in cursive is always better. You fold up like a lawn chair. Man, you gotta get out of the pants before you fold. Give me 50 head, shoulders, knees, and toes. This is how they work out on Sims. Hotel Transylvania. Workout. Okay, Clarabelle, let's work on them knees. Give me a set of Dan Walker behavior. Yeah, I know exactly what the problem is. You're lifting with your bones, not your muscles. Your ass ain't supposed to touch the floor, my love.
Good that she had the weights in her hand, otherwise her feet be leaving the ground.
There's a point where you realize that people look exactly like the choices they make every single day. You can't fake effort, and you definitely can't fake what you put in your grocery cart. You just look at someone's grocery cart, and you look at them, and the things line up exactly the way they should.
As a grocery worker, he's not wrong.
So let's say you ignore the noise. You find the right approach, you fix your mindset, you do the work, and you lose the weight. Life after weight loss isn't just a permanent victory lap. It's a new set of challenges, a new identity, and a new way of moving through the world. To wrap this up, we're looking at the reality of life after weight loss.
Unfortunately, losing the weight will change your life. Completely. Completely. And no, I'm not talking about your body, although that is a very big benefit. By getting fit, getting your dream body, you'll wake up every single day with an immediate confidence boost. Immediate. Every time you look in the mirror, you're gonna smile and think, damn, I did that. I really am that girl.
You see, the fat acceptance movement hates this. The body positivity crowd will tell you, you should already be smiling. The opposition to this has never been about hate. It has always been about honesty. And honesty says, your body is a direct reflection of the standards you hold yourself to. She is talking about earned confidence, not the participation trophy confidence of posting a #FYourBeautyStandards selfie from a mobility scooter. The kind of confidence that comes from action, not affirmation. It comes from evidence. If you've proven to yourself you can control your eating, your discipline, your routine.
Everything you put on your body is gonna look so amazing because body is the outfit. And basically you have this perfect little sim character to dress up every single day and just frolic in the fields and enjoy life with. But your entire energy will change as well. You will attract so much better opportunities, much better people and company. Why? Because you're literally destroying your old self and building a new self by going through the weight loss journey, your fitness journey, following through on all the promises you're making to yourself, whether it's your diet, getting better sleep, journaling every single night, going to the gym every single day, whatever it is, you are building a trust in yourself. You are building a cement, unbreakable trust in yourself and a crazy level of respect for yourself as well. You now know, no matter what you say, you're gonna do it. No matter what comes up, no matter how you're feeling, it doesn't matter, you're doing it. You will follow through on every single promise you make to yourself. Your words have merit.
This is where the health at every size crowd short circuits. They scream, clothes should fit me, I shouldn't fit clothes. But the reality is that a healthy, lean, strong physique is the ultimate garment. She's right. You don't dress despite your body. Your body is the aesthetic foundation. If you can master the instinct to stuff your face with dopamine-laced garbage at 2 a.m., you can probably handle that big project at work. If you can drag yourself out of bed to work out in the cold rain when you don't feel like it, you're the person a client wants on their account. The trust you build isn't just with the mirror, but with the world. People subconsciously know, this person doesn't quit. This person doesn't make excuses. On the other hand, when someone can't even maintain their own body, the subconscious question is, what else can't they maintain? It's Darwinian, and it's true. What has "you're perfect just as you are" actually built in your life?
And with all of that, you are also setting boundaries for yourself. You are setting boundaries with yourself, which is arguably the hardest person to set boundaries with in the world. You're with yourself 24/7, in your mind 24/7. And if you can set boundaries for yourself, you can do it for anybody. Now, not only do you respect yourself and trust in yourself, which is the most powerful thing you can do, everybody else in the world is forced to do the same. You now respect yourself at such a high level. You embody this entire new person. You don't have to convince people of anything. They can sense that energy and read that energy from miles away. The bare minimum they can do is trust in you and respect in you as much as you do yourself. Watch what happens to your relationships. They will change. The people who cannot respect you at that level will be forced out. They'll be forced out, and the people who can will start coming in. You'll be attracting people who match your current energy, your new self, and it's life-changing. I love you guys, and you got this.
Real community lifts you. Real community holds you accountable. What body positivity offered instead was a group hug that excused everyone from ever doing the hard work. Losing the weight changes your life in ways that make your old excuses look stupid. Doesn't just give you a better body, it takes away your ability to lie to yourself.
I felt like I was reborn, losing 35 kilos from 90. I need to hear this every day for 2 years straight.
Keep me on this side of TikTok.
We need to talk about how the world treats you after you lose weight. Like, it's the most, if you've never been through it, like, it's the most craziest experience you'll ever go through. Like, it's like night and day. You go from nobody paying you any attention to, as soon as you walk out the house, every single day it's a compliment. I like this, you look pretty. Like, it's the craziest thing. And I feel like you should definitely get therapy after losing weight, because the mind that it is after you lose weight and the way people treat you is like, whoa, damn, why were you not treating me like this in the first place? Like, it's crazy how weight really determines how people are going to treat you.
Even if this is true, and I believe that to a degree, that the world treats you better, but that has nothing to do with fat phobia. But it also may be the opposite. World treats you better when fat. However, I need to point something out that the fat liberation doctrine conveniently omits. Overeating is not self-respect. Chronic overconsumption and neglect of your body is the single loudest broadcast signal you can send to the world that says, I don't value me. I'll go to the extreme and say this. Were you treating yourself like this in the first place? Because how you treat yourself is the loudest signal you send to the world about how you expect to be treated. I think that self-respect is not a feeling. It is a practice. It is a daily set of choices, and one of those choices is what you put on your plate. You're asking the world, why didn't you treat me well before? The world is answering, because you were showing us how to treat you. Here's the reality check fat acceptance refused to accept because it removes their victim card. When you are 200 plus pounds overweight, you are wearing a literal suit of armor made of the consequences of your own choices. That armor doesn't just repel physical attraction. It repels energy. It repels trust. Yes, some people are shallow. Yes, the world is imperfect. But you know what else is true? You have direct, daily, total control over the standards you set for yourself. You cannot control how strangers think. You absolutely can control what you put in your body and how you treat your own health. Why people compliment you after? Because before, what was there to compliment? Oh my God, Karen, I love how you've managed to maintain that insulin resistance. Oh wow, your ability to finish an entire family-sized bag of chips in one sitting is so brave and stunning. That's not how human nature works. We compliment effort. We compliment discipline. We compliment the evidence of self-care. I agree about the therapy, but for different reasons. To figure out why you hated yourself so much for decades that you let yourself get to that point. The world didn't change. You did. You went from broadcasting, I tolerate my own decay, to broadcasting, I demand more from myself. You changed. Your habits changed. Your posture changed. Your energy changed. The way you carry yourself changed. And yes, people respond to that. You didn't respect yourself, so why would anyone else?
People hated me when I got skinny. When I got big, people loved me.
'Cause you not a threat when you big.
Things that have
have changed after losing 140 pounds that I never thought about. There's the obvious things, of course, of like getting smaller and clothes sizes going down. But did you know your shoe size might go down? Your wrists, your fingers, my fingers are like, they feel longer and skinnier. My ring size has gone down by several sizes. I am now like a 5.5. This is a 6 and it's still too big. Your eyes are going to appear bigger on your face. You're going to discover having a jawline and it's going to be absolutely insane. You're going to be able to look down and see your toes. Not only can you see them, you can paint your toenails with ease. You can tie your shoes with ease. You can go to a restaurant and not worry about having to fit in the booth because you'll slide right in. You can go on a roller coaster and not be worried about being kicked off because you're too big. You can buy clothes you actually want to buy, not just the only clothes that fit you. And this is a whole nother topic in and of itself, but you are going to find that people treat you so much better being in a smaller body than when you were overweight. I could go on and on talking about that, but you know, it is what it is.
For years, the body positivity influencers told us the jawline was a beauty standard designed to oppress them. They said, I have a double chin and I'm stunning. She's describing freedom. She's describing the removal of the constant low-hum anxiety of, will I fit? Will this break? Will I be embarrassed? That anxiety is a tax you pay for poor health. This is where it stops being abstract motivation and becomes real life. Not aesthetics, not trends, function. People think weight loss is just about how you look, but your entire body recalibrates. Pressure changes, inflammation drops. Even the way your body distributes itself shifts. Basic movement becomes easier. Daily life becomes smoother. These are quiet wins, but they stack up fast. You go from adapting your life around limitations to just living. The pattern is clear. Weight loss isn't just about becoming smaller, but becoming sharper, more disciplined, and more aligned with your own standards. The confidence, the better treatment, the easier life, none of it appears out of thin air. It follows the internal shift of finally taking yourself seriously. And while it's easy to blame the world for reacting differently, the harder and more useful truth is that when you start treating your body with respect instead of neglect, everything else begins to reorganize around that decision.
50 pounds down and my lips look bigger on my face? And my armpits are deeper?
I saw some girl on here telling girls not to get their lips done before losing weight, and now I can tell why.
We've covered a lot of ground today, from the ridiculous to the real. If there's one thing I want you to take away from this compilation, it's that your journey belongs to you. Not to a trend, not to a trainer with an agenda, and not to a hashtag. It requires a balance of being kind to yourself while being disciplined enough to demand better for yourself. Transformation is hard. Maintenance is easier. But living in a body that doesn't feel like home is the hardest. Choose your hard.
It has been so long since I filmed a workout for you guys, so here I am doing another one. Obviously, we know I'm no expert, but I'm just here to make you feel good in the gym and feel confident about going by yourself. I've been away from the gym for a little while, so we did a full body workout today.
She's not selling anything sketchy. She's showing up. She's moving. Good for her. But here's the thing. The description says beginner-friendly full body workout. And then, almost as a footnote, shout out to my PT. She has a personal trainer. A paid professional designed this workout. So we're not just reacting to someone winging it in the gym. We're reacting to a certified PT's program for a beginner. That changes things. Let's look at what that advice actually is. Good mornings are actually a legitimate exercise. When done correctly, they're a fantastic posterior chain movement, hamstrings, glutes, lower back. The key word being correctly. What we just watched was not that. Now, to be fair, this might not be laziness. If someone's hamstrings are chronically tight, which is extremely common in people who've been sedentary, the pelvis tilts and the lower back compensates. The spine goes into hyperextension because the hamstrings won't let the hips hinge properly. Her body might literally not be able to do this movement safely yet, which is exactly why you don't program it for a beginner. Indeed, if you're new to the gym, a hinge movement is non-negotiable. It's one of the best things you can train. But start with a Romanian deadlift or something similar. Earn the good morning.
We started off with some good mornings and then we went straight into this chest fly. I do 4 sets of 15 reps of all of my exercises. If you're a beginner, that basically means I do 15 movements and then rest and then do the same thing 4 times. Then we've gone into this straight arm pull down. I'm using 2 ropes here and I really like this. You can get a really good stretch in this. Next, onto the single leg step ups, and I love these, but I also hate these. They're hard, but they just make your bum burn and it feels really good afterwards.
Okay, chest fly, cable chest fly to be specific, for a beginner, as their one chest exercise, the entire chest, an isolation movement. Out of everything available, push-ups, dumbbell bench press, incline press, machine press, movements that build actual structural muscle and recruit multiple joints, the PT went with a fly. A movement specifically designed to isolate the chest after you've already exhausted it with a compound lift. It's the fancy choice, not the effective one. And I don't like 4 sets of 15 across every exercise. That's high volume, moderate to low intensity programming. It'll get you tired. It'll get you sweaty. It will not get you strong. For body recomposition, which, let's be honest, is what most people actually want, you need to be lifting heavy. 6 to 10 reps where the last 2 feel like negotiations. Then, the straight arm pull down is a lat isolation exercise. Again, isolation. And again, the same lower back compensation we saw on the good mornings is showing up. More importantly, if you have 1 back exercise in a beginner's full body program, 1, why is it this? Why not a row or even a pull down? The straight arm pull down is a pre-exhaust and accessory movement. It belongs in the program of someone who already has a solid back foundation and is trying to target their lats specifically. Not someone who's just getting started. Not this cobra pose nonsense. Your back is the second most important muscle group, after legs of course, that you're probably under-training. And the best beginner back exercise is almost embarrassingly simple. A row. Any type. Heavy. Controlled. Every beginner should own this movement before anything else. So a beginner back workout should be a vertical pull and a horizontal pull. That's it. Simple. Then, step-ups are actually a legitimate exercise. Unilateral, functional, and they do genuinely work the glutes. This is the strongest choice in the workout so far. But did you notice the weight? Or lack thereof? There is a profound fear of heavy lifting in the beginner-friendly space, especially for women. We've been told that lifting heavy makes you bulky, but the only thing that makes you bulky is a high-carb diet and excess body fat. This is a woman who, by the scale of her own body, is moving significant load just standing up. Her legs are stronger than she thinks. And yet the weights selected for every exercise in this workout suggest a deep, possibly PT-endorsed fear of loading.
I'm finishing things off with some core, so I did these shoulder taps. I do these on my knees, but if you can do it in push-up position, but I'm just not there yet, babes. And as you can see, this one hurts a lot, which is why I'm doing it a bit too fast. You should really try and control this a bit more. But it was the end of my workout. I was definitely losing hope at this point. And don't forget to stretch. I also like to do 20 minutes walking on the treadmill after this as well. And I hope this made you feel a little bit more comfortable to go to the gym and absolutely smash it.
Core work at the end. Fine. Logical placement. But if you had spent that hour doing heavy squats or deadlifts, your core would have been under more tension than any shoulder tap could ever provide. No biceps, no triceps. I'll genuinely credit the PT for skipping these on a beginner full body day. That's correct in my opinion. But missing a shoulder movement entirely is maybe a mistake. So, if you want to train smarter, not just longer, prioritize compound movements. Squat, hinge, push, pull. Get those 4 patterns in, load them progressively.
Okay, but that split?
If you don't know how to use the machines at the gym, that's okay, because all you need is some weights. Pick something light for these guys and just raise up your arms. They're harder than they look. And then let's get into that booty. Mine finally has a little shape to it, and it used to be flat as a pancake. And all because I started doing these. But you gotta make sure you keep that back straight, baby. This is just like a little 5-pound little kettlebell that you're just swooping it underneath your legs. And then it's all about your obliques. You feel these pretty much immediately. And yeah, if you didn't notice, my shirt does say I'm thick and dangerous. I made it myself.
Lateral raises. Excellent exercise in theory. Then RDLs. RDLs are one of the single best posterior chain exercises ever. But what she is performing, however, is not an RDL. The hip hinge is a skill. It takes practice. Stand close to a wall, push your hips back until they touch it, keep a soft bend in the knee, keep the dumbbells dragging up your shins. Then, kettlebell swing with 5 pounds. For reference, most people's keys weigh more than that. And even at 5 pounds, the swing is entirely shoulders. There is no hip hinge, there is no glute drive, there is no explosive posterior chain engagement that makes the kettlebell swing one of the most effective full-body conditioning tools ever invented. There is just a small weight being lifted forward with the shoulders. This isn't a kettlebell swing. This is a squat look-alike to front raise with extra steps. The kettlebell swing is built around one thing: hip thrust. The power comes from snapping the hips forward. The arms just guide the bell. Done correctly, it's cardio, glute work, and posterior chain training simultaneously. Your arms should not get tired during it. Your glutes and hamstrings should. If your shoulders burn, you're doing it wrong. Then, standing dumbbell side bends. The exercise that has survived decades of gym culture purely because it looks like it should work, but can actually make your waist wider. Anyhow, you cannot spot reduce fat on your obliques by bending sideways.
Okay, now things are gonna get a little weird. We're gonna hold up these weights in between our fingers, and oh my good golly, you thought that was bad? Wait till you do little donuts with them. Look at my little baby muscles popping. Look at them go. And you know what? It's time to get a smaller weight. I'll be right back. Hold on. Ain't no shame in it. You know what's sexier than using a big weight? Not injuring yourself. And you know what? Do a little dance. Be proud of yourself that you even showed up today. Get on that there floor. And then do some Russian twist, which is like a little bitty kettlebell. It's so cute. Then taking those same circle weights and just lifting them up. And oh my God, my shoulder blades. And if you have sensitive hands, you could totally use kettlebells instead of using big burly weights. And then repeat those exercises for 30 minutes, you freaking awesome champion.
Is this a workout or a clown audition? I have no words. This is not serious, so I cannot be. I cannot look at this circus analytically. Let's move on to the next one.
I would 100% take a class from you. Love your energy.
Ah, you're back in the gym, so proud. I love this.
I love this. Thank you. I needed a guide that was real and inclusive.
How many reps and how many times are you doing this?
Here's the thing about this video that makes it genuinely painful to watch. The exercises are fine. No form breakdown. She's doing the work. But this is completely pointless. Genuinely, the effort is there, and her abs are being stimulated. They are responding. They may well be getting stronger. Underneath the fat. This is the core, no pun intended, of the spot reduction myth, and it is one of the most persistent lies in fitness culture because it feels true. You work the area. You feel the burn in the area. Surely the area is changing. It isn't. Fat loss is systemic. Your body decides where it pulls from and in what order, and that decision is made hormonally and genetically, not by which muscle you happen to crunch for 30 minutes. And abdominal fat is specifically the last place people lose it and the first place it accumulates. It is also, for what it's worth, the most medically dangerous fat on the body. So what is the answer? Diet. Primarily, overwhelmingly, diet. And then, compound lifting. Not ab circuits. Squats and deadlifts do more for your core than crunches because they force the entire trunk to brace under real load. The fitness industry, and increasingly fitness social media, has become very good at making people feel like they're doing something while carefully avoiding telling them what would actually work.
Get your ass up and work. It seems like nobody wants to work these days.
That's so true.
You have to surround yourself with people that want to work. Have a good work environment where everyone loves what they do.
No muscle is being targeted. The only thing being trained here is the ability to look busy while doing absolutely nothing, which, honestly, is a skill. And nothing says hard work quite like doing a quarter squat while gently waving battle ropes side to side. Now, she is lying on the floor, underneath a Smith machine, pushing it. For abs, I suppose. But why? There are so many options. My guy Isaac Newton is spinning in his grave.
Because you have one life, no toxic work environments, and show up and do the work. It's not easy. When you do product shots, when you do post things that are work related.
Now we have what appears to be a face pull. Except it's not going to the face. It's going to the chest. Seated. A face pull pulled to the chest is just a cable row done wrong. This is what happens when workouts are designed to look good on Instagram, not to actually do anything for your body. You have one life, and she's spending hers inventing exercises that don't work. Get your ass up hits different when your version of work is a photo shoot for a shapewear line. Celebrity workouts exist to sell an image. They are content. They are marketing. When we see a celebrity workout, we should ask ourselves one question. What is this actually training? If we can't answer that in one word, chest, quads, back, shoulders, it's just a photo shoot with weights. So, celebrities do not train like athletes. They train like people who need to look like they train. Everyone should. Stick to the basics. Squat, hinge, push, pull.
She's probably doing way better than I can do, so I can't judge.
We don't judge her for trying. We judge her for lying and claiming show 'em ropes is the reason she looks like that.
I work out 2 hours a day.
2 hours a day?
2 hours a day.
Every day?
6 days a week.
How much cardio versus weights versus?
Only weight. I did age testing with my sisters and I realized that I could add more cardio, but the weights have really given me a lot of like anti-aging benefits.
Now, I know the previous video may have been early era Kim fitness content out of context. As it turns out, there are more recent videos of her doing deadlifts, hip thrusts, actual compound movements. But 2 hours a day, 6 days a week, that is 12 hours of training per week. For context, most elite natural athletes, people who do this for a living, whose entire schedule revolves around recovery, sleep, nutrition, and stress management, train somewhere between 6 and 10 hours a week. And they treat recovery like a second job. Kim Kardashian is not a professional athlete. So where exactly is the recovery happening? 2 hours a day, 6 days a week doesn't make you more fit. Past a certain point, it makes you more inflamed. But maybe celebrities can do this because they have personal trainers to stop them from hurting themselves, and massage therapists to undo the damage, and nutritionists to manage the hormone crash, and the freedom to nap whenever. You have a job. Maybe kids. Definitely stress. So cortisol, that's the word. Your body's primary stress hormone. Exercise raises it. That's fine. That's normal. That's how adaptation works. But when you chronically overtrain without adequate recovery, cortisol stops being a signal and starts being a problem. Broken sleep, increased fat retention, specifically around the midsection, mood issues, immune suppression, plateaued progress. For most people, 3 solid 45 to 60-minute sessions a week done consistently for a year will outperform 12 hours a week done in a state of chronic stress. Recover like it's part of the program, because it is.
I would like to see what takes 2 hours per day lifting looks like. Muscle needs rest to build, recover, repair.
So take these for me. Okay. So just think of those as like a beginner tool or an advanced tool.
Got it. Okay.
So you're going to keep those on your feet. Let's go lunge, step back. We can lunge and curl. Okay. Come up and hold. And yep. And then, so you would do it again. It's hard. I know. It adds, but it can, here's the point.
You need balance. By Jillian.
This is Jillian Michaels, personal trainer and inventor of an exercise that has no business existing. A lunge, to a curl, to a knee raise. Here's the thing. She's using the word advanced, and I don't think it means what she thinks it means. Advanced in fitness means progressive overload, more weight, more reps, more volume, better form under heavier load. A Bulgarian split squat is a more advanced lunge. A walking lunge with a barbell on your back is a more advanced lunge. Those are advanced because the primary movement, the lunge, becomes harder. You do not make a lunge more advanced by stapling a bicep curl to it. Complicated is not advanced. And here's the part that actually bothers me. A lunge requires one weight. A bicep curl requires a completely different weight. Unless your legs and your biceps are somehow equally strong, which they are not, one of these exercises is going to be wrong. Either the weight is too heavy for the curl, or it's an absolute joke for the lunge. So what you've actually done is made both exercises worse. You've achieved negative efficiency. Take a simple tool, add confusion, and call it advanced.
Right, exactly. So here's the idea, is that you can take something as simple as a lunge and make it way more advanced by adding the weight to it.
I did it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. Or as a beginner. And then of course you've got like squat and curl, leg raise, squat and curl, leg raise. So you're just adding, a little more to it.
That feels good.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
You can get on the ground and you can do all your beginner Jane Fonda stuff.
She's not done. Now it's a squat, and a curl, and a leg raise. I want to do a thought experiment. Stay with me. If stacking random movements together makes them better, why stop there? What if we just kept going? Squat to curl, to leg raise, to lateral raise, to tricep extension, to shoulder press, to Romanian deadlift, while reciting the alphabet backward. All in one move. One fluid, continuous, beautiful disaster of a sequence. By Jillian's logic, that would be the most advanced exercise ever invented, the perfect movement, the final form of human fitness. The point of exercise is not complexity, it's stimulus. You need to send a clear signal to a specific muscle with enough load and enough focus that it has no choice but to adapt. That's the entire science in one sentence.
I used to do a lot of cardio, right? Now I do no cardio. I'm trying to put muscle mass on. So I lift weights now. And I never used to lift weights before. I only did my own body weight and cardio and cycling and running. Now I just do pretty much boring, what I find boring, but it's necessary for this stage of life. Really just heavier weights than I've ever lifted. And I do it probably 2 days more a week than I used to.
Wow. That's great though, right?
Yeah,
Isn't it funny that we avoided the weight room for a long time? Like it wasn't even, I didn't even think about it. It was like where the guys were in there sweating.
And because I never wanted to get like muscly.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to just stay healthy. I was doing it to manage my diabetes, but I didn't want to be muscly. And now I'm lifting heavy weights and I'm still not getting muscly. I'm just like holding on to the muscle I have and that's important at this age of
so important.
Life. So important that we do that.
To protect the bones.
Yes.
This is Halle Berry. She stopped doing cardio and started lifting heavy instead. After everything we've watched, here's a celebrity saying the correct thing. She said it's boring, but it's necessary, so she does it anyway. No gimmick, just, it's boring, it works, I show up. And the myth. The one that kept women out of the weight room for decades. I didn't want to get muscly. Building significant muscle mass is genuinely, physiologically difficult. It requires years of progressive overload, a caloric surplus, and for women specifically, it requires fighting against a hormonal environment that is simply not optimized for rapid muscle growth the way testosterone-dominant physiology is. You will not accidentally become muscular. You have to work extremely hard, eat very specifically, and train very deliberately for a very long time to build noticeable muscle mass. And even then, the result is not bulky. The result is the thing everyone actually wants when they say they want to tone up. Tone is muscle. Also, after your 30s, you lose bone density. Gradually, quietly, without any obvious symptoms until it isn't quiet anymore. Osteoporosis affects millions of people. It makes bones fragile. It turns a fall into something that changes the rest of your life. This is the anti-aging benefit Kardashian was gesturing at, except Halle Berry actually explained the mechanism instead of just claiming it.
Walking daily in weights.
Weights is a form of cardio because elevates a healthy heart rate.
When people hear body positive fitness, they usually just think it means we train plus size people, which we do. But I started this company because I was struggling. I had worked in toxic gym spaces for a long time, and I developed a disordered relationship with food and exercise and my body, and movement wasn't fun anymore. And I realized very quickly it's not just bigger bodies who feel pushed out of fitness. It's people with injuries, chronic pain, anxiety, neurodivergent folks, queer and trans people. There are so many people that feel like they don't belong, and it's not just about body size. And we're trying to create a space where you don't have to earn your right to move with us. You just get to be.
The fat acceptance movement wants you to believe that health is a social construct and effort is oppression. This trainer is their prophet. She's not helping people improve. Her toxic usually means a place where people have standards. It's a place where a trainer might actually tell you that eating a family-sized pizza isn't nourishing your soul. I think discipline feels like a disorder when you've spent your life doing whatever you want. But calling a healthy routine toxic because it requires effort is wild. And movement wasn't fun anymore. Brushing your teeth isn't fun. Paying your mortgage isn't fun. We do them because we're adults and we want to survive. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Fitness used to mean something pretty simple. Improving your health, strength, endurance.
This studio has changed my perspective on working out and appreciating my body for what it can do.
When God made me in her image, she was like, make this one a large. And I eat them up.
Calling the cheeseburger God is on another level.
So part of my journey had to do with wanting to be in the fitness space. I studied exercise science and kinesiology in college. I've been working out in a gym since I'm 14 years old, but all of that was trying to fit into what fitness claims to be. And a lot of that had to do with weight loss and became incredibly toxic. It was my entire world. It was my entire mindset. It was always about weight loss and trying to fit in with my peers until it clicked. The light switch went off and I was like, oh, but actually I'm incredibly capable with the body that I live in, and I want to be able to share that with more people. And so this is a whole new world, and the bubble that we live in, I wish that we can continue to expand and blow the bubble up. It's just taking us time.
She studied exercise science and kinesiology in college. She's been in the gym since she was 14, and somehow, after all that education, she still doesn't understand what a calorie deficit is, or that excess body fat increases joint pressure and inflammation. Fitness was always about weight loss. Yes, because that's what fitness is for when you're morbidly obese. She is capable. Capable of what? Eating? Look at her being capable. Mind, she is a personal trainer. I think if you spend years in fitness, especially studying it academically, you know one basic reality. Weight matters for health. Not in an aesthetic way, in a biological, measurable way.
Wow, am I glad you had that breakthrough, so that I could too.
Day 3 of our challenge. 3 high knees, 3 side knees. Let's get to it. That's our day 3. Let me know if you join me.
This is my warm-up to take a shit. You can't call 8 seconds of weak movement a challenge. It's exactly the same as doing nothing and just as effective as doing nothing.
I feel exhausted after watching this.
We are not working out to lose weight. We aren't gym bros or Equinox girlies, and we don't have the cutest gym sets. And we might look a little gross when we sweat. We're moving our bodies because we love our bodies and we want to feel good. So take up space at the gym or in the park or even dancing around in your living room. Because if I'm being honest,
the body positivity movement wants you to believe that effort without results is still virtuous, that taking up space is rebellion. But I think it's just a coping mechanism for people who tried and quit. Notice how it's not just I personally don't focus on weight loss, it's we are not. It's a group identity, a tribe. You're either with us or you're one of those shallow, problematic people who dared to want to look different. Pick a side. I won't comment the exercises because I have no words and this is not serious. And I think she's not moving her body because she loves it. She's moving because maybe a doctor told her to, or just for this video. Loving your body doesn't mean accepting it exactly as it is, but improving it. And weight loss isn't a toxic beauty standard when you're obese, but a medical necessity. She's trying to frame effort and pride in your appearance as something shallow.
Babes, hate to say this, but none of those movements are exercises. So yay, not gonna lose 8, but go ahead and take up space.
Help! Somebody help me! Oh, I'm dead.
She reached the Lord before her voice reached us. Yelling for help but gave them no time to actually help. Just go in peace next time.
Help! Somebody help me! Oh, I'm dead.
So a couple months ago, I asked the girlies on TikTok, should I take creatine? Because I'm a plus size girl. I know that the fit girls take it, but I was like, I'm plus size. Is this going to make me retain water? What's this going to do to my body, right? All the girlies, for the most part, told me, take it, try it. You're going to love it. They were not wrong. I am absolutely in love with creatine. I take it every day. Even if I don't work out, I take it every single day. And I feel like I see such a difference in my body, especially in my legs. Like, I get so many compliments on how muscular my legs have been looking lately. And I really feel like creatine, along with lifting, has really just like amplified all my results.
Size doesn't matter for creatine. Everyone should take it. And you're not seeing a difference because of creatine alone. You're seeing a difference because you're lifting. Creatine amplifies results. She was worried about water retention because of her size. Valid concern. Creatine is the most researched, safe, and effective supplement in human history. She's seeing muscle definition in her legs because she's actually lifting and giving her body the tools. Let's clear the water retention myth. The water weight people freak out about with creatine is intracellular. It's inside the muscle. It makes your muscles look fuller and work harder. It doesn't make you look bloated. It makes you look like you actually have a physical presence that isn't just soft tissue. If you're plus-sized and you start taking creatine while lifting, you're going to see your shape change for the better. It's the ultimate amplified result she's talking about. But here's the part she didn't even mention, and the reason everyone, regardless of their size, should be on 5 grams of creatine monohydrate a day: the brain benefits. Some new studies that prove this may suggest a lot more than 5 grams on the logic that the muscles first saturate, then the brain uses what is left. There is also research exploring its role in neurodegenerative disease prevention. We're talking Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, TBI recovery. Also, for women specifically, women actually have lower baseline creatine stores than men, meaning they potentially have more to gain from supplementation. So, your brain is an energy hog. It uses a massive amount of ATP, the body's energy currency. Creatine helps replenish that energy. Study after study shows that creatine can improve cognitive function and memory, also reduce mental fatigue, especially during stressful tasks or lack of sleep, and potentially help with mood regulation. There is almost no supplement with a better safety profile, a stronger evidence base, and a lower price point. Dissolve it and drink a lot of water.
Love my pre-workout, creatine and carnitine mocktail every morning. Best thing I ever did. I started midway through my journey, but I went from 400 pounds to now 203 pounds. Best thing ever.
Hey guys, I'm gonna do the challenge where I eat 3 bites and then I give the rest to the trash, okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I'm gonna give it to the trash. Hey guys, I'm trash. So good.
I definitely laughed, but this was a risky joke, sista.
So first, let's check the credentials, honey, okay? I am now 3, almost 4 dress sizes down. Body was always T. I just wanted to sculpt her some more. Just carve her out. But here are the receipts. Made an ass out of no ass, okay? Well, I had the platform. I just needed the plan, okay? But she's a good 90 pounds down, darling, okay? When you're a big girl and you get online and you say like, hey, I'm working on this particular part of my body. If you're still not small, people just make assumptions and they just assume that you haven't made any progress elsewhere. Let's get that clear. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Oh my goodness. I am not professional by any means. This is just my gym routine and what has worked for me. Results may vary.
Okay, 90 pounds down. That's a whole person she left behind at the gym. Give credit where it's due. Literal before and afters. Progress is always worth respecting. But respecting someone's results doesn't mean the method is untouchable. Credentials don't mean everything she's about to say is biomechanically correct. She said TikTok University with a disclaimer. That's actually more honest than half the fitness influencers with certifications. This worked for me.
Okay, so I'm starting off by stretching. A lot of the stuff that I do are things that I have just done from trial and error, and I've learned them all from TikTok. So make sure that if you're working on your glutes, make sure you're stretching. It is vital, especially if you have tight hips like me, you have to be stretching. It is not optional. Like, I'm just gonna be honest, it's not optional. Not only for results, but for just like the caring of your body. I stretch for at least 10 minutes. I do arm stretches all the way down, okay? So this is just like a little bit of what I caught on video.
And here is where I have to disagree. Static stretching before a workout. You know, the hold it for 30 seconds kind. That kind of stretching before you lift has actually been shown to temporarily reduce muscle force production. You're essentially telling your muscle to relax right before you're about to ask it to work hard. It also increases injury risk because you're loosening things that need stability. Think of your muscles like rubber bands. If you spend 10 minutes pulling and holding them until they're loose and floppy, they lose their snap. Science calls it a decrease in force production. Now, here's the nuance. Dynamic stretching, like leg swings, hip circles, controlled movement through a range of motion, that's different. That's a warm-up. And she actually does leg swings, which, ironically, is the right call. We'll get there. The better pre-workout protocol is raise your core temperature first. Body weight movements, dynamic drills. Then you do your workout. If you want to do static stretching, the long holds, save that for the end, when your muscles are warm, pliable, and you're actually going to see flexibility gains from it. And here's something I think most people don't know. Even stretching can actually stimulate muscle growth. There's emerging evidence that muscles respond to being stretched under tension. So that end-of-session stretch is not just recovery. It might actually be contributing to your gains. So, warm up dynamically before you lift. Stretch statically after. Flip it, and you're leaving results on the table, and possibly setting yourself up for injury.
Leg swings or whatever the hell they call them, very important. I do these. I do about like 2 sets of 10 for these. These are the B stance RDLs, which I really, really like, and I feel like has helped me to build that cuff where there just once was not one. So I really like these. It's pretty easy on the joints if you are a bigger girl like myself. Right here, I'm also doing the B stance squats. Again, pretty easy on the joints. Both of these are kind of hard at first if you have terrible balance like myself, but as time goes on and you keep doing them, you will get used to them.
Leg swings are a dynamic drill. You're moving through the range of motion, not holding a position. This is exactly what you want before you load the hip hinge. The hip is a ball and socket joint, and if you're about to do RDLs and hip thrusts, waking up that joint with swings is correct. And here's where it gets interesting. Not wrong, just worth a conversation. B stance. One leg slightly staggered, most of the load on one leg. She likes these. They feel easier on her joints. And for someone newer to lifting or managing joint sensitivity, that's a legitimate reason to choose a variation. But here's the thing. You're doing twice the sets to work both sides. Left leg, right leg. That's your time. And if your goal is to build the glutes, both glutes, equally, efficiently, a bilateral movement, both legs at once, or a barbell, gets you there faster. More load, more stimulus, same muscle, half the time. Every time, simple wins. Now, and this is real, if you have a strength imbalance, if one glute is basically asleep while the other carries the whole show, Unilateral work actually has value. But if you're doing it just because it showed up on your For You page, consider graduating to the barbell RDL.
Now, this is a big one for me, the hip thrusts. I think that these are a savior of mine. These have brought me a mighty long way. They suck. They are hard. They are painful. They are literally a pain in the ass, but they are vital. I feel like they have helped me increase my results. Mind y'all, I'm really still not exactly where I want to be. I'm still in the midst of my journey, but I know that these are something that works for me and my body. What works for me and my body might be different from what works for you and your body. RDLs. There are so many different ways to do RDLs. You can do them with the barbells. You can do them with the dumbbells. You can do them with the kettlebells. I've done them all. I've just recently started doing these because I feel like this is what's optimizing my results and what is easiest on my back and works best for me. So I like these a lot.
She is absolutely correct. Hip thrusts are the single most effective exercise for direct glute loading. The research backs it.
I also do 35 minutes of cardio, incline 6.0 to 10.0. I'm sure, as y'all know, cardio is very important. And on this day, I ended with the cable kickbacks. Again, I'm still in the midst of my journey. I'm still not even exactly where I would like to be with my gains, but I'm getting there and I'm proud of the progress because I see it. Nutrition, I got a lot of questions about what do I eat? This is what I eat before the gym. Egg, sausage, fruit cup, fiber 1 bar, protein bar. I throw that in my gym bag. I got questions about supplements. I do take creatine at least 3 times a week. Honestly, could probably increase that, but this is the brand that I use, Wella. I use it because it's intended for women and it's delicious. I just add it to a water or some Powerade. Timelines may vary. Different things like weight distribution and genetics play a factor, but I truly hope I could help.
Cardio at the end is perfect. So many people get it backwards. People walk into the gym, hop on the treadmill for 30 minutes, and then wonder why their squats feel terrible and their strength is going nowhere. Because you used your glycogen, your primary fuel source for resistance training, on the treadmill. You showed up to the main event already gassed. She did her weights first. That is the correct order. Your strength work gets your best energy. Your cardio mops up the rest. You're burning more fat at that point too, because your glycogen is already depleted. Okay, and creatine. Good. Creatine is one of the most well-researched supplements in existence. It works, it's safe, everyone should probably be taking it, honestly. But creatine doesn't have a gender. Your muscles don't look at the label. The science on creatine is you want to saturate your muscle stores, which means daily use. Ideally, around 3 to 5 grams per day is more effective than 3 times a week. The women's creatine branding is marketing. The active ingredient is creatine monohydrate. You're paying extra for flavoring and a pink label. Buy plain creatine monohydrate. So the full picture. Flip the stretching. Warm up dynamically, stretch statically at the end. Consider bilateral loading. Take your creatine every day, not 3 times a week. Small tweaks, real difference.
I do RDLs at home in my pleasers. I do 30 every morning. Now I need to work on moving more.
People forget that love yourself means in all shapes and sizes. They think if you love yourself bigger, you're not allowed to lose weight, or if you love yourself small, you're not allowed to gain on purpose. People are weird. Don't listen. No one is ever pleased. Just as long as you are.
I'm going to tell you a little bit about life after 100-pound weight loss, because I feel like a lot of people say that you should be happy, you should be this, you should be that, like blah, blah, blah. There are bigger things to be upset about, but regardless, feelings are feelings. So, as you saw in my last video.
Fat acceptance wants you to believe 2 things. Losing weight is impossible, and even if you did it, you'd still be miserable. I think the following may be true. People treat you exactly how you treat yourself. If you spent years overeating, that's self-disrespect. Let's see.
I'm gonna be more honest, but I'm also gonna just show you guys my skincare as well. Okay, I just used this, but I'm gonna tell you about the comparison game. The comparison game after weight loss is crazy, and this is in multiple different subjects and stuff like that. And the first thing I saw after weight loss is just how I was treated, not even by guys, not even by just people. And the way I was treated was just such a shock to me. And it was like, wow, I'm actually treated like a person. This is kind of playing with my head. So that one comparison, you know, seeing how I was treated after weight loss kind of started instilling into my head a fear of possibly, you know, naturally gaining weight for just any reason. Like, I was just terrified because I was like, I don't want to be treated badly again. And was it like me hating myself? No, I just literally didn't want to be treated like a piece of crap because for some reason people love to care about looks or treating people like a normal person.
Fat Acceptance says, "The world should love me exactly as I am, even if I don't love myself." Reality says, "You teach people your value by how you value yourself." Okay, the first observation. People treat you exactly how you treat yourself. When you spend years overeating, not taking care of your body, ignoring your health, you are broadcasting to the world how much you value yourself. Now, are some people jerks? Yes. But overeating isn't a neutral act. It's not just a lifestyle choice like preferring chocolate over vanilla. It is, at its core, a form of self-disrespect. Not saying your worth depends on your weight. I'm saying your habits reflect your self-respect. If you neglect your body, ignore your health, and refuse accountability, people around you are going to notice that.
I was wondering, did you lose weight by surgery or the traditional way? I hope that's not too personal to ask. I am going through a weight loss journey myself and starting to feel like out of my group at work.
I would literally just compare every single thing about myself to people, regardless of their age, regardless if it was realistic or not, and I just would put myself down constantly because I just had instilled into my head that, you know, I have to look like this forever, and that it's not going to happen. Realistically, we're not going to look the same every single year. We're going to age, we're going to look different, regardless if it's like putting on like 5 pounds. We still change just a little bit, and I was scared of just changing. And obviously that got really unhealthy for me because I was just scared that, you know, anything that happened to me, I was no longer worthy of being treated like a person. What really sucked after weight loss was also just obviously losing a lot of friends, and this is because I realized how badly they would treat me like when I was overweight, and I was like, these are not friends I want in my life. And you just realize that some people keep you around to be a punching bag. I just kind of noticed that I was a lot less social, I was a lot more anxious, and I was always just thinking about what people were thinking about me. Like I couldn't get it out of my head. What I really noticed after weight loss as well is how entitled people feel to comment on your life and what you eat, and realize that people just don't know what they should and shouldn't say. Like, I would never think to ask someone, are you sure you want to eat that? You're doing so well. You already lost all that weight. But people feel like they can do this.
Not someone noticing that you're eating a third cheeseburger. Look, I'm not saying strangers at restaurants should tell you, but if your friends or family can't comment on your eating habits without you collapsing into a panic attack, that's not them being toxic. If my best friend just lost a lot of weight and I saw them about to spiral back into old habits, I would absolutely say something. That's accountability. That's what real friendship looks like. We have somehow created a culture where honesty between friends is considered a violation, where your family members, the people who sat with you through every hard year of your life, are supposed to just smile and say nothing while you make choices that are hurting you? I want people in my life who will tell me the truth. I want my friends to say, hey, are you sure about that? Because my own perspective is subjective. My cravings are subjective. My rationalizations are subjective. That's exactly why outside perspective from people who love you is valuable. They can see what you can't. Real friends tell you when you're going off a cliff. If they are your real friends, why on earth are they not allowed to comment on your behavior? This is a weird, fragile way to live.
I do have a question. Did any kind of stomach issues, mental fog, tiredness, etc. go away with weight loss?
This is so relatable. I am not scared about being bigger again because I still see myself like that. I'm terrified other people will treat me worse again.
And this literally played into me being more antisocial because I was just like, I don't want to go out. I don't want someone commenting on what I'm eating. I don't want someone commenting if I look different. I don't want people asking me questions about this because it becomes uncomfortable. There is a right and wrong way to talk about these things. And I just feel like unless these people experience it, they don't know how to comment on that. And I don't really have sympathy, actually, because I just feel like it should be normal not to ask people invasive questions like that. Also realized that I just have very low self-esteem. When I was bigger, I was constantly just beaten down, and I was always told that I couldn't do something, I was too big for something, you can't fit into this, you can't fit into that. And I noticed that it started affecting life now. And in like my last video, I mentioned how like I just compare myself to everyone doing better than me, and I just instilled into my head that everyone's better than me. I'm never going to be what I want to be, even if I lose weight. And even though I lost weight, I'm still not good enough. And obviously that is a confidence issue I have to deal with. But it just shocked me how much like these past beatings from like people just commenting stuff, and this is in person, not even online, just people saying these stuff in person. And, you know, growing up in middle school, constantly made fun of for being overweight. Being in high school, constantly being made fun of for being overweight, constantly being made the butt of the joke of for everything. And people wonder, like, why can't you just get over it? Because it is just all built up.
All in your head. Not the bullying when you were 12. That was real. And if people were genuinely mocking her, those weren't friends. But the ongoing fear? Fat acceptance wants you to believe the world is the problem. That's why they're so defensive. That's why they scream fat phobia at a doctor suggesting a salad. It's easier to blame strangers than to look in the mirror. The moment anyone says, maybe overeating is unhealthy, body positivity responds like you just burned down their house. Why? Because deep down, they know. They know they're not treating themselves well. They know they've built an entire ideology to protect themselves from one simple truth. You cannot hate yourself into health, but you also cannot lie yourself into health. So, she needs to separate two very different groups of people. Group A, fake friends who were never in her corner. Lose them. Absolutely. Group B, real people in her life who tried to have honest conversations about her health and she experienced as attacks. Based on everything else she says in this video, I have a feeling she may have put some Group B people into the Group A category. And that is a pattern. That is a very specific pattern that we see constantly in people who have absorbed fat acceptance ideology, where any comment about weight or eating, regardless of intent, gets coded as an attack. And she is describing a worldview where the entire world is constantly evaluating and judging. And this, I think, is exactly why the fat acceptance and body positivity movement produce such defensive, combative people. Because this is the mindset they cultivate and then protect. They tell people, yes, everyone is judging you, everyone is against you, the whole world is fat-phobic. And then they're surprised when their followers develop severe anxiety and can't leave the house without feeling attacked. The oppression wasn't coming from the people in the grocery store, it was coming from her own internal dialogue.
I do really have great friends now, like I do, and I love my friends, but I'm always scared to make new friends because I'm just scared to let people in and risk them using something against me like that, like my weight or something. There have been so many times where people have used my weight or something from the past like that to hurt me now, and it's just why I feel so closed off. There have been so many times after my weight loss journey where I knew I needed to get some type of help, like therapy or whatever, but it's so hard to want to get help because you just feel like you're crazy. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's normal, it's not crazy, it's just something you should do for yourself, like don't feel bad if you go. And it feels like the same people that say those things are the same people that will use that against you and call you crazy or say that you're just mentally unstable.
The world isn't entitled for noticing your progress or your slip-ups. They're just living in reality. Maybe it's time you join them.
And that also stems from being overweight. I'm just constantly scared of what people think about me, and it's exhausting. And after weight loss, there's like this sense of feeling like you have to make sure that you don't gain weight because you feel like you're going to let the people around you down, which is, it's just something that was literally instilled into me growing up. Make these people around me happy and make sure that I don't disappoint them or else they're going to leave. Because they made you literally feel like, oh, you are so lucky to be hanging out with us because, you know, you look like that and we look like this. So you should be happy that you're in our little group. And so after my weight loss journey, it was so easy to think that all these people were going to be disappointed in me if I gained a little bit of weight. I am glad that, like, physically I am healthy, but it's not to say that becoming physically healthy has not come with its long journey of being mentally drained. But anyways, if you did stay this long, I'm thinking about bringing back my podcast. Everyone has their own way of how they feel after weight loss, and it doesn't have to look a certain way. Some people are like super like clear-headed, and some people just deal with like a lot more battles. But okay, that's it. Look at these lashes.
So when people around her expressed concern about her weight, that was invasive and inappropriate. But now she's worried about letting those same people down by gaining weight? So which is it? Are they overbearing people who have no right to comment on her body? Or are they important people whose opinion of her body actually matters to her? I think this contradiction exists because the fat acceptance framework she's been operating in has never actually been internally consistent. It tells you that other people's opinions don't matter, and then makes you hyper-aware of other people's opinions. It tells you to love yourself, while giving you every reason to feel like a victim. I respect what she did physically. 100 pounds is real discipline, real commitment. But she walked away with the wrong lessons. And it's not entirely her fault, because the cultural framework she's been handed is designed to make you externalize everything. Every problem is society's fault. Every comment is an attack. Every honest friend is a bully. The world isn't as hostile as the body positivity movement needs it to be. But if you spend long enough being told it is, you'll find hostility everywhere.
I relate to this 100%. Thank you for sharing.
If you're a beginner in the gym, save this workout. This is my client's very first day with me, so here's everything that she did in this session. We started off walking on the treadmill. I had her do this for about 5 minutes. After that, she stretched, and then we went into some box squats. I always like to have the box behind my clients, especially on their first day, just because it gives them a little bit more support. After that, we went into some overhead presses, and then she finished off with some Russian twists. After she finished her Russian twist, she ended off stretching.
So, a beginner walks into a gym, and it's not a setup for a joke. Start with warming up. Okay, you're supposed to raise your core temperature. After that, she stretched. Red flag number 1. Stretched what? Static stretching? Before lifting? I explained the downsides in a previous video. On a completely untrained beginner, you're not preparing her for movement. Then, box squats. A box squat is a tool. It teaches depth control. It's okay, but then what? Overhead press, but not learning the form. 2 decent movements, but this seems random. We're just checking boxes labeled things you do at gym. And then she finished off with some Russian twists. Why? Why is this here? Here's the problem. This workout isn't bad because it's too easy, but it's random. No logic, no movement pattern education. You have a squat, great. You have an overhead press, great. That's a vertical push. And then a core rotation exercise. Where is the hip hinge? Where is the horizontal pull? Where is the single lesson about how human beings are supposed to move? Bad form on day 1 becomes a habit by day 30. The apparent absence of intentional teaching is the problem. She's teaching her familiarity. Okay, the gym is intimidating, so sure, let her touch the treadmill. Let her see what a plate looks like. Fine, but don't call this a workout. Call it what it is, a very expensive tour. I agree that a beginner's first session is not just a workout. It shouldn't be a workout. It's an orientation. You are teaching someone how their body moves under load, possibly for the first time in their adult life. If this were my client, and I'm not a trainer, I'm just a guy who's seen too many people quit because they felt lost, here's what I'd do differently. Day 1, still walk, still warm up. But then we learn 4 things, not 3 random things, 4 foundational human movement patterns. Squat, you got that right, good job, but you spend time on it. You use cues. You talk about bracing. Hinge. Learn to hip hinge now, or learn what a herniated disc feels like later. Your choice. Push. Overhead is perfect, but learn how the shoulder blades move and focus on your form. Pull. Something, anything, where the weight comes toward you, keeping your chest high. That's it. No Russian twists. No twisting under load on day 1. If you are a beginner watching this thinking, wow, that looks manageable, you're right. It is manageable. It's also useless. You will leave that session feeling like you accomplished nothing. And if you are a trainer, you have the responsibility to teach movement literacy. This woman paid you, or at least gave you her time. You should find problems in her moving patterns and try to correct them. Your job is to build a foundation. You should make her master the core movements session to session so she can continue her journey on her own in a month or 2. Not need you forever.
I had my first day training today and my trainer was training me like I've been working out for years. That was 5 hours ago and I'm sore as hell. I like your training style for beginners.
How fast on the treadmill and how many sets of each exercise did you have her do?
Hey y'all, join me on my full body routine for cut season. I am 58 pounds down today, so thankful, very thankful. Starting off with cardio, I do interval running, so 2 minutes walking, 2 minutes jogging at the highest speed you can handle. Let's not discuss how wrinkly my mat is. If you're like me and you gotta get the abs in towards the beginning of the workout because it just won't get done afterwards, I highly recommend this trio right here. It truly has helped me, for sure. And don't sleep on the standing ab workouts, those are just as effective. Moving on to upper body, please make sure that you interchange these 2 workouts. Do one, do the other for each set. Then we're going into our lower body. I like to hit the quads with these goblet squats, and then I do hip thrusts. It's always a must personally. I do the single leg ones or the ones on the machine. Thank you guys so much for coming to the gym with me.
We're doing this again. The internet has decided that full body routine means full body confusion. First off, congratulations. 58 pounds is not a small number. But being 58 pounds down does not automatically make you a qualified programming expert. This I don't like. Training fatigued abs before you load a squat or a hip thrust is how you end up with lower back compensation and a confused pelvis. And next, a side press. Gravity works vertically, down. If you are pressing sideways, you are fighting what exactly? Air? For the rotator cuff to actually experience resistance, you need cables, or bands, or a machine that understands physics. I know this feels okay, but does not make sense. Then, goblet squats. So she's doing a goblet squat to what? Her upper thighs? Above parallel? Because if you're not hitting depth, real depth, not I felt a stretch depth, you're not hitting your quads. A half squat is not a squat. And then the row, apparently there was a row in the video, is not bent enough. So her upper body hinge position is closer to standing upright than horizontal, which means she's rowing with her traps, which means she's not actually rowing. And she says hip thrusts. But what is this? And how is this full body training? Here is another problem, I think. There is no progressive overload. She didn't know which weights to pick. There is no logical exercise order beyond abs first because I don't wanna. There is no attention to form beyond I lost weight so I must be doing it right. So sustainable results? Pain-free joints? Long-term strength? That requires structure. That requires understanding why you're doing what you're doing. No structure equals no results.
This is so smart. I never thought to do abs first.
I transformed my arms from this to this, and today I'm going to show you 3 exercises you can do to grow muscles in your arms while literally just sitting on your couch. This is perfect if you're a beginner and you don't really know where to start on your weight loss or exercise journey, because you can literally just sit here, watch TV, and do these exercises. I'm going to be using 5-pound dumbbells, but if you're a beginner, you can use 2.5s, 3s, whatever works for you. Keeping it simple with our first move, we're just going to be doing basic dumbbell bicep curls. You're going to want to sit on the edge of your couch while doing these. Make sure you're going slow and controlled all the way down and bringing them back. Great job. Next, we're going to be doing shoulder press. Make sure you're pushing your arms all the way up and feeling that stretch at the top, and then bringing it down and pressing at the top again. Okay, great job. The next thing we're gonna do is lateral raises, and this one is going to be the hardest, so don't feel bad if you can't do a full set. You don't want your arms completely out to the side like this. You wanna bring them in a little bit like this. Then you're just going to lift up, bring back down, lift up, and bring back down. The goal is to do 3 sets of 10, so you can do them all back to back. You can break it up however you want, but this is a really easy workout that you can do just from your couch while you're watching TV. I don't know who I am, my name is Coles, and I help normal people lose weight in a normal way without being restrictive and while still eating all the foods you love.
No, you did not transform your arms with 5-pound dumbbells while sitting on your couch. You transformed your entire body through a calorie deficit, through diet, through losing fat everywhere, which made your arms look different because the fat covering them shrank. The dumbbells are not the reason for the transformation. Beginners don't need easy, they need effective. And effective requires some minimum threshold of intent, standing up. Or 3 sets of 10 with 2.5-pound dumbbells, while seated, while watching TV. Maybe enough, who knows? I think she is lying to people. Not maliciously, maybe. Maybe she's convinced herself that the 5-pound couch curls did something. But you cannot spot reduce. You also cannot build significant muscle with pillow weight resistance, and you certainly cannot transform your arms while ignoring the 90% of the equation that is what you put in your mouth. Weight loss happens in the kitchen. Muscle growth happens under load. If an influencer tells you that you can get results without leaving your seat, they aren't helping you. This is selling a fantasy. The fantasy that transformation doesn't require disruption, that you can stay exactly where you are, on the couch, in your comfort zone, with the TV on, and things will change. That the barrier to entry is just low enough that you don't have to do anything uncomfortable.
What does 3 sets of 10 mean? Does it mean 30 altogether of the same exercise?
How long did it take to see results?
But how can I turn the page on my Kindle while I do this? What about on my bed? I don't feel like sitting on my couch.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but being able to run a marathon is not normal.
Based on my For You page, everyone and their nan seems to be running a marathon at the moment. And I think it's so important that I remind you that only 0.01% of people on this earth have run a marathon. It is absolutely extraordinary to be able to run 26.2 miles, but somehow social media has made it seem like the most normal thing to do in the entire world. So here's your reminder, if you're anything like me, and you can barely even run a 5K, let alone a marathon, that is so okay.
Okay, let's parse this. Being able to run a marathon is not normal. Technically true. Neither is being able to deadlift 500 pounds, or hold your breath for 4 minutes, or enjoy kale. So what's the point? Just because 0.01% of people have done a thing doesn't mean the other 99.99% are failing or not able to. There's a difference between can't and haven't bothered to. Maybe the statistic is not because it's superhuman. Low participation doesn't equal elite ability. It may just mean high inconvenience.
Training for a marathon? What? You don't train for a marathon, you just run it.
There is literally no point in comparing yourself because we're all on our own journeys, and not being able to run a marathon doesn't make you any less of a runner. So no matter how fast you are or how far you can run, just know that there's always a place for you in the running community. And you are just as worthy of taking up space as someone who can run a marathon. Also remember that every single marathon runner at some point was also only able to run as far as you can. So as always, don't compare yourself to what you see on social media. And if you are part of the 0.01% of the people that have run a marathon, hats off to you. You are incredible.
Exaggerating how rare something is. Inventing a statistic to make you feel better about not doing it is still a comparison. You just flip the direction. But okay, a marathon is hard. It is not impossible. It is not reserved for a genetic elite. It is a thing that regular people with regular jobs and regular bodies do after months of regular, boring training. So here's the real reminder. You don't need to run a marathon. Ever. You don't even need to run. Just walk and lift heavy.
We are doing something a little bit different today, and we are going to the gym instead of using our home gym just because I want to try something new. So I'm so happy with what these exfoliating pads have done for my skin.
We open on skincare, which is fine, but we are already operating at a very specific level of priorities, and I want to note that for the record before we proceed. Just noted. Then, the pre-gym mystery slurry. Probably protein, but whatever is in that cup, I want to talk about it because this matters. If you are training with the primary goal of fat loss, what you consume immediately before training is not a minor detail. If a drink has calories in it, protein shake, pre-workout with carbs, a smoothie, whatever it is, you have just given your body something to burn that isn't body fat. Your body will always go to the readily available fuel source first. Now, the pre-workout nutrition conversation is nuanced. If you're a performance athlete, or if you're training fasted and feeling genuinely terrible, some fuel makes sense. But if your goal is fat loss and you have significant body fat to draw from, you do not need external fuel for a moderate gym session. Your body is carrying months of stored energy. It would quite like to use it. Let it. If you want something before the gym, black coffee. Caffeine improves focus, marginally improves performance, costs you nothing calorically, and doesn't give your metabolism an excuse to skip the stored fuel. That's it. That's the whole tip. If you're trying to lose weight, stop drinking your workouts before they happen. Water or black coffee.
I want to go to the gym today, specifically just because like having an in-home gym is so nice and convenient. Like we have the cardio, we have bike, treadmill, weights, bench, we have stuff like that, simple stuff. But I find that it's so hard to actually make myself get up and work out when I'm in my house. So like getting ready, actually going to the gym is like something that motivates me. So we are actually going to the gym.
Okay, working out at home is convenient. Convenience is also the enemy of effort sometimes. Going to an actual gym creates separation, a ritual. You put on shoes, you drive, you see other sweaty humans. That little bit of friction, ironically, makes you more likely to actually train instead of just thinking about training. I think the gym is about removing every available excuse from within arm's reach. But she says she has a bike, treadmill, weights, bench at home, and still doesn't use it. I think that's not a location problem, but a habit problem. If you can't work out at home, ask yourself honestly, is it really the environment or is it you? I will also add one thing she didn't mention, which is also true. No home gym, no matter how well equipped, fully replicates a commercial gym. There's always a machine you want, a cable setup that's slightly different, a heavier dumbbell you don't own. The gym is the gym. There is a reason it still exists despite every home fitness product promising to replace it. But that's again subjective. All right, let's talk about what we're actually seeing here. We start with cardio. Fine, acceptable. Even though your body will use the drink first anyway, but okay. Then, machine shoulder press. Reasonable machine choice, actually. Machines are a good option when mobility is limited. For someone at this body composition, it may make sense. The issue is the shoulder press itself. Look at the right arm pushing harder, left arm barely keeping up. That's an imbalance she's actively reinforcing. Train unilaterally, or lower the weight until both arms are embarrassed equally. Then, machine hammer curls. Why? Why? We have watched hundreds of obese beginners walk into a gym and go for bicep curls like their arms are the problem. Your 300-plus pound frame is not being held back by small biceps. Bicep curls are an isolation exercise for a small muscle with a very limited functional role. They are the finishing touch on a program that has already covered the important things. They are not the program. Biceps are the least useful muscle group for fat loss, or in general. Tiny muscle, small calorie burn. No carryover to daily life unless you frequently need to flex. And ab training? On an obese person? Useless. The crunches on the machine are performative. Yes, machines are more comfortable for her body composition, but try to pick different ones. If you are significantly overweight, your workout should be compounds. So, leg press if possible, cable rows, maybe lat pull-downs, chest press, anything that moves multiple joints. Curls are for the end, if you have time.
That feels so good to get out of the way. Like, I just feel like energized. I need to go to the gym more often.
The Stairmaster at the end is maybe the best call. High effort, genuinely useful. So the full session, shoulders, biceps, abs, cardio. How does this serve her primary goal? It doesn't really. Not efficiently.
I wish I had the courage to go to the gym. I work out from home because stepping into a gym gives me legit panic attacks.
I joined a gym weeks ago and haven't gone in. I'm so nervous. You just pushed me to go. Thanks, girl.
Actually, going to the gym instead of working out at home is what made me consistent with my fitness. I love surrounding myself with others who are bettering themselves. It's inspiring.
I cannot believe that I forgot to go to the gym today. This is now the 5th year in a row. The memberships ain't cheap. I'm just giving them people my money. I've been paying membership for 5 years. Why the body ain't here yet? I'm going down to the gym in person tomorrow to figure out what they got going on down there.
It's okay. Consistency is key. You're doing great.
Growing up and surviving as a fat Asian woman means existing in a world that was not made for you. Life is always going to throw challenges in and out of the gym for me, but boxing has helped me learn to roll with the punches and conquer whatever comes my way. Since starting boxing, I not only have been stronger physically, but I am stronger mentally. If I know I can throw punches at 7 a.m. or do a burpee, I can do whatever challenge life throws at me.
So, boxing taught her to roll with the punches, which is a nice metaphor. But then she immediately says she dictates the practice of boxing to whatever works for her. meaning she's making reality roll with her. This is what bothers me. Boxing, as a standalone fitness practice, is a one-way ticket to rounded shoulders and a tight chest. You are punching forward, always punching forward, every session. You are never pulling. And if nobody is programming rows, band pull-aparts, or any kind of posterior chain work to balance that out, give it a year, 2 years, and you're going to be walking around looking like you're permanently leaning forward. This is incomplete programming, and it's incredibly common, especially in boutique fitness spaces where the aesthetic of the workout matters more than the outcome. The fix is simple. For every pushing session, add pulling work. Rows, face pulls, rear delt flies. 10 minutes. That's it. Your future posture will thank you. And if your boxing is just a cardio theater performance, you aren't getting stronger. There is no point in getting better at a very specific, very repetitive movement. I see no point in choosing a competitive sport just for health.
And brands like KO Studio encourage fighters like myself to not only be the strongest versions of ourselves, but the most authentic. I don't have to box according to how people see boxing. I can put on my decorated wraps, colorful gloves, and of course, a matching set. And I dictate the practice of boxing and to what works for me. Life is hard, but I can throw my jabs harder.
Fighters like myself. We're using that word very loosely today, and I don't think it's said metaphorically now. It's a bold move to call yourself a fighter while admitting you're redesigning the sport to match your outfit. Boxing isn't something you do for fun while ignoring the fundamentals. That's just waving your arms around until your shoulders hurt. You're throwing punches with an open fist. Your thumb is just hanging out there. Stop trying to make aesthetic boxing a thing. It's not. You don't get to redefine a sport and then call yourself a fighter.
You are such a lovely role model for young boxers and women. Keep doing you, we love you.
I'm just getting into boxing too as a plus-size woman, and it's really so amazing mentally.
So tell me, sir, why do you do CrossFit?
Mostly just to keep my body healthy.
Oh, okay, so do you want to tell me a little bit about this?
Well, this is because my shoulder's all torn apart. My elbow's a little tendinitis-y. My sciatica kind of flares up in my back. I'm like a box jump away from knee surgery, and a little bit of rope burn kind of hurts down there, you know?
Okay, so do you want to tell me about this?
Oh, this is just because I have dainty little wrists.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. CrossFit, to have a healthy body. Healthy as a horse. That needs to be put down.
Hey, don't forget to tip your physical therapist.
I loved CrossFit, but had to quit after 10 years. It was destroying my body. I had a great gym and coaches, but that style of workout is just not sustainable.
But he's healthy on the inside.
When I was 270 pounds, I was fat phobic. What was driving my fat phobia was that I hated my fat body. I hated myself. And during this time, I would look at other fat people that feel confident and feel embarrassed for them. But when I reflect about why I was so embarrassed, it's because I would have been embarrassed trying to be a confident person. And that feeling of embarrassment was rooted in hatred for myself. I truly have come so far. I've taken time to heal, and I've learned how to love myself.
Welcome to the modern era of fitness, where basic biological signals are rebranded as psychological trauma. I think that when your brain sends you a signal of embarrassment or discomfort about your physical state, it's not because you've been brainwashed by a secret society. If you feel embarrassed because you're struggling to perform basic human movements, that's your intuition telling you that the current situation is unsustainable. It's a call to action. Embarrassment may be a natural feedback loop. Instead of trying to heal the feeling, try addressing the cause. And that secondhand embarrassment, that's your brain going, hey, this doesn't line up with reality.
And now, honestly, I just love seeing confident women of any size. I say all this to say, if people in comment sections took time to focus on their own self-loathing, instead of projecting, the world would be a better place. Because whenever there's a perceived problem of someone else in your brain, the source of the problem is always you. So if you're a hater, you might be feeling hatred towards me for calling you out. Or maybe you're in denial. But regardless of the situation, just know that I am thriving. Because I know so deeply your words are only a reflection of you and never have anything to do with me.
Let's look at the comments she points out. The names are blurred. The profile pictures are blurred or cut. These are not hate comments per se, but showing hate comments is a strategy. It frames you as the underdog. It rallies your audience. It makes the video about bravery instead of whatever else the video might be about. You're building an argument that your critics are all self-loathing projectors, and your evidence is blurred screenshots. It's a bit fishy, I don't know. But here's what I've noticed after years of watching this genre of content. The so-called hate comments are mostly not hate at all, just talking health, blown up to create a victim narrative. Or there are just few among many supportive ones. Of course, with exceptions. And not every negative comment is hatred. Some of it is reality. Some of it is concern. Some of it is someone who used to be 270 pounds themselves, got healthy, and genuinely wants the same for you. But if you've decided that all criticism is projection, you'll never hear any of that. When someone points out that chronic obesity leads to metabolic disaster, they're just reading a medical textbook. That's not hate. The logic is fascinating. If you think I have a problem, you are the problem. That's a great way to live. And I'm thriving, your opinion doesn't matter. But making a whole video about it. Being confident is great. Being confident and metabolically healthy is even better.
So I did try to go for a run just to prove to myself that I could, and I in fact could not make it more than 6 minutes. Everyone's always talking about runner's high, runner's high, runner's high. I don't know anything about that. I know about runner's nausea, runner's throwing the fuck up, runners coughing my ass off. And the only thing that was high was honestly my heart rate. It was so high, I think I met Snoop Dogg.
Starting your day with a morning run is a great way to ensure your day can't get any worse from there.
I went for a run and met 3 really nice people. 1 EMT, 1 nurse, and a doctor.
I've gained 5 pounds in the last 2 weeks. 5 pounds in the last 2 weeks. So I stepped on the scale this morning. I was 250.6. A couple weeks ago, I was 244.6. Basically, I've let myself go, you guys. I have let myself go. I haven't been posting in the last 4 days because I have been feeling like garbage. My skin is finally calming down from the flare-up that I was having, and it has just been a lot, and I'm still here, but I did give up.
5 pounds in 2 weeks. Before we go further, let's talk about what actually happened here, because it's probably not what she thinks it is. She was sick. She wasn't training. She wasn't eating her normal diet. That means her body was inflamed. Her hydration levels were all over the place. She was probably eating more sodium than usual. Her cortisol was elevated from being ill, and her glycogen stores, the carbohydrate energy your muscles hold on to along with water, were likely being depleted and then restocked as she ate more. 5 pounds of scale weight fluctuation under those conditions is not a mystery. The number on the scale is not a lie, but it is not the whole truth either. It's a measurement of everything: fat, muscle, water, food in your digestive system, inflammation, hormonal shifts, all of it at once. In 2 weeks of being sick and off routine, 5 pounds of actual fat gain would require eating roughly 17,500 calories above your maintenance intake. That's a competitive eating event. Anyhow, missing a few days isn't failure. What you do next matters more.
Just because I gave up for 2 weeks doesn't mean I've given up permanently, okay? I did have a virtual with my dietitian. We have adjusted my calories and macros. I'm actually following macros, not micronutrients yet, but calories and macros. Because I was sick and my entire household was sick and I was having this like flare up here, I haven't been to the gym in like a week. So when I stepped on my scale, I lost 1.4 pounds of muscle and gained 5.6 pounds in general. I'm not going to let it get to me though. I already wallowed in my sorrows. I did everything I wanted to do. I ate whatever I wanted to do, and now I'm ready to get back on track. I don't want to tell you guys that I'm locking in this week because I don't know how well I'm going to do this week, but I'm going into this week with a positive mindset, calories and macros to follow, and I'm just going to give it my all, but not give up completely. It's okay to go through these ups and downs as long as we don't give up.
She has a number, a very specific number. 1.4 pounds of muscle lost. Not roughly 1 pound, not some muscle, 1.4 pounds. This number came from the SMART scale, the kind with the metal plates you stand on that sends a small electrical current through your body and estimates your body composition. But those scales are not reliable for measuring muscle mass. They use bioelectrical impedance, which sounds very scientific, and it is, in a clinical setting with controlled hydration at a consistent time of day under consistent conditions. On your bathroom floor at 7 a.m. after 2 weeks of being sick, varying your food and fluid intake with disrupted sleep, the reading is essentially noise. The margin of error on those scales can be anywhere from 3 to 10% of your total body weight. At 250 pounds, that's up to 25 pounds of potential error. So 1.4 pounds of muscle lost is a number her scale confidently made up. You cannot lose meaningful muscle in 2 weeks unless you are literally starving in a basement or coming off steroids. Muscle atrophy takes more of complete disuse. It takes longer and usually involves serious inactivity or undereating over time. Here's the actual physiology. Meaningful muscle loss, the kind that shows up as reduced strength and visible size change, takes longer than 2 weeks of reduced training to set in. 2 weeks out of the gym, you are losing some neuromuscular efficiency, maybe a little actual tissue at the margins. You are not losing 1.4 pounds of hard-earned muscle. That's not how the body works. So, she had a rough 2 weeks. She let herself have the 2 weeks. She's not pretending it didn't happen. She's just calling it what it was and moving forward. The number of people who turn one bad week into a permanent identity shift is staggering. The people who say, "That happened, it's over, next," are the ones who actually make progress over years, not weeks. Progress in fitness is not a straight line.
As someone who loves food, the only thing that works for me is fasting.
It's so not fair though. You've been consistent and then you stop and gain 5 pounds in just 2 weeks. Like, why do our bodies work like that?
Would you rather spend 10 years in a coma or 5 years in prison? This is going to sound so, not good, but in prison you could get ripped, right? In a coma, you're on a liquid diet. So either way, I could possibly come out of this skinny. I was so worried. No, you couldn't say that. What did you think I was going to say? Macy. Why is Macy a dog? What did other people say? We were debating the deep, meaningful, would you really want to miss out on life? It's just bitch, I'm skinny. I was trying to see the bright side.
Fitness social media has officially reached the point where people think being exhausted is somehow the same thing as progress. So, we're looking at a few gym videos that accidentally explain why so many people train for years and still look like they just started. Let's get into it.
It's gonna be a quick one today. Let's go. Y'all, I am so tight today. Y'all, I'm already tired, and I thought it'd be cool in here because it's cold outside and they have the AC on, but now I'm burning up.
She starts with jumping. Forward. I'm not here to tell anyone what they can or can't do. Movement is movement, and showing up is already more than most people did today. But physics is undefeated. I understand the impulse. Plyometrics feel athletic and look great on camera. But when you're carrying significant body weight, every jump multiplies the force through your joints by several times your body mass. There are gentler ways to warm up. Then, as first exercise, she's doing squats. This variation is called Zercher squat. You hold the barbell in the crook of your elbows instead of on your back. It looks hardcore, but my question is, why? For what? She's not moving much weight, and the Zercher position limits how much weight you can move because your biceps and core become the bottleneck, not your legs, which are the actual thing you came to train. She's letting her arm strength dictate her leg growth. Now, could there be a reason for it? Sure, if she hasn't nailed her squat form yet. Also, more engagement of the core. And this is more beginner-friendly than people think. There may be some logic there. Zerchers have their place. Strongman competitors love them. But for a normal gym goer, makes no sense. The weight you're moving on a Zercher is always going to be less than what you'd move on a back squat. A standard high bar squat would let her move better and load progressively. Or, I love front squats. They build quads, they teach positioning. Zerchers mostly teach you how to endure discomfort. I think this looks like someone who saw it on Instagram and thought it looked cool. Master the standards before you accessorize.
Let's see what we got.
Hip thrusts. Perfect. Textbook. If you watch her stand, you can see her knees cave inward. That's knee valgus, and it's incredibly common in individuals carrying extreme weight. The glutes are supposed to stabilize the knee, and when they're underactive, the knees collapse in. Hip thrusts directly target glute strength and hip extension, which is exactly the prescription here. Plus, pairing a squat, quad dominant, anterior chain, with a hip thrust, posterior chain, glute focused, shows balance. Front of the leg, then back of the leg. This is good programming.
Last one busted. And that's a wrap.
Then she finishes off with the textbook combo, leg extensions and hamstring curls. And here's where the textbook design starts to feel a little too textbook. Adding these turns this into a checklist of exercises from a bodybuilding split without asking whether they actually need isolations. Honestly feels very engineered. Everything seems reasonable, but I don't know. Here's my problem. There's no deadlift. Any variation. Not even dumbbell RDL. A leg day without some kind of hip hinge is missing a foundational pattern. It's missing the soul of a leg day. A pair of dumbbells and some RDLs would have done more for her legs than those machines combined. Or some reverse lunges. Reverse because of her joints. So here is my advice. If you're building your own leg day, compound push movement, compound hinge movement, and then hip thrust or some glute isolation. And maybe then, if you have gas in the tank, machines. But I like to include calves, so that's the skeleton. So all in all, I quite like this. This is levels of better than what we've seen previously.
No, don't jump. At your weight, you will absolutely destroy your joints.
They're feeling better actually.
Next, we're visiting a 5-year veteran. Usually, 5 years of training earns you a degree of mastery. But in this case, let's see.
Come with me to the gym as a plus-size girl who works out for her mental health to feel strong and not to lose weight. I know that's really hard to believe, but let's go. I had to lock the frick in today because my trainer, I'm pretty sure, was trying to kill me today for this workout. Oh my god, I looked at it and I had to do a double take and send him a message. Are you freaking kidding me? And he said, you're strong enough, you can do it. And I told him to off. But anyway, we had to do it. He was having me do 5 circuits of about 10 different workouts, back to back to back, no resting in between. He had me doing goblet squats. This thing that I still don't know how to do properly because I think my boobs get in the way. There were also weighted planks that I didn't film because they were timed. Also marches. Push-ups that I did from my knees because I am that girl. Overhead shoulder press. Love these, to be honest. I had to tap out after 4 circuits. It was 45 minutes later. I was dying. But I also just want to make a video for any other plus-size girls who like going to the gym for their mental health and to feel strong because I know there's not a lot of representation out there for us. We did about 45 minutes, burned that many calories. I was feeling great. I desperately needed a shower at the end of it, so that's exactly what I did.
To feel strong and not to lose weight. Okay, defensive right out the gate. She's already pre-arguing with a comment section that hasn't even typed yet. When you lead with, "I know that's really hard to believe," you're bracing for impact. And it doesn't exempt your program from basic principles. So, we have previously covered this creator. She is going to the gym for 5 years. 5 years. And she has a personal trainer who gives her 10 exercises thrown into a blender, poured over 45 minutes of no rest. This is a CrossFit Metcon designed by someone who skimmed a Men's Health article in a waiting room. Let me say this again. 5 years. She's been training for 5 years. She has a trainer. And yet, she doesn't know the names of exercises, she can't perform any exercise properly, and her program changes so often that nothing looks repeatable. So my first question is, why do you still have a trainer? The same trainer, after 5 years. A trainer's job is to make themselves obsolete, to teach you enough that you can walk into any gym, anywhere, and know what to do and how to do it safely. This isn't coaching. It seems like he sends her a workout, she does it unsupervised, and then she films it for us to watch. My second problem? The chaos. Every time she posts, it's a different workout. New exercises, new circuits, new format. There's no visible progression. No repeated movements tracked over time. No building blocks. Progression doesn't come from variety. But I want to be clear about where most of the blame lives here, because it's not with her. This is a coaching failure. Full stop. Pick a few fundamental movements, a squat pattern, a hip hinge, a press, a pull, and stick to them long enough to get actually good at them. Add weight, add reps, improve form. That's it. That's the whole secret. The circus routine isn't working, and the evidence is, well, it's visible. The point is that if your training has no structure, no progression, and no skill development after half a decade, whatever you're doing is wrong. And calorie burning is for the kitchen. The gym is for recomposition.
Proud of you.
I have a membership and love Planet Fitness. Where are you located?
Next, the trend of doing something scary and new every week because apparently consistency is too boring for the algorithm.
A commercial gym at peak hour for the first time ever, and this is how it went. This is week 2 of me doing one thing a week that scares me to prove that you don't have to be a certain shape or size to do the things that you want to do.
Hey, I signed up for a 5-day trial. Yeah, so I don't really know what to do.
Even though I was a little scared, I went into the gym with a game plan, so I went into the change room to put everything away and collect my thoughts. And I went upstairs onto the treadmill so that I could overlook the entire gym and figure out what I wanted to do. I counted to 5 and got off that treadmill and walked straight over to a bench. Might not look like it, but there was people all around me and I was a little intimidated, especially trying to film. But it's okay, it's totally fine, nobody's looking at you. What I noticed is that I felt like I had to pick up a heavier weight than what I was used to. I normally would do maybe 7 kilos and I automatically went for 9 kilos just to, I don't know, try and look better, which isn't necessarily a good thing because that's honestly putting my form at risk. All in all, it wasn't a horrible experience, but I probably wouldn't go back considering I love the gym I'm at so much and it's so welcoming and inclusive. But what do you guys think I should do next week?
This is obviously designed for novelty, for thumbnails, for the algorithm. It's not a fitness plan. Bucket list as a workout routine. So first, she's scouting the terrain like she's about to film a nature documentary. Here we see the gym bro in his natural habitat, performing his mating ritual, the bicep curl. Look, I don't mock the anxiety. Walking into a packed commercial gym for the first time can be intimidating for someone. But the whole sequence, change room, treadmill, counting to 5, launching off toward a bench, it's framed like she's defusing a bomb. And the payoff for all that buildup? 0. Seated dumbbell shoulder press and seated dumbbell curls. That's it. That's the workout. 2 exercises, both seated, to make them even easier. No squat, no hinge, no pull, no legs, no core, just sitting on a bench, moving her arms. She admits, she's here to perform. She grabbed a heavier weight because she feels watched. My problem is the no structure. This is week 2 of doing one thing that scares her. Last week was something else. Next week will be something else.
Of trying different workouts as a fat person that aren't the gym, and today's ice skating. Welcome to me trying different workouts as a fat person that aren't the gym part 1, and today we're doing pole fitness.
The narrative of the brave plus-size woman conquering new spaces, which could actually be meaningful if there was any follow-through, but there won't be. She'll never go back to any of this. She'll never do a workout again. There's no progression, no repeatability, no skill acquisition. Even if she just picked walking, consistently, progressively, that alone would have more metabolic impact and more long-term body composition change than this. This cycle of trying a new, scary thing every week is a distraction. Your body changes when you give it a reason to adapt, and adaptation requires repetition. Stress, recover, repeat. Doing a different activity every week is the fitness equivalent of learning one word in a new language every week. There is no point.
My brother always tell me this when going out. People aren't gonna remember you.
Common misconception is that people in the gym are looking at you. Trust me, they aren't. Even if they're, it's to admire how great you are, killing it.
I never thought that I would be the one helping other women lose weight, because it wasn't that long ago that I was over 300 pounds and absolutely drowning in postpartum depression. But this is exactly why I started, and here's how it happened.
You never thought you'd be the one helping other women lose weight. And honestly, neither did I. Neither did anyone watching this video. But here we are, so let's talk about it. Today we are covering a topic that no one can make up. We're talking about a TikTok weight loss coach. Someone actively taking on paying clients, charging money to guide women through their weight loss journeys, who herself has a weight loss coach. She is a coach who has a coach. A weight loss coach who has a weight loss coach. I don't know how many levels are there. Maybe her coach also has coach. We'll get there. But I want to be balanced. So let me give you her full story in her own words.
I had just had my second baby. I was breastfeeding. I was sleep deprived. I was miserable in my body. I remember looking in the mirror and literally not even recognizing myself. One day I realized that it was up to me to make a change. Now, when I started my journey, I did not start it in a very healthy way. I actually cut out all sugar and all carbs, and I lost 40 pounds really fast. Obviously, I did not sustain that because most people cannot. And that was around the time that I decided to try a GLP-1. My doctor recommended it due to PCOS and insulin resistance. I was on a GLP-1 for about 3 months, and while I did lose weight, I didn't feel like, once again, it was a sustainable method for me to lose weight. I will say that the GLP-1 gave me the momentum that I needed in order to build the habits that I knew I could sustain forever. Around that time is when I really started doing a lot of research and learning on my own about calorie deficits and strength training. I signed up for the gym and I started lifting, and I grew a love for strength training so fast. And I healed this so that I could heal this. Today I am almost 70 pounds down. Go me. I feel stronger than ever, loose skin and all. And now I coach other women, specifically other moms and other beginners on their journeys. And I absolutely love what I do. I love watching other women get their spark back. If you are in the thick of it right now, you are not alone. I have been in your shoes. I am still walking this journey myself. You are so much stronger than you think you are, and you are so beautiful.
You are amazing. No wonder you have gone viral on TikTok.
She says she lost 40 pounds by cutting out all sugar and all carbs. And in the same breath, she says, obviously I did not sustain that because most people cannot. She says it like it's just a fun fact. Then tries GLP-1 and then discovers calorie deficits and strength training through her own research. And she is 70 pounds down from over 300. Which means she is still, by medical definition, morbidly obese. She still has a long, long road ahead of her, and she has not yet demonstrated that she can sustain any method long term. She said it herself. She's still figuring it out in real time, which is totally fine, unless you're charging other women money to figure it out for them. Most of her recent videos are of her trying new diets.
For the past 6 months or so, I've been dealing with a lot of inflammation, bloating, stomach issues. As you guys know, I've been on a weight loss journey, and it has just become so hard for me to lose any weight at all. I was so sick of this, so I finally decided to try a little elimination diet.
All right, I guess I'm doing this.
Oh my.
I have been dealing with so much inflammation. My body has been holding on to weight like crazy.
Old injuries that I had are coming back. I just feel so off in my body. I'm dealing with constant bloating, stomach issues. The list goes on and on and on. I'm not tracking calories because this whole thing is not for weight loss.
She is right now in real time still cycling through diets, still trying new things, still experimenting with what works. The gym side of things, I'll give it to her. She lifts, she does deadlifts, squats, focuses on legs. The form looks okay. The gym effort seems real, but the nutrition side, still a work in progress. By her own admission, she hasn't cracked it. And according to more recent posts, she has gained weight back.
Like literally picking up a pair of dumbbells changed my life. But I don't think I would have picked up those dumbbells had it not been for my kids. They were the reason why I needed to get better and why I needed to feel better. As a mom, of a little girl, like I just want her to watch me go after every crazy, insane dream, no matter how big it is. Hi, my name is Des, and I am a weight loss and strength coach. I live in small town Arizona, and I am a mom of 2. I started my weight loss journey right after I had my second. I had postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety. I was over 300 pounds, and I truly did not see a way out of the way that I was feeling at that time. And I picked up a pair of dumbbells and everything changed. Out the gate, I wasn't super passionate about wanting to become a coach, but it just kind of naturally happened where I was on my journey, people were asking me questions already, and might as well make it my career at that point.
People were asking me questions already, might as well make it my career at that point. Might as well. That's the credentialing process. That's it. That's the whole thing. People on TikTok asked her questions and she went, you know what? Career pivot. Let's go. No certification, no formal education in nutrition, no dietetics degree, no personal training certification. Just people were curious, so now I coach them. For money. For real money. The bar for calling yourself a coach on TikTok is apparently just owning a phone.
Hello and welcome back to a series I like to call Back on My Bullshit, where I bring you along on a typical day in my weight loss journey. And let me kind of explain to you why I'm bringing this series back. Because to be honest, I've been pretty on track all year. All of 2026, I've been pretty dang on track. Except when the weekends hit, I fall apart. So I just need a little bit of accountability, and I will chat with you guys at the end of this video about kind of my game plan for getting out of this rut that I've been in, I guess. But holy crap, I have never been more frustrated in my weight loss journey. It just seems like I have been the same weight for so long. And guys, being a weight loss fitness influencer who is still struggling with her weight loss is kind of embarrassing, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I have truly mastered helping other people lose weight, but I cannot master helping myself. And that is why it's so important to have a coach, because today after my call with my coach, I felt so much better.
This is the part of the video. She is a weight loss coach. Who has hired a weight loss coach to coach her on weight loss? I genuinely did not know there were levels to this. I thought you became a weight loss coach because you had figured something out, because you had gone through the journey, reached the destination, and now you're turning around to help people navigate the path. That's the whole pitch. That's the whole reason anyone would hire a weight loss coach instead of just Googling how to lose weight. Is the weight loss coaching industry inception? Coachception? The infinite loop of coaching. Coaches all the way down. Does her coach have a coach? Does that coach have a coach? Is there some ultimate head coach, a final boss coach at the top of this pyramid who has actually figured it out? And if so, why aren't we all just going directly to that person? Coaching multi-level marketing scheme. Coach, coaching, coach, coaching, coach. Think about it from her client's perspective. You find Des on TikTok. You resonate with her story. You think, she's been where I am. She knows the struggle. She can help me. You pay her. And meanwhile, she is also paying someone else for the same reason. She is simultaneously the coach and the client. She is both selling the map and buying the map. What does that tell you about the map? If a financial advisor told you they had their own financial advisor because they couldn't manage their own money, would you keep them as your financial advisor?
Felt so much better.
I missed a few chapters because I have not filmed a day in the life in way too long, and I just honestly forgot to film me picking up my daughter from school. We went and got a little protein milkshake, and now we are back home about to eat lunch. I am just eating some Just Bare chicken. Some of this is for my daughter, some of it's for me. And on the side, I'm gonna cook up these Trader Joe's Asian style vegetables. These are my go-to. I'm also just kind of like extra stressed right now. I don't know. I just feel like my laundry piled up. I don't know if you can see it behind me. My weight loss has been stalled for I don't even know how long. And I am just like so frustrated with myself and my choices and my body, honestly. I have a meeting with my coach here in a little bit, so hopefully he and I can work out something to just get me back on track, get me feeling good about myself again.
And my coach and I did come up with a solid game plan for this rut that I've been in, and I cannot wait to share all about it with you in next week's episode of Back My Bullshit. Love you guys.
Let's emphasize again the main problem. If you are a coach, your clients are paying you based on the assumption that you know what to do, that you have a system, that you have a proven method. And what we're watching in real time is someone who does not yet have a proven method, not even for themselves. She's still searching. She has the time. She's a full-time influencer. This is her whole job. She has every advantage, and she's still searching. And if I am a client who paid her money, and I watch her content, and I see her still experimenting, still fluctuating, still trying to find what works, what exactly am I paying for?
I'm an influencer who makes full-time income off of my platforms, and being an influencer and actually being able to make money online has been a dream of mine for years. But damn, I really don't like it lately. I have been questioning the hell out of my career choice a lot. And I don't talk about this on the internet because it's not relatable, and I know that it's not relatable. Like, I am completely aware that what I'm talking about right now is not going to be relatable to a lot of—
I think it's the platforms, definitely not you. These algorithms change by the day, and I would keep an eye on newer platforms that your target market might be migrating to.
Now, I want to touch on something briefly before the end because it bothered me. She films her kids. They were part of an interview to promote herself that I cut from the videos. The interviewer asks them what their mom does, gets them to talk about her career, her cooking, etc. She also uses them in her content. In my view, those kids are being used as marketing assets. They make her relatable, they make her story sympathetic. The whole, I'm doing this for my daughter, I want her to see me chase my dreams angle it's very effective content. I understand the impulse. But there's a line between sharing your experience as a mom and using your children as content tools. That line is blurry here, and I think it's worth pointing out.
Hi, when you started at the gym, did you hire a trainer to teach you how to use the equipment? I have the membership and want to start lifting but have no idea what I'm doing.
Get your up. We're going to the gym. Rise and shine, all my fellow Rockianas. It is Monday yet again, and that means we up. The birds might not be up, the worms might not be up, but the gym rat in us is up.
You know who else isn't up before the birds and probably shouldn't be? Your cortisol levels. There is this weird cultural belief in fitness spaces that suffering before sunrise is somehow more virtuous than sleeping, just to prove we want it more. Like the alarm clock is the real workout. It is not. We've normalized sacrificing sleep for the grind, but the reality is sleep is the most anabolic, fat-burning, health-restoring tool you have. You do not need to join the 6 a.m. club to be fit. Consistency beats timing every single time. So, sleep. Consistent, same time every night, 7 to 9 hours of it, is the single most powerful health tool available to every human being on Earth. It's free, it requires no equipment, and it outperforms every supplement, every ice bath, every pre-workout on the market when it comes to body composition, performance, and long-term health. So yes, if 6 a.m. is the only time your schedule allows, fine. But then you also need to be in bed by 9 or 10 p.m. The going to bed part is the move. Most people skip that step and then treat the early alarm like a badge of honor while wondering why they can't lose weight. When you shortchange your sleep, your body undergoes a biochemical shift that actively blocks fat loss. First, it spikes hunger and cravings. Your hunger hormone, ghrelin, shoots up and your fullness hormone, leptin, plummets. Your brain panics and triggers intense cravings for high-calorie carbs and fats. Second, it locks your fat stores. Insulin sensitivity drops by up to 40%. This keeps insulin levels high, which acts like a biochemical lock on your fat cells, preventing them from being burned for fuel. Third, it burns muscle instead of fat. Chronic fatigue spikes cortisol, the stress hormone, which breaks down muscle tissue for quick energy. In clinical studies, sleep-deprived dieters lost 55% less fat and significantly more muscle than well-rested dieters on the exact same calories. And also, it tanks daily calorie burn. Because you're exhausted, your subconscious daily movement, fidgeting, pacing, general activity, drastically drops. This can secretly slash your daily energy expenditure by 200 to 500 calories. The bottom line is, without sleep, a calorie deficit forces your body to burn its own muscle while stubbornly holding on to fat.
But the gym rat in us is up. This morning, I will say, I got a hair in my mouth. Anyway, this morning, I will say, I did not want to get up, but as soon as I, woke up, had my eyes open, the sleep passed, the sleepy in me was gone, and I was ready to get the grind going. I'm telling you, girl, if you are struggling going to the gym or being active, get yourself a cute outfit. I love dressing up for the gym now. It just makes me feel like I'm about to go on the Olympics, even though I'm not. I'm not. When I look good, I feel good, and when I feel good, I want to do something good for myself. Get yourself a nice outfit, a two-piece, a one-piece, whatever you want to wear to the gym that makes you feel like that girl, like you're in that music video, get it. Now, I know that last week I had said that we were going to be upping our time on the Stairmaster 5 minutes every week, but hear me out. I don't think I'm ready to go to 20 yet. Towards the end, I was getting better. I do feel like I need a little bit more time on 15 minutes, and I'm on my own pace, so I think I'm going to stick to 15 minutes today as well.
My own pace sounds noble until you realize the pace is not progressing. Progressive overload isn't cruel. If you do the same for a month, your body adapts. Yes, self-compassion, progress over perfection, meeting yourself where you are. But there's a difference between your pace and a pace so slow that your body never actually has to adapt.
Honestly, I'm just kind of taking it day by day, pace by pace, and when I feel ready, I will go. Let me show y'all a quick, cute little timestamp. It is 5:57. Now, that's literally 3 minutes till 6 a.m. So I guess we're running late. So come on, girl, get your ass up. I know it's Monday. I know the body is still on weekend mode, but get up, girl. I know you were partying this weekend. I know you were out being not a nature rat, but a mouse rat. So come on, get up. It's time to go. We're going to go what? Yeah, you should already know what we're going to go do. And if you don't, I'm going to tell you. We're going to go up, big, out, back. And of course, I'm taking you with me. Let's go.
She's not wrong that feeling good in what you're wearing helps you show up. That's real psychology. But there's a version of this that becomes a trap, when the outfit is the workout, when the vibe is the goal. When you spend 45 minutes picking a set, getting ready, filming, and the whole thing becomes content rather than training. Let's see what her workout consists of, and keep in mind how much time she spent coming here.
I heard your voice when I needed to get my ass up at 3:30 a.m. so I could go to the gym. I did it and feel great.
Just a suggestion. Do your weightlifting, then you literally only need 15 or 20 minutes of cardio at the end. It will make a big difference, promise. The whole idea is you need all your energy for lifting, and cardio can tire you if you do it in the beginning. Plus, it helps build more muscles.
Personally, 5-minute increases are huge. I'm proud of myself for increasing it by 2 to 3, so don't be hard yourself. 20 minutes will come.
The gym kicked my ass today.
The gym kicked her in 15 minutes. Now, I want to be careful here because cardio capacity is real, and starting somewhere is genuinely better than starting nowhere. But cardio is not the answer. Muscle is the engine. Resistance training, picking things up that are heavy enough that your last few reps are genuinely hard, is what rebuilds that engine. It makes the cardio easier. It makes everything easier, including climbing stairs. If she's going to the gym before dawn, driving across town, filming a whole vlog, and waking up her audience, she deserves a program that gives her a real return on that investment. 15 minutes on the Stairmaster is not a program. So, picked out a cute matching two-piece set, packed a bag, got in the car, drove to the gym, found parking, and walked through the doors. All to spend 15 minutes on the Stairmaster and maybe a few minutes on a treadmill. We don't know the exact length. If you are going to make the effort to physically go to a gym, you need to make that time count. Driving all the way to a fitness facility just to do a quarter hour of steady-state cardio is highly inefficient. Everybody should lift weights, especially overweight beginners.
Kicked my ass today, and I don't know if it's because I have not done the Stairmaster in like 3 days or what, but I could barely get to 10 minutes today. I almost thought about getting off, but then I was like, no, you've made it this far. We did 15, but honestly, y'all, there was no way in hell I was gonna do 20 minutes today. Girl. Did it. We came, we saw, we conquered. There's days where I don't want to get out of bed. Today was one of those days, but it's a Monday also, so, give yourself some grace. We shut up for ourselves. We did the damn thing, and also this girl right in front of me has just been watching me film this the whole time. Getting a little shyness, but you know what? I look good. I'm putting on a show for her. So I hope y'all have the best day ever. I'm fixing to head over to work now, and just remember, you're that girl, that Ratiana. And, yeah. I'll see y'all in the next video. Bye, friends.
Here's the thing about calorie burning and cardio. If the goal is fat loss, and I'm guessing based on context that it is, what you eat will always outweigh what you burn in a session. 15 minutes of stair climbing burns roughly what's in a handful of crackers. The kitchen is where body composition is won or lost. The gym is where you build the body underneath. And the bed is where the whole thing actually happens. Sleep. Then lift and eat like an adult most of the week, in that order of importance. So, that 15 minutes burned maybe 150 calories. That's 1 spoon of peanut butter. You'd have been better off sleeping an extra hour and eating a little tighter. And if your goal is health, then lift weights. Heavy ones.
Women who exercise regularly, routinely, kind of from midlife on, have a 90% reduction in Alzheimer's.
Whoa.
And compared to women who don't exercise routinely. And in the women who are going to get Alzheimer's, it's 11 years later than if they didn't exercise. So, I mean, think about that. If we had a drug that had a 90% reduction in Alzheimer's, how much would we pay for that? You and I would be popping that every day. We wouldn't have $40 billion wasted on amyloid drugs. But it's available.
I walked daily. Is that enough exercise?
It's your plus size gym bestie here, coming at you with an upper and lower body focused workout. We are only using the Smith machine today.
Upper and lower body focused. Back in my day, we just called that a full body. No need to make it sound complex. There's no third option, I suppose. Upper, then lower. But more importantly, only the Smith machine? Why? Name one real-world scenario where a person has access to a gym, but only a Smith machine. I think she did this because Smith machine only is a clickable hook. She ran out of content ideas. We've all seen dumbbell only or barbell only videos, but Smith machine only is more original. However, full body training is one of the most efficient programming choices you can make, especially if you're training 3 days per week. So credit there.
Let's get into our warm-up. I always warm up with a bike. I do about 10 minutes. My hands are behind my head, my core is engaged, and my posture is tight. I mainly do this to engage my abs, not my legs. Then we are doing some bent over rows. My arms are a little bit wider, as you can see. I'm bringing that bar into my stomach. I feel this in my lats and in my stomach. Next, we are doing a closed grip bent over row. Again, you want your core to be tight and you're bringing that bar into your belly. We are doing this for about 10 to 15 reps.
Hands behind your head on a stationary bike, a machine designed for leg movement, and you're focused on your abs, with your hands behind your head. Your core is engaged. Your spine is also now a question mark. Keep in mind that your audience will try and copy this and maybe injure themselves. Then rows. But these look less like rows and more like an awkward shrug. Because the Smith machine locks you into a perfectly vertical track, it forces your body into a completely unnatural position. If you look closely at her grip, she's completely off-center. Also, her left hand is noticeably further out than her right. If you tried that with a regular barbell, the weight would immediately tilt and correct you. The Smith machine just lets you pull weirdly. The issue is that the bar path is fixed. Human bodies are not. With a barbell, your body naturally finds the groove. And just to add to the Smith machine weirdness, you feel them in your lats and stomach.
I feel this in my lats and in my stomach. We are doing this for about 10 to 15 reps. Then we are doing some push-ups. I am having my arms wide apart and just using the Smith machine bar to do my push-ups because it's really hard to do them on the ground for me. Then I was doing some overhead for shoulders. I only had a 10-pound weight on both sides. I'm keeping my core tight and I'm not letting my elbows go too far down. I'm really focusing on my shoulders.
Okay, the push-ups on the bar. Actually a great regression if floor push-ups are too tough. No notes there, though technically it's just an incline push-up. The machine isn't doing anything Smith-like for you. The funny part is this might be the best exercise in the whole video, specifically because the Smith machine matters the least. But then we get to the standing overhead press. Please don't do this. When you press a barbell overhead naturally, your head has to move back slightly, and the bar travels in a subtle J curve around your face. The Smith machine doesn't move around your face. It moves straight up and down. To avoid knocking yourself, you have to position your neck and lower back in some truly sketchy, hyper-extended angles. Also, naturally, the bar drifts slightly behind your head as you push, and your body shifts forward to compensate. Your shoulders should move naturally. So you either hurt your rotator cuff or you press weird and hurt your lower back. And indeed, your elbows should go further down.
Then we move on to legs. I didn't use the Smith machine for this because it is difficult for the bar to be on my neck. So I just put my foot on top of the weight and I'm going back. This is a reverse lunge. We're really focusing on that glute and hamstring stretch. Try and keep your core tight for this exercise as well. And then lastly, I was doing some pulse wide stance squats. I only had 5 to 10 pounds on the bar when I was doing this, and it was a great workout.
So the only using the Smith machine today turns into not using the Smith machine because it hurts her neck. Now, the reverse lunges themselves are actually the best part of this whole workout, and she didn't use the Smith machine, which is not a coincidence. But do not stand on top of plates to do them. If the plate slides, you're going airborne. If you want a deeper stretch in your glutes, just lean your torso slightly forward over your front leg. And we finish with some squats. Lightweight, which means the machine is doing nothing. Now, let's zoom out. The full session was 2 rows, incline push-ups, overhead press, reverse lunges, squats. Strip away the Smith machine framing, and that's actually a thoughtful workout. Back and legs get priority volume, and no bicep curl, which would have been interesting to see on a Smith machine. The tragedy here is just the execution. If she had done this exact same routine with dumbbells and a barbell, it would be a 10 out of 10 beginner workout. No one needs the Smith machine, especially not beginners. Beginners need to learn movement, balance, coordination, natural bar paths, how their body actually moves.
Wow, that is a great workout. I was so sweaty. It was so good.
6 a.m. and I'm at the gym. Not a bad view to make up to.
The 6 a.m. club. We talked about this last time. Morning workouts aren't a personality trait. They're a schedule choice, and they only matter if you actually slept. Waking up early with 5 hours of sleep isn't discipline. Unless you actually slept for 8 hours, it's pointless.
Where have I been? I had pneumonia. I was out for 3 weeks. I am just cleared to be active again, but I still have a tight chest. I'm still coughing, so slowly. Since I'm still recovering, I am lifting it pretty much like a deload this week. So I did some warm-ups and then did my deadlifts. But what I didn't expect was how much it would make me cough afterwards. It was hard. Luckily for the second and third set, I didn't have as many coughing issues because I think my body just accepted, like, okay, this is what we're doing now.
The deadlift form. My first guess would have been weak core and glutes, but we've covered Anna before. Last time, I have praises for her programming, even if her form was bad. But now, I thought I missed what we're seeing here, and it is genuinely hard to watch. I included this video because I thought I made a mistake last time. She is now doing extreme excessive overextension. I went back and looked at some of her other videos, and we cannot see that. The form is more or less okay.
This right here, this, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. I'm obsessed.
315? That's massive, yeah.
I definitely peed a little bit. Go take care of that. I'll be back. A PR!
But here is extremely overextended. I think maybe the reason is the light weight. I don't know her logic, but maybe she tries to make it more difficult by overextending. Maybe because using lighter loads, she unconsciously turns the movement theatrical to make it feel harder or more complete, or just trying to feel something. Lighter weight is an opportunity to perfect your form, not to invent new ways to pinch a nerve. Lock your hips out at the top of a deadlift by squeezing your glutes.
Deadlifts are done. Now just accessories. So I was doing really well. I did my good mornings. I didn't have any issues. They went by pretty quickly. And then I went into this superset of lat pull downs and cable rows. And it just made me cough again. But weirdly enough, yet again, once I got into the groove of doing like the second and third set, I did not cough again. Now all that's left is step ups, and I'm just going to use the stair stepper because I'm at my apartment gym. I feel like if one thing got me in the gym today, it was the stupid stair stepper, and it wasn't even like the strength of my legs. It was just my breath. I like couldn't breathe. I'm finishing with a little active recovery, just trying to get my lungs back to supporting exercise. Now I'm going to eat my post-workout snack. I'm going to take a shower. And I'm going to go about the rest of my day because I got it in and I got it done.
Why is she doing that bizarre lean back? I think I figured out the logic, and it highlights a massive misunderstanding. Look at her accessory choices, lat pull-downs and cable rows. She is pairing her deadlifts with back volume. I think maybe, it's highly likely, she views the deadlift strictly as a back exercise now, and that's why she's aggressively pulling back and overextending. She's trying to train her back. I don't know. Deadlifts train the back, obviously. But anyhow, a deadlift is fundamentally a posterior chain movement driven by your legs, your glutes, and your hamstrings. Your back is just there to hold the weight statically. So it's a hip hinge. Legs push, hips drive forward. Before we end this, I just want to point out that by the time I was making this video, I needed some videos for the background, but her Instagram profile went empty. She either deleted all of her videos or don't know what happened. I really don't know what this means, but thought it was worth mentioning. We go straight to drama and comedy. We've got two stories. One is a territorial dispute at 1 a.m. over a straight bar. The other is a romantic tragedy involving a gym crush. Let's see.
Sir, if you wanted to use my weight, you could ask me.
What?
If you wanted to use my weight, you could ask me first.
No, I don't have to ask you because you use one at a time. You can't store stuff with towels and phones and stuff on it, okay? That's the rules. It's not a circuit training gym where you're playing 4 things and no one else can use them.
One machine and nothing. You could have asked me.
Alright, so that was a bit crazy. I've seen a lot of videos online of like people having these crazy encounters at the gym, and I finally have one for myself. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little excited about it.
First, he's maybe not wrong about the rules, but none of that was happening here. One guy, one machine, one bar. Second, why can't you do a circuit if the gym is empty? The rule exists because other people need the equipment. If other people aren't there, the rule is solving a problem that doesn't exist. Third, even if the old man is right, who is he to enforce a rule? This smells less like protecting gym rules and more like a guy trying to establish alpha status, acting like owning the building.
He's definitely right. I hate when people hoard multiple weights.
Shouldn't lack basic human decency.
I'm a little excited about it. Alright, so for some context, I have been filming my workouts recently, and I don't have a tripod. I know I need to get a tripod. I know this about myself, but I don't have one. So what I've been doing is taking a straight bar, putting my water bottle on top, and propping my phone. So I will admit I'm not 100% innocent here, because I am using a bar to film myself. But in my defense, this video was taken at about 1:40 a.m., and there is a handful of people in this giant gym. Also, I specifically get the 30-pound straight bar because there's a 20-pound bar and a 40-pound bar. So if someone wants to use a straight bar for something, they have options. So I am filming my set of preacher curls when all of a sudden this old man who I see at the gym all the time comes up, grabs my phone and puts it on the floor, and then takes the straight bar away. He then proceeds to do a bad set of bicep curls and put the bar back, which, by the way, every single other bar was on that rack except for mine. So he clearly just had some kind of a problem with me.
Main character energy meets the self-appointed gym sheriff, sheriff of Bench County. You don't get to be the gym police just because you've been a member since before smartphones existed and be furious that they now do. Anyhow, never touch someone else's stuff. Here is my view. If it's the middle of the day and you're hogging 3 machines, you're the problem. But context matters. If the gym is empty, even circuit training is okay. It's just efficient.
Not having a tripod is a personal problem, though.
No filming in gyms, period. Sorry, he's right, and him doing a bad set of curls is the type of detail someone in the wrong would only include.
He shouldn't had touch your stuff. But he shouldn't even had to ask cause the phone shouldn't had been there to begin with. I'd say both parties are wrong. But clearly he went out of his way to mess with you.
Problem with me. Afterwards, I go up to him and I say, "Hey, if you wanted to use that bar, you could have asked me." He then says, "No, I didn't, because you can't hog equipment at the gym," citing you can't take up 4 machines at once and you can't use your phone and towel to claim multiple machines, which I was not doing. I was using 1 machine and the straight bar. That's it. After he walks away, I grab the bar and I film my last exercise and then I leave. Now look, I understand that filming yourself at the gym can inherently be a little cringe, but I go at weird off hours where the gym is pretty empty, and I try to only get myself in the shot when I'm filming. But if he had a problem with either the filming or me using that straight bar, he could have done what a normal, reasonable person would do and use his words to communicate that to me. Instead, he grabbed my property, my phone, put it on the floor, and just took my straight bar. So I think that's a little insane. Am I wrong, guys? Leave it in the comments below.
This isn't about gym rules. This is a pure, unadulterated, asserting dominance move. This is an old dude who is frustrated with the modern world, hates that kids these days are filming everything, and decided tonight was the night he was going to be a hero. But he looked like a toddler throwing a tantrum. I get the anti-filming sentiment. Gym culture has maybe gotten weird with people treating public facilities like their private content studios, blinding people with ring lights, and getting mad when someone walks through their shot. Personally, I don't film my workouts. But if a gym allows filming and someone is doing it respectfully, they aren't breaking any rules. I don't mind others filming at all, but I also do understand people who have against it. If a gym wants to ban filming, the management needs to put up a sign. It is not the job of an angry boomer to physically enforce rules that don't even exist. But also, working out in Crocs while filming yourself in tank top doing preacher curls is such a specific genre of modern man. It's weird.
Touching your stuff is unacceptable, but honestly I agree with the not storing multiple weights, but him touching your stuff is way worse.
Doesn't matter if he is right, he had no reason get doing what he did.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have to cancel my gym membership. Oh my god. I am for real sitting in the parking lot of my gym and I'm about to leave and never come back. I was walking into the gym this morning and I was wearing this jacket. I was trying to put it on as I was walking in. So like I was, you know, wrestling with it, trying to put it on. I look behind me. I see that my gym crush is behind me. So in my mind, I'm like, this is going to be a fucking great workout. Like my gym crush is here. I can go all out. I'm wearing a cute little set. Like it's going to be perfect. So I get into the gym. I'm scanning my barcode and he comes up behind me. I've never talked to him before. He's just somebody I like to look at. So never talked to him. He comes up behind me and he was like, ma'am, I think you dropped something. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, what did I drop? Where is it? Because in my mind, if I drop something or if I see somebody drop something, like their credit card, I feel like it's just common nature to pick it up and be like, here's your credit card, like bring it back to them. So I was like, that's kind of weird that he didn't like pick it up and bring it back. And he was like, yeah, you dropped it like a while back, like in the parking lot. I was right behind you. I saw it fall out of your sleeve. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, what is it? And he was like, I don't know what it is. Like, he was very obviously like uncomfortable by the question.
She sees the gym crush and immediately enters cinematic delusion mode. This isn't even a gym story. I think you dropped something is presented as one of the most terrifying sentences because there are only two possible outcomes. Either A, you drop something normal, or B, your life is about to split into a before and after era. The slow walk. Both of them are trapped in this social hostage situation where neither one can explain what's happening without making it worse. The fact he didn't pick it up makes the story 10 times funnier because that's the universal human response. But the funniest part is that she films a TikTok. Meanwhile, I guarantee that guy went home and told absolutely everyone he knows.
Which I was like, what could it be? Like, please tell me what it is. And he was like, I'll just show you, like, just come out with me. And so I was like, okay, I'll come out with you. I go out with him. We're walking. I see a little black cloth something laying on the ground in the parking lot. And he was like, yeah, it's this. I go down to pick it up. It is a black lace thong. It's a black lace thong. And I did laundry yesterday, so it was, I guess, stuck in the sleeve. And like when I was wrestling with my jacket to put it on as I was walking in, I guess I pushed it out and he was right behind me. And he saw a black lace thong fall out of my jacket. Like, no wonder he didn't pick it up. Who would pick that up? I thought it was going to be like my credit card or like my wallet or something. That is so embarrassing. I like actually can't ever show my face here again.
What just happened in that parking lot is not a gym story. It's not even really an embarrassing story. But I included this because it's funny. It's funny he had to make the decision to pick it up or not to pick it up. He reported it like it was lost property. Ma'am, I believe you dropped something. The professionalism, the composure. He couldn't yell, you dropped your... in a crowded parking lot.
Did you let him keep it?
Finders keepers.
Girl, that's when you say, if you want to see me in it one day, here's my number, LMAO.
Men aren't objects. He probably thought you planned that.
Girl, we both know it was intentional.
I'm a plus-size girly on a weight loss journey, and this is one of my morning workouts. I get up at 6 a.m. so that I can get to the gym by 7. I start my workout off with doing a 40-minute cardio workout on the Cybex Arc Trainer. Some people say that you need to do your weight training before your cardio, but honestly, if you are a new person on the gym, don't even worry about that shit. Just do what you need to do to get your workout done. Today was leg day, so these are all the machines that I use, and I did 2 sets of 10. To my plus-size queens and kings, remember, you belong.
You do. Everyone belongs in the gym, but you also belong in the squat rack. Your journey has an intro sequence longer than the actual set. Plus-size girly on a weight loss journey. I think the commitment to the schedule is more impressive than the commitment to the workout. We've got the glute kickback, the leg press, the abductor, the adductor. This looks like a warm-up for a hip flexor. This is a seating arrangement with mild inconvenience. For this type of leg day, of course you don't need to worry about the cardio you did before this. There's no hinge, no squat. Any type at least. Goblet squat, dumbbell RDL, something. You could do this entire workout while scrolling on your phone. It's designed for comfort. Anyhow, the cardio before weights debate is real. If you do heavy cardio first, your glycogen is partially burned through, your muscles are pre-fatigued, and your strength output drops. This matters if your resistance training demands real effort, things like squats, deadlifts, movements where your entire system is under load. However, if your weight training is going to consist of sitting down on machines and moving your legs in small, comfortable arcs, the order may not matter, because this is not even training. But the story she's going to tell herself is, I'm working so hard and nothing is working.
OMG. I have praying for you. Please show us what equipment you use and how many sets PLS.
I plan on changing my cardio soon to the treadmill, so stay tuned.
Until recently, I kind of felt silly calling myself a gym girly because I'm plus size. I was trying to figure out why I felt like this, and I think it's because I don't look like your typical gym goer. Society often ties fitness to a specific body type. Health and strength come in all different shapes and sizes. I am a gym girly. I go to the gym frequently, and I have been going to the gym consistently for almost 2 years now. Being a gym girly is about showing up and doing it, not fitting into a specific mold.
Existential crisis about wording? Nobody cares. Just go to the gym. Why are you obsessed with labels? Trying to define what it means to be a gym girly. But why does it matter? Why? The irony is that by spending all this energy trying to expand the definition of gym girl, she's proving that the label matters way too much to her in the first place. I would say, spend less time defining your gym identity and more time redefining your gym intensity. And yes, maybe, health and strength come in all shapes and sizes, but not all shapes and sizes are equally optimal, and any attempt to change your physique is a betrayal of self-love.
I'm 48 and a big girl, and I go 1 to 2 times a day, so I think I am a gym girly. A older one, but still a gym girly.
Definitely don't think body type matters for the title. Just about if you are actually consistent with going to the gym.
You know, physique inflation is out of control. When I posted the other day that it's uncommon for women to have abs, and the 1% of women who have abs start posting in the comments photos of their abs being like, it's not that uncommon. There's tons of ripped baddies at my gym. Yeah, you're at a gym. Go to Walmart.
Let's break down the term she used. Physique inflation. I don't know if I agree with this or not, but the idea is that when you spend a lot of time in a gym, a serious gym, you start to lose calibration for what the average body looks like. You're surrounded, daily, by people who have made physical development the central project of their lives. Your entire feed is fitness influencers. And after a while, that starts to look like the baseline, and anything below it starts to look like letting yourself go. I think this is what she wants to say by physique inflation, but I'm going to take a slightly different angle. She's right that abs on women are uncommon, but I want to push further. Not just uncommon, unhealthy. Let's talk about what visible abs on a woman actually represent physiologically. Women need higher body fat to function than men. This is not an opinion. The female body requires fat for estrogen production, for bone density, and basic hormonal regulation. The healthy, functional range for most women is somewhere between 20 and 30%, depending on age and individual physiology. Visible abs on a woman, not a flat stomach, not a toned stomach, but visible, defined abs, require body fat around 16%. For most women, that is below the threshold where hormones stay stable, and the consequences are documented and well studied. But of course the numbers are highly subjective depending on the place the woman stores the fat mostly. So abs should never be the goal in the first place. A flat stomach, yes. A flat stomach is a health marker, indicator. Healthiest body would be as much muscle as naturally possible and a flat stomach.
People with low IQ cannot grasp the concept of statistics nor nuance, so they immediately respond with anecdotes.
1% is still 40 million women on your statistics.
Wow, so you can't do math and also are once again proving the point I'm making. 1% of the female population in the US is 1.7 million, which even then, still makes it uncommon because it's 1%, and that's being generous.
It's uncommon for people to be a doctor. Really, cause everyone who I work with is a doctor.
Welcome back to another episode of Being a Plus Size Girl in the Gym, where I, as a plus size girl, talk you through being at the gym basically, and just to make you feel comfortable. Even if you're not a plus size girl, this video is for you as well, because I know how scary it is to be in the weight section. So today is back day, and I'm going to be doing lat pull downs. I love lat pull downs. The only thing I feel like that hinders me doing lat pull downs properly is this thing here, because I have the stomach in front of me. That's okay, we'll make it work.
I do think her content is very positive for her audience and she can motivate them. My problem is the back day. Why is there a back day? This means that there is also dedicated arm day. This is some extended bro split, I suppose. I think beginners, everyone in fact, not only beginners, should do full body workouts, or at least upper lower. 3 full body workouts would beat her 5-day split anytime. More frequency per muscle, more recruitment, more protein synthesis, adequate recovery. So, unless you're an elite bodybuilder or taking supplements that require a prescription, you shouldn't train the muscle only once per week. The normal person with job, family and no time to waste can be more efficient than this.
When I first started doing lat pull downs, I used to swing my body sort of like this. And I feel like I wasn't really doing it properly. I was kind of using momentum. So I really just try and focus on the movement. Again, I'm not a professional. I am simply just sharing my experience as a plus size girl in the gym. And I want to make other plus size girls feel comfortable, especially in the weight section. Slay.
This is the only exercise she showed, but I think there were more. I do hope this is not the whole workout. And leaning back is not bad at all. It is just changing the angle slightly from lats to mid back. The form is good and her intentions are good, I think. I included this one because back day sounded weird. It's not even back and biceps or triceps, it's just back day.
Weird questions. Do you have any tips on how to build discipline? I get like waves of motivation and it's honestly so annoying.
Honestly, girl, most days I have zero motivation. I just do it on the days I don't feel like it. I push through the I don't want to feeling. Even if I only have 20% to give and I give that 20%, in my mind that's 100% because I showed up to my full capacity that day. My favorite quote to share when talking about this subject is, imperfect progress is better than delayed perfection. Basically, just do what you can, even if it's small, because eventually it all adds up. After some time, the consistency you've built becomes your lifestyle and it feels like a normal part of your day. I really hope this helps.
This is proof that we as a gym community need to start making smarter decisions. When you do a heavy exercise and you ask someone to spot you, it's your right to make sure your spotter's capable and confident to support.
She got quads on her quads.
Today I'm going to be trying out Kay's workout routine. What are we on today?
Legs and glutes. Let's go.
What have you got on it?
5 kg.
Like it's delirium, she just wanna bounce to it, baby, get your giddy on. Walk up to the stage with a drink like I'm Giveon.
We do that 2 more times.
I'm trying to boost your career and all. Know you got a bench, you ain't got one with the ceiling gone. If you wanna get it gone, give me the experience. Make me a believer like a feature at the cinema. Then we gotta keep it all the secret like.
So I'm now doing leg curl and I do 3 sets of 12 of these at 42 kg.
She is trying her friend's leg workout. Her friend seems fit or as someone who lost enormous amount of fat, I mean by the arms, so probably knows what she is doing. The form is bad, but what bothers me is the title. As a plus size gym girly who only does cardio, which is the biggest mistake, to only do cardio. Cardio only burns calories in the moment, lifting heavy is what sets you for future success. And the weights moved by her fit friend are not impressive, which is the reason why she can do the amount of exercises and volume in one session. Just count how many she will do till the end.
Now I'm on the hip adductor and I do 23 kg, 10 times 3. These. I'm now doing the hip abductors on 43 kg, 3 sets of 10. Yeah. Right, I've actually upped it to 50 kg. So mine's a bit too light, 50. So I'm going to up it to 84. So I'm now doing leg press and I did 35 on each side, 3 lots of 10.
I think this is abundant. I love that this is more posterior chain focused, glutes, hamstrings than quads, but if the squat was heavy enough, and different variation of course, there is no need for leg press as well. So deadlift, squat and the hip thrusts are perfectly enough for the session. The science says 6 sets per muscle per week is the minimum, while 10 to 14 being the optimal range. That translates to 3 to 4 exercises of 3 to 4 sets per muscle per week. Heavy enough, close to failure.
So I haven't done the leg press in a long time, so I'm doing Kay's one, and she's got a 35 on each side. I'm now weighing myself and seeing if I've lost weight.
So what did you think to my workout? It was alright, but I do prefer my workout. But out of 10, I'm giving it a 7. And I did lose weight.
I hope the weighing at the end is a joke. I think it's a joke. So 7 exercises, not one heavy enough. Hip thrusts, RDLs, some type of sumo dumbbell squat, hamstrings, adductors, abductions, and a leg press. 7 times 3 sets, 21 working sets in one session. The volume tells you everything. If you squat or deadlift above your body weight, you won't be able to do a third exercise even second. Also, we should think about recovery. Is your body able to recover from the excess junk volume? If training is your profession, then yes. If you have a stressful job, then no. I think everything above an hour is too much cortisol and diminishing returns. And at the end, I just want to mention the perfect number 10. Your every set cannot end at 10 reps. 9 or 11 would mean you are pushing as you should. 10 means you are intentionally stopping, even if you can do few more. Or you are too precise in predicting, which seems impossible.
Starting the gym. How do I know what machine and how many, etc.?
I only do cardio, but Kays does weights as I want to lose weight and she wants to build muscle.
Do a 5K or a 10K at your easy days, like out just jogging or...
No,
you have never run a lap? No? Never. You never run a lap?
I ran at 800.
But your easy days, you didn't run even one lap? No.
I don't do laps.
Why should he?
To those wanting to skip training, you aren't Usain Bolt, please go to training.
It's pretty bad. I wish I was skinny.
Okay, so I doubt anyone wants it to take 5+ years for them to reach their fitness goal, which is unfortunately what happened with me because I was hard-headed and I didn't want to take anybody's advice. So here's me giving you advice so that you don't have to do what I did. You're gonna hate me for this one because you've heard it before, but it's nutrition. Like as soon as I tweaked my nutrition and started like being on point, that's when I actually started seeing results. Okay, the formula is really simple. You don't have to overcomplicate it, and every single excuse that you could possibly have is bullshit.
She's right about the excuses and the nutrition. However, let's reframe the 5-year timeline panic. Fitness is a lifelong journey. It's what we do for the rest of our lives. But yes, you do want to reach your baseline goals as efficiently and quickly as possible, because building muscle and losing fat is incredibly hard, but maintaining it, it's easy. It takes fraction of the effort. Your body wants to stay where it is. That works against you on the way up, but it works for you once you arrive.
So, yeah. 2, a lot of you aren't training hard enough in the gym. I wasn't training hard enough at the gym. It's not enough just to do 3 sets of 10 and be like, oh my God, like, yes, like, I feel great. If you're not like training closer to failure, like I promise you, you're not gonna make any progress in the gym, and that's going to affect your overall fitness journey. Because the only thing you're doing right now by doing 3 sets of 10 with like 8 exercises is, you know, burning some calories. The third thing is that you guys need to follow a program. Like you can't keep coming in the gym and doing a whole bunch of different exercises from all these different pages and programming and people's Instagram or whatever and think that you're gonna see results like that, because it doesn't work like that. Get you a program, even if you have to pay for it. They're like 20, 30 bucks. Do it for 4 to 6 weeks, and then do another program and make sure that you're progressively overloading on those. And if you don't know what that means, just comment down below and I'll try to make a separate video about it.
First part is true. If your last rep looks and feels exactly like your first rep, you aren't training. You need to give your muscles a reason to adapt. But the second part, do a program 4 to 6 weeks and then do another one, is wrong. 6 weeks is not enough time for your nervous system to adapt and to progressively overload. So not 6 weeks, do a program for years, or just pick 4 or 5 basic exercises and do them forever, even less for smaller muscle groups. The only time you should tweak something is when you have completely maxed out your progression, when you cannot progress in weight, reps or volume, but your peak is nowhere near what you think it is. So when you finally do plateau, maybe a year or 2 down the line, you don't throw the whole program away. You change a small thing, you change an angle, slightly change the rep range, change a grip width, swap a standard deadlift for RDL or an overhand row for underhand row. Keep what works, stick to the basics. Because a new program would only tell you to do front raises or reverse bicep cable curls. We don't want that.
Okay, so this one's kind of plays off of number 1. 9 times out of 10, and this specifically goes towards my ladies, you're probably not eating enough. 1,200 calories 9 times out of 10 is not enough, okay? It's just not gonna cut it. If you are trying to build lean muscle mass in the gym, you need energy to do that, and 1,200 calories more than likely is not enough. And if you guys want more content like this, just drop a like or a comment down below, and I'll make sure that I'll make more videos, because I have a whole bunch of other tips for you guys.
The 1200 calorie myth, but context is everything. If you're 700 pounds, you honestly don't even need a 1200 calories. You need to fast, walk and listen to your doctor. If you're 400 pounds, then yes, 1200 is often what doctors say for rapid necessary fat loss. But if you're just a relative average person trying to lose the last dozen pounds and build some muscle, then she's right. 1200 is starvation and a bad approach. Here is my view. Don't eat for the body you're trying to escape. Find out the maintenance calories of your goal weight, whether that's 2000 or 2500, and start eating for the body you want to live in. Enough protein and fiber, and low carb if you can.
When I train close to failure, it's hard to maintain the routine. I usually need to rest for at least a day. Any tips?
Also working out the next day. Also stretching, drinking water, and prioritizing protein will help with the recovery process.
Hey girl, so I want to build muscles and lose fat at the same time, so should I still eat in a calorie deficit or nah?
I recommend eating in your maintenance and training hard, in the sense of progressively overloading. It's difficult to do correctly if you don't know.
When you're playing Mortal Kombat but don't know how to use the controller.
The dude in front is an oldest child. The guy in the back is the second child. I will not be elaborating.
If you have no idea what to eat before your workout to actually see progress, then welcome to today's episode of the Beginner Gym Girl Guide, where we're going to talk about pre-workout nutrition and why it's important. First things first, I don't care if you work out at 5 a.m. and you have zero appetite, you need to eat before your workouts. Do not train fasted, because if you train fasted, you will not have enough fuel for your workouts, and you're basically leaving gains on the table.
The absolute horror of an empty stomach. Leaving gains on the table is a good advice, but for a professional athlete trying to optimize the performance for the Olympics, or trying to squeeze out the final 1%. For the regular person who just wants to progressively overload and build a good physique, it's completely inadequate. It doesn't matter. In fact, I'd argue that it's often better to train fast. I trained fasted my whole life, not I skipped breakfast fasted, but truly fasted. Your growth hormone actually rises. You can simply drink a black coffee before your workout and that is enough. Your body has fuel stores. Eating right before a workout makes a lot of people feel sluggish, bloated, or you feel like you need to puke. Training fasted, you'll often be more focused. The research is clear on this. Meal timing does not meaningfully influence your outcomes for the vast majority of people. Just eat enough protein over the course of the day. Forcing down food when your body is begging you not to doesn't give you energy. So a plain black coffee is enough. Please don't listen to her, but please don't listen to me either, because I think pre-workout nutrition is entirely subjective, based on how you feel. You know how you feel best.
Before we talk about what to eat before your workouts, let's talk about what not to eat. A couple things you don't want to eat is anything super high in protein, high in fiber, or high in fats. The reason why you don't want to eat foods in either of those categories is because those foods take a long time to digest. And if your food takes a long time to digest, it kind of just sits in your stomach and it can make you feel sluggish or bloated. So if you shouldn't eat foods high in protein, fats, or fiber, what should you eat before your workout? Before your workouts, you want to prioritize foods that are high in carbs. The reason why you want to eat foods high in carbs right before your workouts is because carbs contain glucose, and glucose is just a form of energy that gets converted into glycogen, which is the energy that's stored in muscles.
Let's look at the bigger picture. Her channel targets girl is done shrinking themselves, which is the classic body positivity and fat acceptance buzzword soup, or muscle mummies. The average person walking into a gym already struggles with getting enough daily protein. Telling people to actively avoid protein before they train is counterproductive. Also, the average diet is already full of carbs. Telling a beginner to start chugging bread before a workout just to burn those off is ridiculous. It's actually pretty dangerous. And you do not need to structure your entire day's eating habits around your gym routine. What actually matters are your overall eating patterns. Keep your carbs low for the day, make sure your protein is high, and lift heavy.
Glycogen is going to be the energy that gives you fuel for your workouts. But not all carbs digest the same way, so it's important to be strategic with what type of carb you eat before your workouts. If you only have 30 to 45 minutes before your workout, it's important to prioritize simple carbs, which are carbs that are fast digesting. Some examples of good simple carbs are bread, fruit juice, rice cakes, honey, bananas, etc. Anything that's going to hit the bloodstream really quickly. The other type of carb you can eat are complex carbs. Complex carbs take a little bit longer to digest, so make sure you're eating complex carbs at least 1.5 to 2 hours before your workouts. Some examples of complex carbs are oatmeal, whole grain breads, and sweet potatoes.
Her main point was the fasted versus fat question, and this is what I will say. Try both. Spend few weeks training fasted and few weeks training with food, and pay attention to how you actually feel and perform. Your body's answer to this question is more relevant than mine or hers. Meal timing is one of the few areas in fitness where subjective experience is the correct answer.
So my 4:30 a.m. Rice Krispie treat is okay.
Girl, I wake up 10 minutes before leaving to the gym.
My problem is I will be full till lunch. I won't eat proteins after gym. I be eating candy before my workout.
Me eating super high protein before the gym for over a year. I don't know anything. OMG, I need a whole class.
Y'all are eating before your workouts?
Exactly, that's what I be saying too, like aren't you supposed to work out then eat?
Just imagine a pack of zombies chasing after your ass, and you running down the street and you get to this wall, you gotta jump across it. But because you don't do upper body days, you can't pull yourself up. Now you ate up. That's tough. This is why it's so important to just build strength overall, cause bitch, a fat ass ain't gonna save you from no damn zombie. And a man ain't gonna always be there.
Okay, so you're a plus size girl that wants to go to the gym, but you're scared to go for the first time. Come along with me, I'll show you what to do.
Before we start, context matters. This is meant to be the first day in the gym advice.
Okay, the first thing you're going to do is head to the locker room, find you a little cubby for your bag and keys. Change clothes if you need to, but most importantly, look in the mirror and give yourself a little pep talk. Next, you're going to go hop on the first treadmill that you see and do a mile. Try to increase the incline as you can and try to jog as you can. Okay, you're not going to like me for this one, but next you're going to go hop on the Stairmaster, aka the torture machine. Here you're going to do a minimum of 5 minutes. Here you have the bird's eye view of the gym, so here's a great time to look around, scope it out, and see what you want to do next. Machines can be intimidating the first time you go to the gym, so I want you to head over to the free weights first. Grab some dumbbells that you're comfortable with and a kettlebell. Stretch your arms and shoulders out a little bit and then start with some kettlebell swings. You're going to do 20 swings and then grab your dumbbells. Next it's 10 hammer curls. They're simple but efficient. After that, go right into 10 regular curls. Do not give your arms a break. Next, drop down to 1 dumbbell and do 10 snatches alternating on each side.
General advice, but not applicable here, should be to do your cardio at the end of your training, not the beginning. You want your muscles fresh for lifting, but I think cardio isn't even necessary. Focus on weights. I'm all for free weights over machines for everyone, always, forever. But I don't agree that machines positions, which literally have instructions printed on them, are too intimidating for a beginner. A kettlebell swing is a highly technical hip hitch move. If a beginner tries this alone, I bet it turns into an awkward front raise. So if an exercise requires momentum to do it right, save it for when you have a bit more experience or a coach. Stick to slow, controlled movements when you're first figuring things out. And then we arrive at the universal law of plus-size workout program. Those shall have many bicep exercises. Always. Hammer curls and regular curls back to back. No rest for the arms. Because apparently the biceps are the only muscle group that matters when you're starting out. 2 variations in a beginner's first session. Plus-sizers love training their arms, but only biceps. No triceps at all. But the snatchers seem perfect. Or dumbbell clean and press. Any movement that drives weight from low to high using the whole body is doing great work.
Next, drop your booty to the floor and do some Russian twist. You may want to grab a heavier weight for this. And that's the end of your set. Now you run through it again. After you're done, the last thing you want to do is run to the bathroom and blow yourself a kiss because, baby girl, you did it.
Apparently, every workout has to end with abs. I think your very first day should just be about getting comfortable and engaging as much muscle as possible. So keep it basic. By her logic, dumbbells. But try a squat, do some lunges, bend over and do a dumbbell row. If deadlifts are too technical for day one, lunges are perfectly fine. Work your legs and back and skip the biceps and abs.
Why you ain't losing weight when no one is around? Juice, candy, chips, and fast food. I messed around and gained. Why you ain't losing weight? It's the ribs and all the baked beans. Chicken wings so tasty, the food calling my name. Why you ain't losing weight?
No, you didn't.
If you're new to exercising, this workout is going to be perfect for you. My client started off on the treadmill and then she stretched. Once she was done stretching, we did some box squats with a front kick. She alternated the front kick. After that, she did some overhead presses with a barbell, and then we went into some cable kickbacks. We did these on each leg, and she finished off with Russian twists.
Now this is very different from the previous. This is an actual personal trainer running a routine for a beginner, for a paying client. Not first day, but in general. Starting with box squat. Great. But a box squat to a front kick. Why? Why are we randomly waving our leg? This is what happens when trainers try to make basic movements look fun or dynamic for the camera. Then the barbell overhead press, the military press. This is perfect, highly effective compound. But as a trainer, you shouldn't just be filming your class. You need to correct her form. Then we move to cable kickback. Glute isolation is totally fine. Where is the actual heavy leg work? And yes, we finished with Russian twists. Why? Just because. It's the unwritten law of fitness. You cannot leave the gym unless you tap a weight side to side. A law of nature.
Marathon runner coming through. Getting ready for a pretty big year. Excuse me?
Oh, yes?
Have you ever met a marathon runner?
No.
Put it there. Magic Mile Mike in the flesh.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Yeah.
You want a banana? So looking back at 2025, is there anything you're proud of?
Yeah, getting a promotion on my job.
No, like something you're proud of, like you ran a marathon or you won the local turkey trot. I don't want to intimidate you, but I'm a marathon runner.
That's great.
You want to touch one?
No.
Okay. This one right here was from the Big Sur Marathon, which is what they called me at the finish line.
Big Sur?
Big Sur.
How many of you run?
4.
Okay.
Yeah. You know where the Band-Aids are? My nipples chafe when I run. Do you have any like specialty, like big ones? You can just start with speed walking. I'm exhausted watching you. I'm not even out of breath.
I think I've done around 8 marathons, 12 50Ks, 2 50 milers.
All right, take your phone out. I'll give you a pick. Come on, don't be shy. Marathon on 3. 1, 2, 3. Marathon. Sick.
The ultra runner always so humble.
Why are we like this?
The stronger your thighs are, the stronger your quads are, the longer you live. Crazy fact, the single most important thing you can do, the single greatest correlate for preserving brain health and body health, leg strength. Thigh muscle mass inversely correlates with mortality. How crazy is that?
Correlation is not causation. This is connected with health for 2 reasons. The first is obvious, which is that people with stronger legs are generally going to be more active. The second reason is mortality. People are at lower risk of falls and accidents when they have strong thighs, hips, in old age.
So Tom Platz must be immortal.
Doesn't look like this guy takes his own advice.
Legs are your most important muscle group. Then back. Focus on those.
A few days ago, I was out on a run when an older man checking his mail stopped, stared, and said to me, "Wow, good job, keep it up." I know he meant it in good spirits, but it stayed with me for a few days. Because we all know the truth. If someone who looked like more of a traditional athlete with lower body fat, more defined muscles, and maybe even a faster pace ran by his driveway, he wouldn't have given them a second thought. His comment was based entirely on an assumption of what a beginner looks like.
That's exactly the point of visual assumption. It's based on what's visible. But imagine being so entirely consumed by your own narrative that a man saying good job sticks with you for days. Let's follow her logic. She's upset because he assumed she's a beginner based on her body fat. But was his assumption actually wrong? If you don't look like someone who spent a decade optimizing their health, people aren't going to assume you have. You can't be angry at the world for accurately processing the visuals you're presenting. Accusing of making an assumption, but imagining an alternate universe where the old man encounters a leaner runner and behaves differently. Writing fanfiction and then getting upset about the fanfiction you wrote. Maybe he would have said nothing. Maybe he would have said good base. None of us know. Assumptions about other people's assumptions are still assumptions. You're doing the same. The old man should film a TikTok about it.
What he didn't know is that I've been an athlete for over a decade. He didn't see the half marathons, the Spartan races, or the years of consistency. And that's exactly why I posted my DEXA scan results yesterday, which, by the way, thank you so much for the support that I received on that video. Because our culture has conditioned us to believe you have to look a certain way to belong on the pavement or in the gym. I don't look like a traditional athlete yet, but the engine under the hood doesn't care about traditions. The next time you see someone working hard, don't assume they're just starting. They might just be warming up.
Who said she doesn't belong? The man just waved and said keep it up. Her DEXA scan showed 39.5% body fat. For context, a healthy sustainable range for women sits between 20 and 30%. At 39%, you are medically obese. Yes, she absolutely has more muscle mass than the average, but having a strong foundation doesn't make the excess fat disappear. The old man wasn't assuming anything malicious. His eyes just work. Muscle doesn't cancel out excess body fat. Let's not just cherry pick the metrics that make you feel validated. So, when someone who says they don't care about other opinions builds evidence against that opinion, you have to wonder who they're really arguing with. We only build cases against verdicts we're worried might be correct. This whole thing is weird. She mentioned the body composition scan to disprove a visual assumption, but the scan agreed with the visual assumption. Which brings us to the real question of this video. Who is she actually trying to convince? The old man, us, or herself? I think this is for us. We need to say, yes, you are an athlete. Yes, the old man was wrong. Yes, you belong.
I'm pretty average sized and get this a lot. Sometimes people are just being nice.
Victim mentality. Keep it up, lady, you will get better.
We are officially at can't accept compliments.
I'm so excited to be in the yoga class. But you're like fat. She knows this is the advanced class, right? Oh my god, you're so inspiring! You can do anything! Where did you learn to do that? Yeah, fat people do cool things all the time. Bye.
I think we were supposed to be impressed.
Do you know how upset I would be if one of you said to me, I've only got a 30-minute run today? Like, do you know how much that would genuinely irk me? Because running for 30 minutes is freaking amazing. Now, can someone please explain to my brain why the same standards don't apply for me? Because my brain is being really mean to me this morning about the fact that I'm only running for 30 minutes. Because to me, that is still a big fat struggle. I thought I would take you along with me for my 30-minute run to show you that if you also struggle running for 30 minutes, you are definitely not on your own, okay? Because running is really freaking hard.
Well, let's do some quick math. She's doing the very hard thing for 30 minutes. Let's be generous and say she burns 400 calories during this session. Why just not eat those 400 calories in the first place? I treat cardio like a section where we can buy our way out of bad diet with sweat. It doesn't work. And yes, running is hard. Hard for your joints, especially when you're carrying a lot of extra weight.
Yesterday I ran only for 15 minutes. Every minute is something to be proud of. Well done, girl.
Today we've got a tempo run. So we've got 10 minutes at an easy pace, which is literally never easy. Then 10 minutes at a faster pace. which for me is like a 7:20, then another 10 minutes at an easy pace. I know I always say this, but I honestly feel like social media ruins running, because tell me why do I feel embarrassed saying 7:20 is a fast pace? Because from what you see online, that still would be deemed as like the slowest pace ever. So this is why it's important that we don't compare ourselves. Guys, I've been running for 4 minutes and I'm already out of breath. We're doing an 8:45 pace. Everything feels so hard today. What the hell? First kilometer, 7:56. Definitely too fast. I honestly struggle with pacing so much. We're now into the faster 7:20 pace. I know I'm going to struggle with this so much. This honestly feels so hard today. I'm running slower than I should be, but that's okay. I don't know whether to just push through or have a quick walking break, because this honestly feels so hard. Having a quick walking break, which is too much, man. I've paused the watch to make sure I still actually do the 10 minutes at that pace. Guys.
I won't comment the pace, I'm not into running, but I will say this again because it bothers me. 400 calories in one muffin. One muffin negates all this. So isn't it easier to just not eat the muffin? It's a 30-minute struggle versus a 30-second decision to not eat the muffin. And one requires you to wreck your joints. Stop jogging, just walk. Walking lowers cortisol and is not increasing your appetite later in the day. And you won't need a 3-minute walking break in the middle of your walking. Thank you for being so honest and inspired.
I think the variety of exercise you do is so inspiring, and running for 30 minutes is amazing.
The thing about running is it's like 99% mental, or it feels like it is anyway. And where I've come into this just really not in a good headspace, I think it's just really showing in the run. But I feel like we need to normalise needing to pause your watch or needing a walking break, because it's okay. It's not that deep. Like, I'm literally on this run for me and only me. So why does it matter if I need to take a little bit of a break? Okay, we're off. I think I had about 3 minutes walking break and I'm feeling a lot better, which is good. The paces have just gone out of the window at this point. I'm just running at what feels slightly hard. 3K, and we're doing around an 8:05 pace for our fast bit, which is slower than it should be, but that's okay. We're now on to the easier bit, which I'm taking as a little bit of walking. I honestly don't know what's going on. We've got around 6.5 minutes left, so we're going to try and do that running, just very nice and slowly. We're currently doing a 9:05 pace. Got about a minute left. I honestly am so excited for this to be over. We're done. I'm trying not to let myself feel really deflated by that, because that literally just didn't go to plan whatsoever. And I know I said I find running for 30 minutes really hard, but normally nowhere near that hard. But it happens. Not every single run is going to be a good run. And the most important thing is I went out, I showed up for myself, and I completed it. No matter how many times I had to stop my watch or how many walking breaks I had to do, we got it done and we showed up, and that is all that matters. So yeah, hopefully this was a little bit of reality that you needed on your For You page. And just remember, running is freaking hard, and don't let the perfect running vlogs you see on social media let you think otherwise, okay? I love you.
I'm on this run for me and only me, she says, directly to the camera, recording to post on the internet for everyone to watch and validate. I think we shouldn't waste our time. There are more efficient ways to fitness. Running is simply an energy expenditure. If you actually want to change how your body looks, you need body recomposition, not cardio. You need muscle to improve your metabolic rate. Prioritize heavy compound movements. Squats, deadlifts, rows. Work smarter, not harder. Look in future. This way, nothing will change. You will be in this exact same place in a year.
30 minutes is amazing. Even if you ran for 5, it would be better than not running at all. Smashing it.
You are so inspiring. I might even start running.
You literally did. Your running journey is your own, and you did a hard thing today. Welcome.
A lot of people think like, oh, I'm entering my 30s and my 40s, like my metabolism isn't what it used to be. Actually, what they found is that age from the ages of 20 to about 60 does not influence metabolism. What influences metabolism is loss of lean mass. So if a 20-year-old and a 60-year-old have the same body weight and lean mass, theoretically, they could have the exact same metabolism. So it's not age that's decreasing our metabolism, it is our loss of lean mass. So if that's your only motivator to get into the gym and start building muscle, I think that's a great start.
Muscle is metabolism. Girl, this is such an important point to shout from the rooftops. Cortisol influences metabolism more than lean muscle mass.
And also, theoretically is not the same as scientifically. I get the point, but there is a lot more to this.
Hey man, you know what? You look like you lost some weight.
Well, thank you. You know, I'm trying or whatever. What's up?
No doubt. It's right there.
You ain't even have to do all that.
We are looking at creators who are trying their best to redefine what fitness means.
We've got instructors who think looking fit is optional, gym goers wasting precious hours on low-effort core days, and even a medical professional claiming that wanting people to lose visceral fat is bigotry. Let's see.
Someone actually told me I shouldn't be teaching fitness because of how I look. So let me explain something. A fitness instructor, a personal trainer, and a nutritionist are 3 different jobs. I'm a fitness instructor, so my role is to help you move your body. I program classes, I cue you safely, I hold the energy in the room, and I make sure you leave feeling better than when you walked in. A personal trainer works with you one-to-one, building a plan around your specific goals. A nutritionist is qualified to advise you on what to eat. That's not me, and that's not your PT either, unless they've done the extra qualification.
She doesn't defend her competence, but her job title.
I'm not unqualified, I'm just a different qualification than the one you're mad about. If you teach fitness, you are the walking, talking billboard for your own methods. Fair or unfair, appearance is often the first resume people see. People look for evidence of your credentials. If your entire job revolves around physical fitness, you need to actually look like you participate in it. Just basic visual credibility. You can't be visibly out of shape and expect people to blindly trust your physical expertise. I would say to never take physical advice from someone whose physical results you wouldn't want for yourself.
Now here's the bit I really want you to hear. To all those people in my comments laughing about the fact that I'm a fitness instructor just because I'm not skinny, fitness isn't always about weight loss. Sometimes it's about being more active, being more mobile, being able to keep up with your kids in the park, being able to walk up the stairs without getting out of breath, being able to carry your shopping, play with your dog, get through your day with energy left over. It's about so many different things. And my job is to help you move, not to shrink you, not to sell you a body type, and not to tell you you can get abs in 24 hours. As for me, I may be curvy, but I can teach 3 classes back to back. I can box for an hour. I can out-cardio people half my size. So before you share that negative comment on my post, just remember that I am a fitness instructor. I am not a personal trainer. I am not a nutritionist. My role is to just help people move their bodies. And if I can get one more person to just move their body today, then my job is done.
I'm not a personal trainer, I'm not a nutritionist, I just hold the energy in the room. What does that even mean? You can't be the person who teaches people how to be active and then look like you actively avoid it.
But technically she's right, these are different roles. But you cannot separate the training from the diet.
But while the jobs are different, they're all operating in the same ecosystem: health, fitness, and physical performance. She's right that fitness is about mobility, keeping up with your kids, and carrying groceries. But carrying excess body fat objectively makes every single one of those things harder. You can't completely separate movement from body composition, recovery, nutrition, and lifestyle. Let's follow her exact logic. She can out-cardio people half her size, box for an hour, and teach 3 classes back to back. But if you are doing that much intense physical activity and you still look out of shape, congratulations, you just proved my point about nutrition. You literally just demonstrated to your entire audience that just moving your body is absolutely useless if your diet is a disaster. Setting the bar at just move your body is a fantastic business model if you want to keep people stuck, spinning their wheels, and buying endless class passes without ever changing their physique.
Next, we've got a woman who was apparently told she shouldn't work her core because she's plus size, and she's here to prove everyone wrong.
A little birdie told me that because you think you're plus size, you don't think you're supposed to be working on your core. And girl, are you wrong. Let's get into this core day.
Yes, your core matters, but if you're training 3 days a week, there might be a few priorities sitting ahead of this. Let's watch.
Now, one thing about me, 2 things for certain, TT not getting on that floor to do no core, okay? I love these standing marches, and I honestly feel like they work better than crunches. I could be delusional though. Now, as somebody who almost bought into the propaganda that because I have a bigger belly, I don't need to train core, let me de-influence you. Training core can improve your posture. It can also reduce your lower back pain, and all in all, it just improves your mobility as a whole. So I'm gonna need you to start implementing more core exercises into your routine. Let this also be a reminder that core workouts are just half the battle. That real work starts in that kitchen. So remember that I love you and continue to love your body through all of its phases. I'll see y'all next time.
She's been told she shouldn't work her core because she's plus size, and she's here to set the record straight. Let me just pause for a second, because that might be the only piece of good advice you've ignored all year. If you're carrying around significant extra weight, your core is not the problem. Your core is the least of your problems. Yes, you are delusional. Standing marches work better? For what? For burning time? For feeling like you did something? Let's do some quick math here. Opportunity cost. She's in the gym. She's plus size. She's spending one of her precious workout sessions on cable oblique exercises? Standing marches? You have bigger fish to fry. Way bigger. Like whole other species of fish. If you're going to the gym 3 times a week, and let's be real, that's optimistic, and one of those sessions is this core nonsense, you've just wasted 33% of your weekly gym time on exercises that are doing absolutely nothing for your actual health. So is this the best use of your limited gym time? Indeed, low back pain can be due to weak core, weak everything in fact, but heavy compounds do work your core. Why aren't we doing deadlifts? Why aren't we doing squats? Why aren't we doing anything that actually builds muscle, burns calories, and gives you a return on investment? Deadlifts, squats, rows, overhead press, things that actually build muscle, increase your metabolic rate, and make a real difference. You should be walking, a lot. You should be eating in a deficit. You should be consistent. But you should not be wasting gym sessions on standing marches. In fact, don't overcomplicate. Just train legs and back, maybe add some triceps here and then.
Standing core is so underrated.
Also to my plus-size girlies, don't be afraid to strength train. So many times I've heard girls think that means they're gonna get big and muscular. Nar, it gets us snatched and gets us strong.
And finally, a doctor of physical therapy who has officially had enough and decided the entire internet needed to hear about it.
I just need to say this because I need to get it off my chest, okay? If you hate fat people, stop trying to go into fucking fitness. That's why I don't fuck with a lot of you trainers, and I'm a doctor of physical therapy, and I don't fuck with a lot of y'all, because for one, y'all do cookie cutter nutrition and exercises. They're not specific to body type. You don't continue to learn the full breadth of what it is to be a wellness person, but I digress. But a lot of y'all be hella fat phobic, and it is so cringy, because how can you love the body, love health and wellness, want to introduce it to people, educate people, and judge them for being fat when we live in a society that taught us a fucking food pyramid as children that was mandated by the government that makes absolutely no sense? How can you do that when people are poor, when people don't have access to things, but you're all about health and wellness? You're fucking fraudulent and amateurs. I hate it.
The whole fitness industry is toxic, I agree. But nobody hates fat people.
Nobody hates fat people. That's such a dramatic, victim complex way to frame this. And yes, people are having opinions. Everyone is allowed to have them. That's not hate. Let's talk about the fat-phobic nonsense. Fitness should be fat-phobic. And I don't mean that in the way she thinks, I guess. I mean it in the literal sense. Fitness should be afraid of fat, visceral fat. That's what fitness professionals should be scared of. And then she blames the food pyramid, the government, poverty, lack of access. I'm not saying those aren't real issues, but at what point do we stop blaming everything and everyone else and start taking some personal responsibility? Eating more calories cannot be cheaper than eating less. The food pyramid was garbage, sure, nobody's arguing that, but we've known it was garbage for decades now. You've had time to figure it out. You've had time to learn. And here's the thing about judging. Judging is just having an opinion. Everyone has opinions. You have one, I have one, the trainer at the gym has one. The difference is, when a fitness professional looks at someone who's significantly overweight, they're not judging the person, they're judging the situation. They're looking at someone who's at serious risk and thinking, that person needs help, that person needs to change, and that person is probably going to ignore everything I say and then call me fat-phobic. And aren't you doing the same? Painting all trainers with the same brush while demanding they don't judge you?
It's like a mechanic hating cars that need some work.
It's more like a mechanic that hates trucks trying to turn every truck he works on into a sedan.
The first time I met my doctor it was on Zoom. She said I can't see all of you, but probably need to lose weight. I haven't seen her since.
What the shit is this? Literally, what is this? The sad thing is that so many walk runners or walkers in the running space feel like they do not belong. As someone that's slower, as someone that's moving their body in a bigger body, historically there's always been shame tied to it. So when a very large brand comes out and says something to this effect, like why do we shame anyone who is doing a service to their body, to their mental health? Why?
This is somewhat of an older video, so for context, Nike put up a billboard before the Boston Marathon. It said, "Runners welcome, walkers tolerated." But why does she make it about plus size?
And was Nike's ad actually saying walkers don't belong? Or was it just speaking to the fact that the Boston Marathon is, a running event?
Yeah, that is the expectation over here, babe, okay? That you're moving your body. I don't give a fuck if you're running a 7-minute pace or if you're running a 17-minute pace or if you're doing a 27-minute pace and you're leisurely. I don't give a fuck, okay? Because you're moving your body and you're a bad bitch for moving your body. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. These large corporations, gym bros, whoever, because this is giving gym bro energy. Let's be fucking real. You are fucking incredible, babe. You are doing you, and that is all that fucking matters. The only thing that you have to do is to show up. That is the only expectation, okay? And everything else is whatever. Pace, whether you're walking, running, it doesn't fucking matter. You're showing up for yourself. That is bad bitch energy. And you are a bad bitch, okay? So keep moving your body. Don't let people try and tear you down. You're doing amazing. You're doing everything that you need to just by showing up.
The only thing I find funny is pretending that every fitness brand has to market every activity equally all the time. Nike built its brand around this. Not every message has to be about everybody. And she's absolutely right about one thing. Moving your body is doing a service to your physical and mental health. Walking is phenomenal for you. But Nike making a joke about walkers at a running race isn't undoing the health benefits of your morning walk. At the end of the day, it's just marketing. A guy in marketing department came up with the idea, it's not a big deal. And by previous inclusivity campaigns, even Nike doesn't agree with Nike.
Was very disappointed as someone who will be walking the Boston Marathon on Monday.
While their Run Club app emphasizes celebrating movement of all kinds.
Fitness culture needs to change. I am a plus-size woman who exercises regularly, and there are times when I refuse to go to the regular gyms for fear of the BS. Way to go for posting this video and speaking up.
This next one is about demanding praise just for showing up.
Okay, so I am a plus size girl and I have an apron belly and I am wearing a sports bra into the gym. And I'm gonna bring you along with me because representation matters. And maybe if you see me go into gym with my body type in a sports bra, maybe it'll empower you, my fellow big girls, to go into a gym with a sports bra. Because I feel like we should all be able to wear whatever we want to wear as long as we are comfortable in it. Especially when working out. So if you look good and you feel comfortable working out, then it's proven science that your workout will be kick-ass, okay? So, my gym crush is here. He just left though. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, I'll have to find a new one. All right, let's go.
What you want. My concern is always what happens after the outfit is selected.
Here's where fitness content gets weird. The conversation becomes what she's wearing instead of what she's actually doing. Notice the priority, her outfit, feeling pretty, and scouting out her gym crush. The actual training is an afterthought.
See, we did it. It was not bad at all. So, this is your reminder again. Wear whatever you feel comfortable and pretty in to the gym.
And if that's a sports bra, then so be it. Rock it. All right. I hope this helps you feel empowered to wear what you want to wear to the gym.
First up, the squats. She's got plates under her heels, which is a mobility hack for hitting depth. But even with the mechanical advantage, she isn't coming near parallel on a purely bodyweight squat. Then we move into a Romanian deadlift. I can't define it because her body shape is obscuring the hinge pattern. Then we get what are supposedly lunges. And to top it off, she claims she did another round of squats, step-ups, and overhead marches, but mysteriously decided not to film any of that. Maybe it happened off camera. Maybe not. Here is the ultimate tragedy. On paper, this is a perfect workout. Squats, RDLs, lunges, but the effort here was absolutely miserable. You can have the most scientifically optimized program in the world, but if you execute it with half reps and zero intensity, you are going to get zero results.
Question. The exercise where you squat and partially stand on weights, does this add more resistance or balance? Always looking for new stuff to change up my routine.
I try to think, the biggest critic is yourself. Me, myself and I are the only ones making a big deal over how I look in the gym. No one else cares. Lol, it helps me.
And now, an imagined dialogue.
What is the point of going for a run if you're gonna eat pizza right after? I'm hungry. You just undid your entire run. Pizza's not that powerful. The run is about feeling good, endorphins, mental, physical health. That cannot be undone.
Let's do some basic math. A 30-minute run at a decent pace is going to burn roughly 300, maybe 400 calories. 2 slices of standard pepperoni pizza are easily clearing 600 calories. So mathematically speaking, yes, the pizza is quite literally twice as powerful as your run. So, if we are talking strictly about energy balance, it is infinitely easier to just not eat the pizza than run. If you actually care about long-term physical health, go lift some weights. Running is just acute calorie burning. You stop running, you stop burning. In general, let's look at it like this. Running makes you a smaller version of your current shape. Lifting weights changes the shape. So instead of running to earn a pizza, lift weights so that the pizza becomes construction material for the body you're building. That's the cheat code.
In all 3 videos, the conversation keeps drifting away from fitness and toward feelings.
Social media convinced people that every fitness discussion has to become a debate about identity or validation. Sometimes the answer is much less dramatic.
I'm almost 30, plus size, and have never loved cardio workouts, so why did I start running? I wish I could say I took my first run and fell in love with it, but that's far from my story. Matter of fact, this was me after my half marathon last year. Never running ever again.
Why did I start running? I think for views, to be honest. Because the TikTok algorithm demands a sacrifice, or simply for new content.
When you're a full-time influencer without a 9-to-5, the content machine gets hungry. You can only film so many get ready with me videos before you have to invent a brand new struggle arc just to keep the views rolling in. Starting an activity you openly despise is content strategy. You didn't fall in love with running, but you fell in love with the engagement metrics of a fitness journey.
So while running has never been easy for me, it has taught me resilience and true joy to be able to move my body and challenge my mind. Finding joy in motion even when I'm tired. And now over a year into this, I've learned the importance of showing up for me. It's where I build my confidence doing things I truly never thought that I could. And of course, with any new hobby, I have to get all the gear that makes me really look official. I love my Gutter running glasses. They're so lightweight and they don't fog up when I'm all sweaty. And I will be wearing them when I do run another half marathon this year.
She calls this running, but doesn't seem like it. And honestly, thank God, it's good she isn't actually running. When you're morbidly obese, the sheer physics of running will stress your knees.
Every time your foot strikes the pavement, you send shock waves through joints that are already carrying an immense load. It is a one-way ticket to orthopedic surgery. Fast walking, on the other hand, is phenomenal cardio that spares your joints from complete destruction. And then, we have finally arrived at the actual reason for this video, the ad read. With any new hobby, I have to get all the gear. Do you, though? You could briskly walk a half marathon in anything if you wanted to. So, why did I start running? The glasses. The answer, was the glasses.
What are some beginner-friendly running trails you like? The trails in LA are so hilly I feel like I won't make it when I start running.
Lucky you, I walk and hike, my knees can't cope with running whilst I am a higher weight.
Last time I went on a proper holiday, right, I was on the beach, took my shirt off, this really attractive lady came over, she said, "Oh, you must work out." I was like, "Oh, thanks very much." She went, "No, you must work out." So I've just started a new powerlifting program, week 1, that's what they call me. Got kicked out of my yoga class, the woman said, "You must leave." I said, "Namaste."
Ed Sheeran started comedy.
Today is day 1 of my fitness journey. Back then, I was waiting for the day to come. The day where I would have enough time to fix my diet, go to the gym, and treat my health right. That lasted my entire life and the day never came. It was during the 2020 lockdown where I went from normal to morbidly obese. 4 years after, and here we are, fixing my mistakes that could have been avoided if I learned to educate myself with a proper diet and workout. We're here now and it's time we move forward. Let's do this.
Credit where it's due, and I completely understand the COVID weight gain. I also did gain a little during the lockdown. Here, I just want to point out the absurdity in their exercise selection. It looks like he has a friend or maybe even a trainer guiding him. And what foundational day 1 exercise have they selected for this beginner? A cable RDL while standing on an elevated platform. Why?
Free pass on the bad form because it's his first day in the gym. But this exercise selection is an absolute crime. When you are severely overweight, your center of gravity is completely altered. Putting a day 1 beginner on a platform to do a highly technical, unstable cable stretch is ridiculous. You don't need extra range of motion on a platform, and you certainly don't need cables to complicate it. Let me say it again, a cable RDL on a platform. A cable Romanian deadlift, elevated. I need to understand the biomechanical thesis here. Are we trying to increase the range of motion by adding height or change the angle? Because the cable stack already gives you constant tension through the full range, the platform isn't adding a deeper stretch.
Keep on grinding, bro.
I was watching boxing. I don't like when the boxing announcer says heavyweight champion and then says a weight way too close to my weight. Like, okay, how about curvy weight champion? How about body positive weight champion? How about that?
Heavy weight champion.
Heavy on the champion, weight on the heavy.
Don't get fat. Whatever you do in life, do not get fat. It ain't worth it. Don't do it. Don't stretch that back out. Don't stretch that tummy out. It's not worth it in the long run. Just start pushing the plate back. Like, do what they used to do back in the day before all these fad diets and all these hacks and these new things. They just used to eat less food. So eat less food. Don't be foolish and eat McDonald's all day and be like, I'm gonna take away one of my McDonald's meals. Like, just eat less food. Try to cook at home. Try not to eat so many processed things and enjoy life, but push the plate back. Don't keep eating when you're full.
Finally, some beautiful, unadulterated common sense. No fancy biohacks, no expensive supplements, no eating trends. Just plain old thermodynamics. Weight loss isn't a complex corporate riddle or a spiritual awakening. It's a calorie deficit.
Because America is off the charts on the food. The food portions is ridiculous. I just went to a restaurant yesterday and I was disgusted for one, and I'm not even going to tell you why, but the other reason was I ordered a small taco salad and she asked me if I wanted half or full. I said half because I'm like, I'm not really that hungry. I just want to eat before dinner because I'm not going to eat past 7 o'clock. So I got a little taco salad and it was ginormous. I was like, did you give me the full? She said, no, this is the half. And I'm like, who would eat all of this? Like, this is a lot. It was too much. It covered the whole entire normal plate. The whole plate was filled with nachos. So I only can imagine how big the full size was. But America, we're ridiculous on the food intake. It is ridiculous on our portions, on our servings. And it's really, really important for us to just eat less on our own because America's not going to do it for us like other countries. Other countries have different portion controls. America has been like, we're not doing that. You enjoy everything and get big. And we can't live like that. So eat less food. That's all I want to say. Eat less.
Fast food restaurants aren't in the business of public health. They blast you with massive portions of cheap, hyper-palatable fats and carbs so you feel like you got your money's worth. If you are relying on a menu to dictate your portion control, you have already lost the battle. And you don't have to finish every bite just because it's sitting in front of you.
It's too late for me, but y'all save yourselves.
I've lost 50 pounds and my mantra is, never hungry, never full.
Get a to-go box and put half in immediately. Then your full plate is truly half.
Hey everyone, we're plus size park hoppers. One thing about us is if we're going on a road trip, we are bringing snacks. But the perfect snack has to check a few boxes, which is why we're partnering with TrueFru because they check them all. First, it has to be easy to pack. Something you can just toss in your bag and pull out when you're ready for a sweet treat. TrueFru's resealable packaging is a road tripper's dream, especially when you have a 14-hour drive ahead of you and you want to try to save some for later. These chocolate fruit treats are so delicious though, you might just want to eat them all at once. Second, it has to be shareable because if one person in the car opens a snack, suddenly everyone's hungry.
I included this one because the marketing logic was wild to me.
We have plus-size park hoppers partnering with a chocolate company. From a marketing perspective, I need to know the boardroom pitch. Let's pay visibly, severely obese women to be the face of our indulgent snack. When people see them eating our product, they'll think, what exactly? Wow, that looks healthy and slimming? The subtext of this ad is now, eat TrueFru, become a plus-size park hopper. That's the visual association. The chocolate company just tied their brand identity to the literal physical outcome of overconsumption. You're selling a treat that's a little indulgent and pairing it with bodies that scream a lot of indulgence. The logic is so backward, I'm impressed.
Clearly don't need resealable bags. Resealable? Shareable? Okay.
Hi Frankie, are you going to be in this one? Welcome to another day of RBF, Roy Belzer Fitness. We are just going in for a little bit of neck maintenance. I'd start looking all the way to the side, come center forward, all the way the opposite end. We're going to go down to your chest, through center, and then all the way back. Unclench your jaw so you've got a little bit more space. You know, and you know how it feels, so I can't feel it for you. And then we're gonna float down to the other side, same thing here. Gently rest that hand upon, let gravity do its thing. Look at your manicure, press out and down. Hi baby, I didn't see Frankie was coming for me for pets. And you are done for today. It was so great having you in class again. I can't wait to see you again in the future.
This is a personal trainer who has positioned himself as fitness authority, but almost all of his sessions are barely moving or even seated. Calling 3 neck stretches a workout and calling it a day is a bigger stretch than the actual routine. At first I thought he was trolling us, but he has an official website. Growing up as an overweight kid in a pursuit of a performance career proved to be very hard because of my size and limited physical abilities. It began with a run. Before I knew it, I was dropping weight and feeling incredible. The way I carried myself was different. So here, he admits that losing weight is the way to go, or at least that was his view in the past. But now, he's a body-positive fitness coach. His peak physical exercise is barely moving. No one is making progress because there is no physical stress to adapt. And notice that everything is about comfort. Be gentle, let gravity do the thing, rest your hand. At no point does the body actually have to produce force.
Today we're going to be working through ankle mobility from a seated position. As you can see, we have Mr. Nathan here as our guest assistant today. If it's a little too tight right here, we're going to go ahead and bring your foot back to below your patuchus here and then press into the floor. Bring the hip out, we tuck under and press. Hi baby.
And we're seated, again, below your patuchus. I don't know what that means, but I'm not convinced he does either. Patuchus. Probably some imaginary anatomy. I hope the captions will recognize the word because I don't know how to Google it. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. Morbidly obese and selling fitness. If you're a fitness trainer and every single one of your videos involves you barely moving, seated, you are not a trainer. You're just a person who found a way to monetize body positivity. So this is my slightly changed view on fat personal trainers. Even if we accept that they know something, even though they visibly don't, let's look at their clients. Can we find a client who improved their health and change appearance? I bet not. Let's ask ourselves, is he showing us how to be comfortable exactly where we are? The cat did a better workout. That's the energy we want, not patukas.
Just extra core workout, trying not to laugh.
Dear Lord, do not let my trainer see this.
Wrap a pig.
Things I want more than I want to be skinny.
This framing implies that the only alternative to her current state is skinny. Not healthy, not fit, but skinny.
I want to enjoy meals with my loved ones without counting calories.
Not being obese doesn't mean you have to count calories. You can enjoy meals without counting calories and also not be morbidly obese. In fact, being obese makes it harder to enjoy meals, enjoy life in general.
I want to feel strong and capable and energetic in my body.
How does being obese help you in being energetic and strong? Losing weight is the single most effective thing you can do to increase your energy.
I want to build new skills and I want the energy to do it. I don't want to be so strict that my life has no space for spontaneity.
Yes, it's very spontaneous when walking a flight of stairs requires a 5-minute rest.
I want space in my brain to be kind, curious and empathetic that is not taken up by a desperate need to shrink.
She's claiming that being fit takes up all this mental space. But obesity is a state of chronic inflammation. That inflammation impairs cognitive function. This is a fact. Brain fog, depression, anxiety, worse brain functions. Ironically, obesity itself is associated with worse cognitive health, even IQ.
And most of all, I don't want to be the boring person who always bangs on about their diet. How incredibly dull.
Fit people almost never talk about their diets. But you know who do? People who struggle with the weight. You're the main character in the exact story you're criticizing. For every point, the call is coming from inside the house.
There's so much more to us than diets, workouts, and body size.
You're fat.
I'm fat.
Yeah, it is. You're very fat.
Why is that?
Because I see the body is huge.
But muscles grow too. Muscles grow big.
Yeah, muscles grow big, but you're fat also.
So this is fat.
That is fat. You're eating much. You have to find exercise.
So I need to do exercise.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get bigger.
But I think this is enough. Yeah, if you'll be bigger, you will fail to walk.
But someone that is fat doesn't have six-pack.
Yeah.
So, do I have a six-pack?
Yeah.
But I'm fat.
But you're fat.
What does fat mean?
Fat means someone who is huge.
Big.
Yeah, like you're fat. If you are fat, you have to do exercise every time.
I exercise a lot.
You exercise a lot and you're eating a lot.
So is fat bad?
Fat is bad.
But exercise and good eating is good.
Good eating, good exercise, if you're fat a little bit, it's good. But if you're fat and not doing exercise, it's bad.
So I am fat, but I do a lot of exercise, so I look good.
Yeah, you look good.
He's trying to tell the white guy that he won't outrun a lion.
Folks, Kenya's national language is English. The man knows what he said, lol. Bless y'all for trying to sugarcoat it.
Imagine if he went to a Walmart.
I don't know how to make people understand that fatness is not inherently the problem. I didn't just become fat. My mental health suffered. I prioritized my job. I have a terrible relationship with food. I had a terrible relationship with movement that all led to me becoming fat. So when you say things like, jump on a GLP-1 and you'll get thin, cool. How does that change any of those things? It fucking doesn't. That's why a lot of people jump on a GLP-1 or choose to get thin because they think it solves all of these problems when all of it solves is your fatness.
I think she's right that GLP-1 doesn't fix any of those. But getting thin actually does solve all of the things she listed. Losing weight reduces inflammation, which improves mental health. I prioritize my job. You will prioritize fitness. I had a terrible relationship with food. Losing the weight translates to you bettering that relationship. Terrible relationship with movement. Losing the weight through diet and exercise solves this as well. So indeed getting thin solves everything you listed.
I posted a lot of my workout stuff and then I had to stop posting it because some of y'all are miserable. When you see me working out in a gym and you say, oh, but your fatness hasn't changed. Who the fuck cares? Because my fatness isn't currently hindering me from anything other than fitting on roller coasters. Don't want to do that anyways. My fatness only makes you not like me. It doesn't make me not like me. On paper, I'm doing great. I'm helping my mental health. I'm treating my ADHD. I've changed my relationship with food. I'm moving more consistently. If this body wants to change, she fucking will. But I'm not gonna put the pressure on this because she is not the problem. My brain is the problem. Me being thin doesn't solve all of these things. It just makes you fucking tolerate me more. You want me to take a GLP-1, which we have no idea how that's going to impact my body, which currently right now on paper is doing really well, and you want me to risk that just so I can become thin. How does that make any sense? Y'all are pissing me off with that.
I think if you truly, deeply like yourself exactly as you are, you wouldn't need to convince strangers on the internet. This video is not for us. And the separation between you and your body. As many of our commenters previously pointed out, you are your body. This linguistic separation is a coping mechanism. It allows you to treat your physical form as a separate entity that's just doing its own thing and you're just along for the ride. But you're the driver. You've always been the driver. The body didn't get itself fed. And on whose paper is your body doing well? Your body is surviving. If you're at the point where you're treating your own body like an external object you have no control over, then maybe the GLP-1 is a valid suggestion.
As a trainer, I still everyone to work on their mental health before they come to me if weight loss is their goal. Doesn't matter what we do to our bodies if we can't fix our brains first.
Someone can still get support from you and work on themselves. Exercise is great for our mental health. Seems backwards to me.
$100 if you could beat me in any exercise you'd have. Oh, hell yeah. Let's do it. What exercise? Let's do pull-ups. I bet. See? Oh, move it. Oh, my God. No. Wait, they're real. Guys, she's not AI. She's not AI. Bang. All right, bet. I'm scared. Oh, holy fucking shit. She's crazy. Oh my god, I hate these. I know. How did you do? That was 12. That was 12. Oh yeah. I'm scared. Oh, I just banged my knee. Oh yeah, me You got easies. That's all. Oh god, you got it. You got it. Yes. Oh, dude, that was sick. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No.
Soon as she took off her shirt, I would have given her the money.
Bro challenged the final boss unknowingly lol.
Here's a quick guide to getting set up for your barbell back squat. I'm gonna walk over to the rack, put my hands in the same spot on both sides of the bar. Once I get under this bar, I'm gonna wedge it into the top of my back. I'm pulling it into me. Once I'm set, I'm gonna stand straight up, push my feet through the ground. Now I'm taking 3 steps only. I'm gonna go back 1, out, out. Now that I'm set and ready, I'm gonna take a second. Big brace, sit down into my squat, drive through the ground, stand up nice and tall. Maybe I'll go for a few reps. And then you're gonna walk it back in. And the way you do that is you bring your feet together, and now you're gonna walk, walk, walk until the rack stops you. And rest it. Happy squatting.
If you remember the video, this is the obese trainer who was teaching us how to squat. Now she's doing something similar. Here are some things. First, she's using suicide grip. Thumbs over the bar, no tension, just casually resting her hands. The point of your grip is to create tension. Narrow as you can manage, elbows pulled forward to lock your upper back. Also, if this is meant to be a high bar squat, and the setup says it is, the bar needs to actually sit up on your traps, so slightly higher. That's the difference between staying upright and folding forward like her. High bar, upright torso, low bar, more hip hinge. Second, the chest is caving and she's treating the bar very gently. You should pull the bar down into your traps like you're trying to bend it across your back. Maximum tension. Third, her stance is wide. Since high bar demands a more upright torso, a super wide stance fights against that. It's pushing her into a good morning position before she even descends. Experiment with stance, yes, but understand that the bar position dictates the mechanics. Even her toes are too out. And lastly, she's not even close to parallel, and yet her feet are lifting off the ground. That's a sign of weak glutes and core and poor ankle mobility. The camera angle shifts so we can further analyze this, but no one should take her advice.
What's your gym rant?
I think male personal trainers, no offense, are low-key just like dudes who weren't interesting enough to have a podcast. And they just get their ego boosted and they say whatever they want. Like, I was in this class and then this man, he said all these like insane things. He'd be like, crunch up, get that money. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Okay, oh my God.
Keep making me laugh, because the more I laugh, the cheaper your session's gonna be.
Wait, I have more.
Oh, wow. Get that money. Get that money.
Have you ever heard that abs are made in the kitchen? He would always say abs are made in the kitchen, like while I'm crunching, and I'm like, let's stop then. Like, what am I doing here? If abs are made in the kitchen, like, let me be a woman and go to the kitchen, you know? You get to the kitchen, and they're like, eat all these powders, like protein powder and L-glutamine and creatine powder and greens, athletic greens and fucking pre-workout and shit. And I'm like, at this point, I'm like doing the cinnamon challenge. I feel like I'm like 80% lean muscle mass, 20% dust. Like, the only powder I am not doing is cocaine, and that would actually make me skinny.
That was amazing. Fucking hilarious.
Jesus. Me after going on her profile. Ooh, she's a comedian. I'm so glad. Correct path for her. Immediately follows.
No kitchen needed. She was cooking from the bar.
Things you didn't think I could do at the gym because I'm fat. Here, you see a fat person climbing a rope. I'm supporting my body weight with my arms, and my arms are not crippling beneath me. This is just another reminder that simply because you can see what I look like does not mean that you know anything about my fitness level or my health. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
I'm supporting my body weight with my arms. She doesn't have the upper strength to pull herself up. This is a technical rope climb, but I think we were supposed to be impressed.
Hello. What are you doing with your feet? Why did they not teach you this in elementary school when climbing the ropes?
Great job. Tip I was taught, bring your knees up as high as you can, that way you don't have to do so many footholds.
I can't even climb a ladder. It's impressive, keep it going.
I hate the way we talk about exercise, almost as much as I hate bugs. But a lot of us are taught to view movement as punishment for the way we look, the way we ate. But exercise being sold to us through diet culture is one of the worst things that's happened for people's self-worth. Because movement is one of the biggest ways we connect with our bodies. So when it only revolves around constant punishment, we are constantly disconnecting from ourselves. And you'll never feel safe in a body you've been taught to punish. And who taught us to punish it? Well, there's a laundry list of items that include the itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. We're taught we have to earn our clothes, our food, our confidence, which is exactly why I hate confidence. Personally, I consider myself cocky because I'm not asking for permission for anything.
Hates confidence and prefers to be cocky. I think confidence is earned through competence. I'm bad at narrating and have zero confidence, but with practice I hope to get better as my confidence grows. But cockiness, especially when you're actively neglecting your health, is just a defense mechanism.
And I know, unlearning these things at first seems terrifying, and it feels too scary to move past it. But the more you look at it, the less scary it becomes. You start to see it for what it actually is, just a lizard. And then you run right past it. Maybe, still scared, but that's okay, because real courage is doing it scared. But don't let your biggest fear be yourself. You deserve to move your body however you want, whenever you want, wearing whatever you want, because your body was never the problem. But these little bugs out here might be though.
Your body was never the problem. But if you're unhealthy, if you're in pain, if you can't climb a stairs without losing your breath, your body is a problem. More specifically, the way you treat your body is the problem. Ignoring this isn't self-love. And going to the gym and lifting heavy is the ultimate way to actually connect with your body.
This is my why as a fitness instructor. We get to move our body how and when we can for ourselves.
Wow, the side view the worse than the front. Why would you want to look like this?
Parkour isn't just a hobby, it's a lifestyle. I've been doing parkour since I was really young, and not everyone can do it as me. It's a lot of hard work, and you got to be very disciplined. Here I'm doing a really advanced technique. As you can tell, I'm pretty much a pro athlete. You should not try this at home under any circumstances if you're not a trained professional as I is. I've trained with some of the greatest in the world, and it is my biggest passion in life. Parkour is everything to me.
This gave me anxiety.
To be honest, I'm unable to do most of these things at home.
Pretty sure this is the monologue in my daughter's head. She's not even 2 yet.
Do you ever get that little brain worm in class when you're one of the bigger people there, or you're just bigger, taller, wider than the instructor, and you are finding it so bloody hard, and it is making you feel so shitty that you can't do everything, and you just feel like you don't deserve to be there? Well, if you do, I have a little brain hack for you. The people you're comparing yourself to, could they do that thing they're doing with a 10, 20, 50k weight on their back? If they had more body weight, would they be able to do that thing with such grace and ease? Because when you're bigger, taller, wider, you weigh more, and therefore body weight movements are harder. And I think it's something movement teachers are really, really bad at adapting for. Because if I'm twice your weight and I'm doing the same thing as you, isn't that doubly impressive? It's like when you're a slow runner and you're actually running for longer than your faster counterparts for the same distance. You just got to change how you're thinking about it.
The second part doesn't make sense at all. A slow runner and a fast runner both ran a 5k. One did it in 20 minutes, the other in 40. The slow runner spent more time running, but that doesn't mean they work harder.
So when comparison comes to be the bloody thief of my joy, I think about this and it really, really helps. So maybe it will help you too, babe. Love ya. Mwah.
Another obese fitness influencer, another take rep in self-compassion, that forgets to mention anything useful. Fair point, but there is a pattern here. We've gone from terrible squat mechanics, to motivational word salad about lizards, to now a brain hack that reframes struggle as hidden superiority. She's identifying a problem and then offering a coping mechanism instead of a solution. But if this mental reframe helps someone to get through a workout that otherwise quit, it's fine. Motivation is personal, but don't confuse it with a training principle. Convincing yourself you're secretly outworking everyone because you weigh more is wild. The pattern is here again, mentally rebranding your physical limitations as superpowers.
This is such a brilliant way of reframing things. Thank you for sharing.
I started thinking about that when I was doing assisted pull-ups and my smaller partner was doing unassisted. We were lifting about the same weight.
First of all, I'm not offended by this. I'm genuinely laughing because it was funny. I was just at a function and some random kid came up to me. I don't know how old he was, like 5 or something like that. And he goes, why is your belly so big? Why is your belly big? My friend said you could just say, oh, like, we don't ask people that about their bodies, right? What do you even say to a kid? I'm not gonna sit there and discipline him and be like, you know.
You are posting this on social media? Why?
Because I eat too much and all the wrong things. Don't be like me.
Hi, I'm Al, and one comment that I seem to get a lot on social media is people asking why my body hasn't changed even though I've been going to the gym for years. But what if I told you in the last few years the intention of me going to the gym was never to change my body? And because I'm bigger, that is probably something that shocks you. But
if you spend years doing anything and nothing happens, people are going to ask questions, of course. If someone documents years of gym content, viewers naturally expect some visible progress. But she is framing physical change as this purely optional, superficial side quest that she just politely opted out of. If you are training effectively and consistently, body will adapt and change. That's not a conspiracy.
Shocks you. But for over 10 years, I did work out with the intention of changing my body. But I got so overly obsessed with it, to the point that I actually gave myself 3 different which I then went into recovery for and spent a whole lot of money in therapy to fix. So yeah, you may have seen my gym content online, and I'll openly tell you my body has not changed. I have not lost weight, and I'm actually so okay with that because I managed to break the cycle. And all I've really trained for now is being the fittest, happiest, most mentally stable version of myself. And whatever body comes with that, I'm so okay with, because I've finally learned the way my body looks is not the most important thing about me. So you will never see me going to the gym just to change my body. And if you've watched this far, please remember there is so much more to fitness than just shrinking your body. I love you.
She's setting up a trap. You're shocked her body hasn't changed. The implication being you're shallow and only see size. But you cannot say, I'm training to be the fittest version of myself. When you're obese, losing weight is becoming fitter, even if looking healthier isn't the goal. In her case, this means she's perfectly hit maintenance calories and a non-progressive overload stimulus for half a decade, which honestly is a miracle. Stop treating body fat like it's just an aesthetic. It is an active organ that dictates health.
Girl, you benched 70 kilogram. You are killing it.
Yes, fitness should first and foremost be about enjoyment and improving mental health.
If you needed lunch ideas, a walk. You should have a walk and water. You're big. You're not hungry.
I followed this account for motivation, and now I find myself listening to the audio on loop as I lift in the gym. No music, just pain.
I don't know what my algorithm trying to tell me.
You wonder why you're so bored with your fitness journey. It's because you need to be more whimsical. And sometimes that means coming outside of that gym and getting into the real world, getting into the field. We're at the pool today for a low impact leg workout day because recovery is just as important as putting tension on your muscles is. As someone who has PTSD from them little water boats as a kid, I'll make sure I keep these in my rotation because you won't catch me lacking. I've been wanting to get more creative with my workouts, so if you all have any suggestions on any new activities that I should try, feel free to comment them down below. And remember to love your body through all of its phases. I'll see y'all next time.
Whimsical. I think unless your full-time job is filming content for TikTok, you do not have the time to make your fitness routine whimsical. This is all for content because even she doesn't believe what she's saying. And you're getting bored on your fitness journey because it is supposed to be a routine. It's like brushing your teeth. It's not meant to be full of adventures. Splashing in the pool is not a leg workout. This is even more of a core or abs. I think this is why so many people are not having results. You don't need to invent new workouts. Do what works. Squat, deadlift, row. But no. The whimsy deficit is the problem.
Before COVID, I was an aqua fitness instructor. You can find lots of moves on Pinterest and YouTube. Here's one. Push those noodles down in the water to do chest presses.
When you lose body fat, where does the fat go?
Do you sweat it out?
A very small amount gets sweated out, but the majority goes somewhere else.
I feel like it has something to do with the lymphatic system.
It's not the lymphatic system.
Do you urinate it out?
A small amount will go into water. We're looking like where does about 84% of it go?
Does it convert into something?
So it's going to convert into something, and then the byproducts have to leave your body in some way.
So you shit it out?
A small amount gets shitted out? Okay.
I feel like I should, it's probably super obvious, isn't it?
Everyone feels like they should know it, but it's counterintuitive.
Does it get converted to muscle?
No, because then if you're big and fat and you diet it down, you'd be all jacked.
I have no idea.
Actually breathe it out. It gets converted to carbon dioxide and water, and you breathe out about 84% of it, and the water gets used up by your body, so some of it will get excreted, some will get sweated, like you said, but the most of it gets breathed out.
That is wild. I never would have guessed that.
So there's fat in the air?
This is what Phil Collins was all about.
That's why I'm always gaining weight.
I guess they can smell my fat from miles away.
Don't breathe on me. I'll get fat.
Ooh, I don't care where it could go. You think I'm gonna go look for it?
If you asked me 3 years ago when I was insanely overweight if I would consider hiring this person as a coach or to train with them, the answer would be no. The whole reason I hired a coach in the first place is because they set the example for me, because it was motivation for me to have someone, an authority figure in front of me, showing me with their physique, with their nutrition, that they are so dialed in that they can actually help me achieve my goals.
This is common sense. You do not hire a coach who is losing the same battle they're supposed to be helping you with. But pointing that out is bullying. Body positivity will say that fitness looks different on everyone, but human physiology and biology really do not care about this. Passing a certification doesn't override the physical evidence. She's not saying what's politically correct, but just logical.
I wouldn't hire someone to transform my life if they couldn't even transform their own. Nowadays, everyone wants to just get a job because it's trending or it fits their paycheck. But if you are not setting the example with your physique alone, how do you expect your clients to actually change? Because as a coach, you hold the upper hand. You are the example that you set for your clients. And if you are not looking the part or not acting the part, your clients are not going to follow their plan, because you are not setting the standard for them.
This perfectly ties in with the first video. If you've been training for years and your body composition has not changed at all, what credibility do you have to teach us about fitness? Obviously, her methods aren't working. Yes, the argument is that diet is a separate thing. But again, clients are paying for transformation. If coaches rationalize their lack of progress, you'll rationalize yours.
Your body is your business card.
Agreed. I fully believe that bigger people belong in fitness spaces, just not as a professional instructor. When I see a coach, I see a person that either has the health, sometimes the physique, but can dominate the sport, training on a high level. She does not. These positions are earned with sweat, tears and years of discipline and training, not handed out because you are nice or trying your best.
I don't know about y'all, but I feel like one of the bigger back thought processes I've had thus far is that whenever I have a bag of chips, for example, my brain tells me, okay, listen, if you eat the whole thing now, then there won't be any later to tempt you. Henceforth, if you want to be skinny later, you have to eat the whole bag now. Yeah, big back and big brain, hell yeah!
Big back and big brain.
Only having to experience the guilt once.
Because how are you going to start your diet tomorrow if there's still junk food in the house?